guidelines. To mark the end of the visit to Kemu, the project's researchers visited Gichunge Primary School. The school is one of the impact sites of implementing the complementary greening activities identified by the PARG. A tree planting session was held during the visit to Gichunge Primary School, giving the pupils the chance to engage in environmental conservation activities at a tender age that helps them to raise awareness and become environmentally conscious as a generation.
Profound transformation in all aspects of the society in order to contain the wider impact of the climate change. In many parts of Africa, for the people who has 40 years old and above, they really don't need science and to understand that climate has changed, because they have seen it, they live on it, and then they try the best they can adapt.
We've seen that specific species are disappearing due to increase in temperatures. We've seen this mass extinction of insects. So this is in effect a very dangerous period that we could be entering.
The biggest challenge that Africa has is we've yet to document all that we have and how we should protect it.
Il y a des initiatives déjà qui sont développées au niveau africain, notamment la Grande Muraille Verte, qui donne l'opportunité non seulement de reboisement donc, de cette zone-là, mais permet aussi de créer des pôles de développement.
So this is one of the really classic examples because it covers over 21 countries within the Sahelian region. And we're beginning to see how the land is beginning to respond to this restoration agenda and really addressing the effects.
I think Africa is the place to be in right now because I believe we have a lot of climate solutions. If only we took time to look at the grassroots and find out how people are coping. I'll mention one project where communities have come together to restock their mangrove forests and are benefiting from carbon credits.
We are still developing as a continent, so that
Yesterday, I think we did well. I think that the sessions were very interesting, only limited with the time. But today we want to try and see whether we can make a better use of today. We continuously desire to improve on what we did yesterday. So we had 2 sessions that we pushed to today. Not 2, I think they are 3. One was for COP27 by Dr. Omambia. We want to hear, we're talking about climate change. We want to at least have a view of what was discussed and what is for us to take. Even as we move from here, we must anchor our actions, and we must anchor it in the decisions that were made in Sharm el-Sheikh. And then Dr. Mambi will just be here to take us through that. Then we also carried forward a presentation by Dr. Kipezi. That session, we want to combine it. This is the presentation that we were supposed to have it at 12:45 to 1. That is the interactive questions and answer session, which was to be led by Dr. Kipezi. We are going to move that presentation to today's presentation at 11 to 1, when we are having a plenary discussion where we were hoping to look at financing. So it will come there, we'll combine the 2. Then the other presentation that we are going to have today, we are going to listen to Dr. Charles Hopkins. Then we also have the president of the African RCE, who did not make it to this meeting, but he's going to talk to us. He sent us a video. We are also going to listen to that. So once again, I want to recognize the RCEs that are represented here. We have RCE Mina from Nigeria. Are they in the house? Yes, maybe if you can stand so that members can see you. And we want to welcome you. And also for purposes of interactions, we want to hear at tea break what happens there in Nigeria. Then we also have RCE Greater Eastern Uganda, Dr. Adama. Dr. Adama is here. You don't want to appreciate them, please? Then we also have Tanzania in the house. Tanzania. Are they here? Okay, they are not here, but when they come, we will let them know. And of course, we have UNU. They are also in the house. Yeah, and of course, the Ministry of Environment of Japan. So those are the people who have come from outside who make this meeting to qualify to be a regional meeting. Once again, please kindly do register for the excursions for logistical purposes. I think Abed is behind there. Abed, please. Yes. And then again, I don't know how many of you remember to carry the water bottle. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, at least we learned. From yesterday, we learned something because we have to practice this gospel that we talk about, right? So from today, please be carrying your water bottle so that we can also learn and change. We don't expect people to change when us, we also don't change. We have to minimize the plastic that we release to the environment. However, If you did not carry, okay, for those who carried the water bottle, we have 2 water dispensers at the back. You can serve from there. But if you did not, we are also trying to, we'll also put there some bottles of water. You can also pick when you are thirsty. We are sorry about yesterday, we didn't make that arrangement. We apologize for that, but today there is some provision for you. Otherwise, I want to thank you. Daktari, then we can go on and have the video to start off with. I think I also need to mention that we have University of Eldoret, DVC, Professor Aburu will be here. He'll also be making a presentation. So we have those 3 presentations before we break for the sessions.
You can load a small video. He was to be a speaker here. Professor Hopkins has worked a lot in this area of education for sustainable development, but due to some last minute hitches, he wasn't able to travel. So he recorded a short video. So could you please, I think it's only 5 minutes. Could you please?
Dear colleagues, I thank you so much for the invitation to be with you at this year's RCE conference there in Nairobi. And I regret we just could not work out the logistics. As many of you know, I was involved in the creation of the RCE concept, and I served many years on the Ubuntu advisory body. I've been a really firm advocate for the centers and their contribution to a more sustainable future. In 2001, in Lüneburg in Germany, I met Hans von Ginkel. He was the rector of the United Nations University. And we met at the European University Alliance for Sustainability Conference. We shared our frustration, remember, on the lack of progress being made by world leaders and their nation states. They were locked into negotiations, each seeking the best deal for their own citizens, their own corporations, and even the political advantage for themselves in the next election. Hans was also aware of the diversity of worldviews and perspectives around the world, regarding environment and development. And he was very sensitive as to how ESD itself needed to be constructed locally to reflect these perspectives, developing the content and the pedagogy to fit local needs. Von Ginkel saw an opportunity, though, in 2002, when we met in Johannesburg at the World Summit on Sustainable Development, that huge gathering 10 years after Rio, when the United Nations decade on education for sustainable development was being developed. Once the decade was launched, each UN agency was asked to develop a contribution to the decade. And von Ginkel launched the regional centers idea as a United Nations university contribution. It was to focus on the contribution of education, of research, training, and the enhancement of public understanding of sustainability, and to engage all levels of education, formal, non-formal, even informal where it's possible, and to build knowledgeable responses to local sustainability needs. The idea was to skip and could eradicate the self-centered negotiation steps and to bring accurate knowledge of local planning committees, local government, university researchers, and others into the hands of the wide spectrum of community educators. elementary, secondary, preschool, post-secondary, technical and training facilities, etc. That vision that began with 7 sites has now grown to approximately 180 RCEs. In fact, UNESCO's ESD for 2030, that implementation roadmap, has identified our RCE program as a key element of priority action number 5 on accelerating local actions. His second vision, though, was for RCEs to collectively create a global learning space where the learnings of individual RCEs could be pooled to address sustainability issues, not only in the local, but in the global context, adding considerable insights to global approaches. This meeting and the 3 other regional conferences are all important parts of this RCE global learning space. And I really wish I was there to listen, to learn, and I know to scheme, right? At any rate, I wish you well with the conference, and I hope to be with you at some point in the future. And I thank you for this opportunity to share my hopes for a remarkable conference. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Hopkins in absentia, one of our very own in the colleague. So next clip, we'll have a short video from the African RCE president. He also honored us by sharing a video. And of course, as is in the African tradition, when presidents speak, we listen, right? Yes, so this is the African RCE president, so no less. So. She's the winner.
Officials of the Kenyan government and NEMA Kenya, all other protocols duly respected, fellow RCE colleagues from all over Africa and the world, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel very honored to welcome you all to this 12th African Regional RCE meeting, hosted by RCE Greater Nairobi at the Kenyatta University Conference Center, Nairobi, Kenya. As president of the African RCE Network, I was anxiously looking forward to being with you all during this meeting and in person too. But due to circumstances beyond my control, I can only make it to this meeting online. I am very delighted that we are able to have an in-person meeting for our African RCEs again. Our last African RCE regional meeting was held from the 5th to the 7th of August 2019 in Liengu, Eswatini. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic and all its challenges, which amongst others inhibited the possibility of gatherings of this nature. The theme of this year's regional meeting is Role of African RCEs in Climate Action. And it saddles us once more with the task of coming together as African RCEs to brainstorm and deliberate on how best we can ascertain our relevance as regional centers of expertise towards climate action in our respective communities. The envisaged working sessions intended for discussions on how to strengthen linkages and engage with regional and national governments on climate change and SDGs should be seen as a great opportunity for coming out with strategies on giving RCEs better recognition and attention from governments and other multilateral organizations. General visibility, awareness of the African RCE network and its work, keeping RCEs active all through the year, fostering collaboration of all sorts between African RCEs, reporting and communicating success stories, and others still remain some of the key challenges which need to be addressed. I would love to laud the effort put in place to make this meeting go on hybrid so that those of us who are not able to make it in person can also attend online. Permit me conclude by expressing my deep appreciation to RCE Greater Nairobi, NEMA Kenya, the Kenyan RCE Network, and UNUIAS for working together to make this 12th African RCE regional meeting a reality. Once more, I say a big welcome to everyone and wish us all happy deliberations. Thank you.
A good clap for the president. Good. We are moving on well. We are covering the things that we lost yesterday. Now, a very special moment. Yesterday there was reference to COP27, that this is coming at a good time post COP27. But many of us did not go to COP27. We were just following in the news and all that. So how about an opportunity to listen to someone who actually went to COP27? Right? And this is the opportunity. We have none other. We are really honored to have Dr. Anne Omabia. She's the Deputy Director Programs, Climate Change Coordinator at NEMA. So a warm applause to Dr. Anne. So if Africa succeeded or failed, if Africa did not get money that we needed, so those are questions for yes, we have many questions for you. Do they have your slide? Have you shared? Okay. Oh, flash. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is your laptop able to plug directly? That would be faster. Can I have a laptop? Oh, it's. Eh? Oh, so you prefer that she sends by or WhatsApp or whatever? What is faster for you? Perfect. Yes. No, she has a save it directly. Email. Yeah? Okay. Yesterday, as we load the slide, I want someone from who went to the youth session. A volunteer who was in the youth session. And as this is loading, you tell us in one sentence, what was your takeaway in the youth session? Someone who went to the youth session, someone who went to the youth session. There was a whole session on empowerment of the youth. Oh, please. Empowering the youth was to be one of the major takeaways of this conference. So yes, okay, here you go. So tell us your name, where you're from, and what was your takeaway empowerment message yesterday?
Good morning, delegates. All protocol observed. My names are Dr. Georgine Kemboy, come from University of Eldoret, North Rift, RCE. Yesterday I went to the youth, thematic area of the youth, and one takeaway message that I learned is that youth are young and they are energetic, and they have passion for climate action, and therefore we need to bring them on board. The question that was asked was, all the presenters that are presented were elderly, and the youth were asking, where do we meet between the fact that the experienced people are elderly and them as the youth, they are more energetic and they have the innovative ideas. So where do we meet? So maybe today we are going to answer that question. Thank you.
Very good question, very good message. So Dr. Akipesi, you got that message? We are talking about empowering the youth, but we're not giving them a chance to present.
Yes. At least I remember presentations from the youth. Was it the same session? I think, Mr. Kibu, you are not a youth. I mean, I think there was another one too. There's a youth. The youth are talking and they are working, and we are very proud.
You know, in this country called Kenya, in this very, very beautiful country called Kenya, we have a statement in Swahili. We have a statement in Swahili that says, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa? In this country, a very popular statement that says, kazi kwa? Pesa kwa? Was there a quick translation? Hey, could you translate that? Hey, could you translate that, please? For those of us, what I just said.
Okay, typically whatever is saying that kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee means it is the youths who works, but money gets to the pockets of the elderly.
All right. Okay. Are we ready with the Carol? Are we ready? Okay, we move over to the STI. There was a very vibrant discussion. One of the participants whispered to me yesterday in the science, technology, and innovation, led by none other than Professor Mtudu here. If you went to the STI session, we saw a lot of technology. So what was your takeaway message there? Why is this technology not solving this problem? Why are we seeing so many technologies but just on display? We are not seeing them making real impact there. So if you went to this STI discussion, please, do we blame Professor Mtudu or what do we do? So someone, if you went to the STI group, please, don't be afraid. Please don't be afraid of Professor Mtudu. He's a good guy. So, okay, here we have your name, your affiliation, and tell us about the STI.
I'm Dr. Moria Mugambi from Kenya Methodist University, Eastern RCE. The youth, the session I went to was we observed quite some good technology, especially on cooling and also on usage of solar as food kiosks in the open market. One of the problems that we observed, and also we had somebody from Eldoret talking about traditional medicine. Some of the issues that came up was on assistance of the traditional medicines to actually get the registration and also work with some people to develop their area of the traditional medicine. And one of the things that came up was actually the whole process of authenticating and one of us indicated about the process that takes place on getting this whatever it is that the people come up with, to get them to know it's an expensive process of authenticating the medicinal chemicals. So it's quite a process, and those people really need a lot of assistance in terms of technology and especially on equipment. The other one on what somebody gave us a very good information on technology to cool. And one of the things is on, of course, is a high tech, especially on the batteries, the battery lives. And all these things require quite a bit of assistance in terms of technology to get them to the next level. But something is being done, and these are local initiatives. So I think we have we are progressing, and I think we found that there were some fairly good innovations that these people are coming up and are in use. At the moment they are in use, but they need to be upgraded and make them even, and especially during the COVID movement of vaccines to different areas. And you know the problem of loss of vaccines because they couldn't be cooled, and you have to use them, and also in hospitals for the general vaccine. So I think it's very, very good, and I think we are making progress, and I think it should be upgraded. And I think this kind of sessions of networking for some of these people to find partners, you know, to be able to move these things forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. A big applause for Dr. for that. Yeah, we all know that in this country we have a big challenge. One being the huge disconnect between, very, very huge disconnect between innovations in academia and production in the industries and deployment in the field where they're needed. So those are our supply gaps that need to be filled. Then finally, I'm told there is one group that went, and there's no discussion that happened there. None. There's that group, I'm told that group, there's no discussion that happened. So if you're from that group, this is your chance to vindicate yourself. I can see the chair of that group is not very far from me, she's to my right. And this is the livelihood group. So if you're into the livelihood group, can you vindicate that some discussion took place? The chair, I know the chair is very close to me. Otherwise, then the feedback that came from the is no discussion that happened. So, no, you are the chair. So we want a non-chair. We know the chair will defend himself. So okay, let's get a vindication. So tell us your name. Oh, there's no. There's no. Can I cross borders? Let me cross borders. Yes. If it's come from across the border, then we shall believe it. A big applause from Uganda. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say that there was a very lively discussion. Actually, it was one of the most interesting to me for the first time, because there were new ideas which were brought to reality. I want to say it was like a presentation which was live, and we could see the solutions, and which were testified by some of the people. So that was one of the most lively to me. I was also one of the presenters there, but I saw, particularly there was one for hydrant, which I think we provided a very interesting solution. I've never heard of that. I think those who did not attend that session need to come and learn more, because it is a technology I've never heard of. And I want to say that was very lively. And secondly, I also saw a situation where some youth had some concept which they apply, particularly in cold chain, in supporting the people, avoiding waste of, say, through, say, the food chain. I think that was very, very interesting to put it in action, and it is working, and they're employing others. And then lastly, use of our resources to make fertilizers. I think that was the most interesting, which we don't need to have a rocket science. That's what we need in our RCE. Thank you very much.
I think now we are ready for Dr. Anne here, so we are set. Are you presenting from there, or you're moving to there? Yeah, we have many questions for you, so it's good you at the podium. Yes, up there, yeah. Up there at the podium. Yeah, please, kindly, yeah. There, or you can you there or you?
It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
Good morning.
Yeah, we'll come to you. We'll come to you. Let's go to you.
I can hear my echo. Allow me to mute this so that, am I allowed to mute, Madam Ruth? I mute on this computer? Okay. Technology often intimidates all of us. And can you hear me? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Nyatichi Omambia. I work for the National Environment Management Authority, and I'm privileged to be here to be with you. I'm a KU alumni. As I was coming, I saw my 3 hostels, 2 at a go and 1 I'll have to visit. I joined Kenyatta University in 1995. But officially began in 1996 because of comrade power, because we came for a week, were oriented. When the regulars came, that is when the boom was being phased out and HELB was starting. That is the university loan. The regular students 2nd to 4th year were not happy with that government decision, and therefore there was mass action and we went home. And began university in 1996 officially. So I'm one of those who stayed home for 3 years waiting to start university, but we caught up. And coming to KU is always nostalgic. An environment science major, environmental planning and management minor in KU. I later on proceeded to do other things. And I specialized in climate change mitigation, more specifically carbon capture and storage, in geo-sequestration, or what we call CCS, carbon capture and storage, a very controversial agenda item in climate change negotiations, where we do deep well injection of carbon dioxide into saline waters over 1,000 kilometers below ground as one of the mitigation options to address climate change. In NEMA, I do many things. Principally, I'm an environmental scientist and about a week old in the programs and partnerships section or division, as you could call it. I hope my slides are moving. Thank you, God. And I'm sure you are introduced about NEMA. We have a very broad mandate to coordinate and supervise matters related to the environment and to advise government on environmental policies. And we hope and anticipate with our vision to be a world-class environment authority. And in that regard, we are making baby steps or significant steps towards being a world-class environment authority. And I think we're proud of ourselves for having been the African Regulator of the Year this year and the UNEP Person of the Year runners-up position. I think you were briefed about this, and that is a very monumental step towards being a world-class environment authority. We hope to win another award in due course for other significant milestones we have made. And our objective or our mission comes from the Constitution of Kenya, which gives everybody a right to a clean and healthy environment, just like we have a right to life and other rights. The right to a clean and healthy environment has been cascaded into many constitutions, and Kenya is one of those. But that right does not end there. It comes with an obligation. And the second part of this right to a clean and healthy environment states that, and the duty to cooperate with state organs and others to keep it so. So before you ask for your right, We ought to have cooperated to keep a clean and healthy environment. So I'll delve down into climate change, a very huge, amorphous topic, a science which has many skeptics, but also which over time we have come to know that is actually true. The convention which created this in 1992, during the Rio Earth Summit, 4 conventions were birthed. And this was out of the cry and the evidence that was seen in the environment that 4 things were going wrong. The chemicals were too much. So the UN POPs were started. That is with regards to pollutants, persistent organic pollutants. The desert margins were increasing. Aridity was not decreasing, but instead converting into desertification. And therefore the Convention on Combating Desertification was birthed, the UNCCD. Biodiversity loss was increasing also. And therefore the UNCBD, the United Nations Convention to address biodiversity loss was started. The convention is actually having its 15th conference starting next week in Montreal. And also that the climate was changing. The international organization that monitors meteorology, that is World Meteorological Organization, and UNEP were among the 2 institutions that were able to prove unequivocally through corroborated research that indeed the climate was changing. And we know that the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, which was born out of those 2 organizations, the IPCC, won an award for having shown the world that the climate was changing and needed to do something. So the convention defined climate change as such, that it is a change in the climate which is attributed. So attribution is key as a word, directly or indirectly to human activity. So the change that we are seeing in the climate is as a result of us, what we are doing, and that whatever we are doing is altering the composition of the atmosphere globally. And this particular change is in addition to the natural variability. So in the natural world as created by God, there was variability, but now activities have altered the composition of the atmosphere. And because of that, we have increased our vulnerability. And we say that our system is vulnerable by the fact that it is susceptible to or unable to cope with. So as a country, we are drought prone and flood prone, but predominantly drought prone because of our position in the Great Horn of Africa, where our drought cycle used to be 12 to 10 years. Now it reduced gradually to every 5 years. I think now in Kenya, we're almost annually. And I know other countries have similar challenges with flooding. Those from Pakistan, we know the devastating effects that Pakistan has had in the recent 1 month. And that was one of the clarion calls that led to the push for the Loss and Damage Fund at the conference of parties that was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, early this month, to establish a fund to address the losses and damage as a result of adverse impacts of climate change. Therefore, if the climate is changing, we need to adapt to the change, and therefore adaptation is coping with it. And the most important thing, you not only cope, but you build resilience such that over time, even if you face a similar impact, you are able to come out of it with minimum losses and damage. And mitigation is what we call trying to human interventions to address the cause of the problem. And the cause of the problem is increase in emissions. So climate change is blamed is as a result of increase of greenhouse gas emissions coming from all our activities. And these gases have the ability to trap energy, they absorb and remit infrared radiation. And these emissions, or their precursors, so we have what we call precursor greenhouse gas emissions, such as increase in short-lived climate pollutants. We know we have black carbon, and we also have ozone and others. Therefore, these precursors as they interact together with other greenhouse gases, they are able to change the composition of the atmosphere and therefore absorb and remit infrared radiation, therefore trapping heat. Adverse effects of climate change are those which are deleterious to us, and they affect how we operate in our socioeconomic systems. And therefore, as a mitigation person, I mentioned that I'm a mitigation expert, we try to solve that. So in climate change mitigation, you always hear 3 keywords: sources of emissions, the reservoirs, or what you call those of the gases, and the sinks. So those are the 3 keywords which we deal with in mitigation. So what happened at COP? The Conference of Parties is held annually, except during the COVID year, where we missed the 2020 cycle, but it was held virtually. We had climate dialogues. No decisions were taken because of obvious challenges of working virtually across a globe with different time zones. Meetings, the first week were held at the American time. The second week they were held in the East African time, and the third week they were held in the South Pacific time, which was quite challenging because you'd find that the meeting would start at 3 a.m. when it was whatever time zone. And it was a struggle even for internet connectivity for many countries, including ourselves, even though we have tried to enrich ourselves in teleconnectivity. But it was felt that no decisions could be taken virtually, and therefore a conference of parties was convened physically in Glasgow, in Scotland last year, where decisions were taken. The African group of negotiators and other developing countries belong to a negotiating group known as the Group of 77 and China. And this particular group this year was chaired by Pakistan. And the Pakistan minister in the final moments said this very powerful statement, that vulnerability should not be a death sentence. And that is what we are seeing even here in Kenya. We have not come out of our drought. We have seen death in diverse forms: plants, animals, humans, and different types of biota. And due to the drought and the fact that we are climate vulnerable. Kenya is a climate vulnerable member. We have an association known as Climate Vulnerable Countries or Climate Vulnerable Forums. And these countries which are membership here are protected by the convention and has defined what a climate vulnerable country is. One, it has a low-lying coast, or it is drought prone, or it is flood prone, or the poverty index will determine the vulnerability, or is heavily dependent on the natural resource base, or is highly mountainous, among others. So if you look at Article 3 and Article 4 of the convention, they define what a climate vulnerable country is. So at the final moments, the Conference of Parties was meant to end on Friday, the 18th of November. But unfortunately, we never had agreements on so many agenda items. For those of us who had returned tickets, and it had been such a challenge to get tickets even to go to Sharm el-Sheikh, some of us, a huge percentage of people who had attended the conference had to come before the conference closed, because we knew that if you left on Saturday evening, by then you assumed that everything would have actually closed. But as in the recent 4 COPs now, the conferences have tended to drag beyond the normal time limit. And the conference closed early 20th of the Sunday morning at around 8:30 in the morning, meaning the negotiations, we were doing them 24 hours in the final weeks. And those are some of the challenges which developing countries face, because you go as small delegations for whatever reason, either financial or technical or a combination of all that. And therefore you're not able to work in shifts as other highly developed countries are able to do. They would work in shifts. So even though somebody worked from 8 to 7 p.m. and was tired, the discussions or the flag would be represented overnight by somebody else who is fully briefed. But in small delegations, especially, we find like the small island nations and least developed countries, and even countries like ourselves, for whatever reason, or either visa issuances, like for example, when we were going to Glasgow, there was a major challenge to get the UK visa to go. there was a very big challenge to be able to attend. So what were the key outcomes? The key outcomes that came out of the negotiations, one was that in Glasgow last year, there was a major decision that was taken to phase down unabated coal power and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Why? Greenhouse gases are largely come out of combustion and use of fossil fuels. And the usage of fossil fuels, all the types of fossil fuels, have increased the major 7 greenhouse gases. And also that is from the energy sector. From the agriculture and land use sector, most of the emissions that have come are attributed to that sector include methane, nitrous oxides, and carbon dioxide, depending on the type of agricultural practice, including slash and burn. And then we also have another major sector, which is the industrial processes, where we have the HFCs, which are used there, the nitrogen trifluoride, the NF6, all these gases are part of the major 7 greenhouse gases. That is carbon dioxide, methane, the nitrous oxide, HFCs, NF3, and SF6. So all these gases have come from all these activities which you do on the industrial part. So in terms of reporting, when you report as a country, we report in 5 major sectors. The first sector being energy, including transport, which is a major contributor of greenhouse gases. For us as a country in Kenya, our major emissions come from the agriculture, forestry, and land use sector. And therefore, our greatest intervention as we discuss climate change here is to reduce emissions in those sectors. Then we also report on our activities in the industrial products use. So there are industrial activities that contribute greenhouse gases, and the industrial products which we use that contribute greenhouse gases. And then we also report on waste management. And waste management, both solid waste and sewage. And depending on the management process done to the waste sector, different types of emissions may come. If there's proper methane management, then there will be reduction of methane emissions. And if there's poor management, then we have nitrous oxides, and then we also have carbon dioxide, and where there's burning of waste. And we also have other dioxins and black carbon, which come through poor management of waste, and other constituent gases, which contribute to air pollution. So there was a call to phase out unabated coal power. But in the recent energy crisis, I am sure you have seen many developed countries have gone back to combusting their coal because of the energy crisis occasioned by the Russia-Ukraine war, and the fact that there was a slump during the COVID season in terms of industrial production and the current global economic crisis. So some of these countries, including China, the US, and Europe, have defended themselves for having gone back to combusting coal because of the energy crisis. But that notwithstanding, the climate is changing, and therefore the COP reiterated the call to phase down unabated coal power and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Some countries which are very rich in fossil fuel actually give fossil fuel subsidies where it encourages usage or it discourages adoption of cleaner technologies. Then there was guidance that was provided for the market mechanisms, carbon markets, as we are aware that the Paris Agreement, even though it came into place, there was significant delay. Welcome, Chair, Board of Management for NEMA. I will proceed. Thank you, sir. Then we also, a decision was also taken to specify modalities for the work program for markets and the non-markets, and also to continue dialogue on global stocktake. Every country submitted their commitments on what they will do to the Paris Agreement. Kenya submitted a nationally determined contribution. Other countries have done the same, committing that as a country in Kenya, we will reduce our emissions by 32% That's how my screen looks like, IT manager, but the screen there, okay. Okay, just to save on time, I will conclude by saying that negotiations took place on various agenda items: adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, climate finance, capacity building, and action for climate change, gender, and also other agenda items. There were also several side events under mitigation, which I was following together with several government officers, non-state actors, and private sectors. A decision was made. There were discussions on urgently scaling up mitigation ambition. And also we discussed methodological issues, how we are able to report, how we transparently monitor, verify our actions, which technologies or which metrics we use. So for example, in the financial sector globally, we use the US dollar. In climate change to report, we have a common metric, which is using a global warming potential to calculate our emissions using CO2 as an equivalence. So the currency is agreed to be all those 7 gases, you equate them to the US dollar known as CO2 equivalent, and we shall map our change over time using a 100-year time zone. Flexibility was given to countries that if you want to use a different metric, for example, countries who generate renewable energy, some of them have been saying that they want to use to report in terms of gigawatt hours, then you must convert that if I'm generating 4,000 gigawatt of energy from geothermal, how much equivalent is that to in terms of carbon emission reductions? So just to conclude, as a country, we have several projects in the carbon market space under the old market regime, which was known as the Kyoto Protocol, the Clean Development Mechanism, the voluntary carbon markets, the Japan Joint Carbon Credit Mechanism. And globally, over the years, this year, World Bank said that 84 billion revenue was generated from trading in carbon markets. Significant revenue, because Kenya's NDC, we have said that we require 63 billion to implement our climate actions. So if we can diversify to implement markets, then we'll be able to get money from the carbon markets. So why is a carbon market important? In the Paris Agreement, it is in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We made a commitment as a country to participate in markets. And as a country also, Kenya, we have 187 project activities, 20 are large-scale projects, and 167 are small-scale projects. We also have over 39 projects in the voluntary markets, and these are essential to our development. Just to give a map of some of the projects that we are familiar with, we are not too far away from Ngong. The Ngong Wind Power 5.1 megawatt project and the 13.6, those are CDM projects. We have the Jiko Okoa cookstoves, those are Clean Development Mechanism project. The 300 megawatts Turkana Wind Power project is a Clean Development Mechanism project. And we have Olkaria phase 1 to 5 in geothermal are Clean Development Mechanism. So as a country, decisions are out. We need to get ready to internalize them, to implement and put the structures in place to be able to gain from the milestones achieved in COP and get ready for the next COP, which shall be hosted by the United Arab Emirates. Thank you very much.
Round of applause. Please, kindly, if you could just take 2 questions. Well, can you take 2 questions while still at the podium? Okay. A word of applause for that presentation. We'll allow, after this presentation, we'll proceed to the parallel sessions so that we can conclude that. But before we go to the parallel session, could we kindly, she's gladly willing to take 2 questions. 2 questions, okay. We have one here. Identify yourself and make it short. We want a short question and a short response.
Okay, thank you. My name is Duncan Omwami from Kenyatta University, Department of Environmental Studies and Community Development. I was privileged to be at COP27 and there were 4 agenda items that were discussed. Dr. Could you please maybe elaborate to us quickly because you've only said something on mitigation and adaptation.
Okay, the second one.
Let's have the other question. Okay, good. Just your name briefly, where you're from, and a short question.
Thank you, Dr. I'm Mr. Fuller Stanley from Masai Technical. I just want to know about the use of or adaptation of electrical vehicles so that we reduce in the use of fossil fuels. Did it come up in COP27?
Okay, thank you very much. He asked about the other COP decisions. I mentioned the cover decisions, which covered maybe probably, if just in case I missed it, my initial slide, which was a cover decision, mentioned on the decisions taken on the major agenda items. That was decisions on adaptation, on mitigation, on loss and damage, on climate finance. There were over 60 agenda items, not just 4. I was specifically following those that related to mitigation. But there were decisions, we were in thematic groups as negotiators, and there were decisions taken on finance, which are more of procedural. The major Glasgow or Sharm el-Sheikh decision were those which related to loss and damage, those which related to carbon markets and the non-markets, those which related to scaling up ambition for mitigation, and those which related to advancing the global work on adaptation. We have a global goal on adaptation. There were also methodological decisions because these negotiations took place under the SAPSTA, which is the body that advises us on science and technology for climate change. On implementation, which is a subsidiary body for implementation, negotiations took place under the convention itself, which is the COP. There were negotiations which took place under the Kyoto Protocol, and there were also negotiations which took place under the Paris Agreement. All those had 15 agenda items subdivided into themes. And we were, as government negotiators, grouped in several groups. Due to the limitation of time, yesterday we spent over 9 hours sharing the results to the country, but we could not exhaust. It was a virtual meeting which was parallel to this. That's why I was not able to join you. But I want to assume that the recording will be available through the Ministry of Environment. We can share. And also the COP summary is available, which we can also share to members. The second question was with regards to electric vehicles. Yes, the climate change overall goal is to stabilize greenhouse gas emissions through adoption of climate smart technologies in all its totality, in whichever sector. So the promotion of electric vehicles was there. Yesterday, I saw that one of our bus companies in Kenya, I think it was on Monday, launched, piloted the usage of electric buses in Kenya. Actually, the host country used electric buses to ferry the many delegates to and fro during the over 14 days that the conference took place. So that is one of the clarion calls for adoption of green technologies, and the same to climate smart technologies and other renewable technologies is a standing call within the climate change space. I hope that is able to address the concern. Thank you very much. I'll stop here because our dignitaries are here to allow for the proceedings to continue. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. And she's still around, so if there's a question that was not addressed, she'll be happy to have a one-on-one clarification with you. We wish to acknowledge the NEMA board, Mr. Mugai, the chair. Thank you very much. Mr. Board member, Molila board member, thank you for coming. Yes. Yes, Professor Philip Rabulu, DVC. University of where's the DVC? Where's the DVC? DVC has left. Okay, we'll acknowledge him when he comes. Okay. Now we are at a critical juncture. Things are shaping up. we want to continue with where we left off, because the real discussions are very, very good. We are in Africa. For those of us who go to these wedding ceremonies, we know the real event of getting the girl doesn't happen at the plenary. The real event of getting the girl happen in the backdoor negotiations, right? In the plenary is just to almost confirm what has been agreed on. So we want to, this is we are doing it the African style. We're doing it the African style. So we cannot have all the discussion in this plenary. So we want to retreat back to our breakaway sessions that we started yesterday. And may I kindly request the chairs to stand up? Because yesterday we had Dr. Otieno, please stand up. This is, yes, please. This is for the, yesterday I was being asked. So she is leading the climate change education, and the session is here. We have Professor Mutudu, continue with the chair, science and technology. Yes, we have the chair for, am I missing the chair? Who was the chair for? Huh? Dr. Saina, where Dr. Saina has gone? He's around, I think Dr. Saina is around, and then we have the last one is, yes, Dr. Jadida is here for the livelihoods, right? Livelihoods, yes. Oh, youth, sorry, youth, sorry for misallocating you. Dr. Saina is just here. Oh, he's just coming with the VC, yes. A word of applause for the DVC. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes. I can give you my seat temporarily. Just take a seat here. Yeah. Yes, because we'll have your session. We are deeply honored to have the DVC. Please, another word of applause for the DVC to have made this time to join us. These are the top brains that we need, and they are coming just at the right time, so that once we come back from the parallel discussions, as they'll help us, that's what professors do very well. That's what professors do. They're very good in synthesizing information into concrete outcomes, and that's the work of professors. So they're coming just at the right time. So without further ado, let's kindly walk to our parallel session, the same rooms as we were before, as we were yesterday. Then after that, we'll try and keep time with the chairs and the rapporteurs. This is just going to be 45 minutes, so we finalize, then reconvene here. As we reconvene, we'll take a cup of tea and then come back to the plenary session. So thank you very much. Let's proceed to the plenary sessions. WCK, education is here. Education is here. Education session is here. The room for education session is here. You're the one with, which was your group? Eh? Dr. Sena, was that the hall 2 or? I think it's hall 2, yeah. Yes.
Let me confirm.
She has a song she would like to sing for us.
She already shared it with us.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you give her a chance to be playing.
Oh, you already have it?
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. That makes it easier. Okay.
Wakupenda we wajua, moyo wangu wakuinua, tazama kwa kinywa changu na kusifu Baba yangu, upendo wangu mimi nakupa Baba, umeiweza roho yangu Yesu, umeiweza, umeiweza roho yangu Yesu, umeiweza, umeiweza roho yangu Yesu, umeiweza, umeiweza roho yangu Yesu, umeiweza. Tumeuona
I'm David Chawo. I'm a lead scientist for climate change programs at Strathmore University and the International Foundation for Science Representative in Africa. COP27 is here in Egypt at Sharm el-Sheikh. It's a big time season in the African region, but also a very important signature for African leaders. Climate change has really had hard effects in African countries. You're aware of the current shortfalls in terms of rains going on in the Sahel region and the unpredictable rainfall patterns that are going on in East Africa. You're aware of the drought in Somalia. You're aware of drought in Kenya.
Good morning, everybody.
Every part of Africa today.
You're welcome today to this session, climate change, sustainability, environmental education, sustainability and climate change education, though we are now preferring to call it climate action. And therefore, we have a few presentations that we were not able to accommodate yesterday. And please just on up if you are not able. I think you're one of the presenters. We will give you time. Is there somebody else who was supposed to present yesterday also and who was not able? Just a little recap of what happened yesterday. We gave a global perspective of climate change education, looking at the global frameworks, and also looking at some regional frameworks, because for Africa, we have our African priorities. At the back, I hope you are with us. We have our African priorities, and those African priorities also need to be contextualized to our to several country contexts. And we realized that in Kenya, we have got a number of environmental education policy frameworks as well. We were happy that the UN has helped us develop a climate change education learning strategy, they're calling it. And that therefore is guiding learning, climate change learning at all levels of education, starting with primary, secondary, and even higher institutions of learning. And so that is guiding, but still, because we come from different regions, it's very important that we contextualize whatever policies we have. And we then got some case studies. We got a case study from Embu, talking about small-scale farmers and how climate change has impacted them and how they need more intensive education and training. We also got a presentation on the role of RCEs in promoting climate action. A lady, I think she's here, who has done her PhD on the role of RCEs using the ESD framework. But we had a challenge in that she needs to update that framework because we have a new ESD 2030 framework, which is the most current and which needs to guide our learning. And so that's where we were yesterday. Without really wasting so much time, we have two presentations. Catherine, you have one, and we have a gentleman that also has one. Also, yes. So Jacqueline also has a presentation. Edward, David, and Jacqueline. Is there an order? No.
Thank you, Dr. Tieno. Thank you for stepping in. I just want to ask that you give your presentations to the digital team here so that we save on time. Thank you.
So can we have the first presentation? Catherine, you're ready? Jacqueline, please feel free to come up on stage. Yeah, so they will project it, but to save on time, just begin talking using your com. Thank you.
Okay.
How much time do we have? Is it 1 hour today? 1 hour. So if we have 4 presentations, 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Well, I'd be given 15. I
15.
tried to. Okay.
Because then we
It's
may
all
have
right.
some questions for you.
Sure.
Yeah, to accommodate that. 12 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. My name is Jacqueline Nyerere from the School of Education here at Kenyatta University, and I'm leading a project on transforming universities for a changing climate under the Green Education Hub that was recently launched here at Kenyatta University. So the project on transforming universities for a changing climate, for some of you who were here in the morning, you probably had some video presentation talking about the project. It's implemented in several countries. We started with implementation of this project in 4 countries: Kenya, Fiji, Brazil, and Mozambique. And of course, we had a participation of one of the universities in the UK, because the project is funded by the UK Research Innovation. The project had 3 components: a research component having a survey with the students, and also a qualitative case study looking at some of the initiatives and interventions that universities in Kenya and in other countries are undertaking to respond to matters climate change. We also had a process through participatory action research group. Here in Kenya, we have 3 universities participating in the project: Kenyatta University, collaborating with the Kenya Methodist University and Kisii University. In each of these universities, we had group members or involving stakeholders, diverse stakeholders, both from the university. And when we talk about universities, not just faculty, but also involves management as well as students. We have the participation of NEMA as part of the team. In the group, we have NGOs participating in this and other intergovernmental organizations. But essentially, the idea is to have as many views and input in terms of interventions that universities should undertake to respond to climate change. So the participatory action research process was preferred because then it removes us from the CSR approach to have involvement of all those affected and those that are proposing solutions, researchers in the process, to come up with interventions that are useful. So I'm going to, because of the time, I'm only going to talk about the survey, because it will be of interest to know what we have discovered from the survey. And the survey was essentially interested in identifying the students' experiences and engagement in climate change and action. So the survey was taken was undertaken in the 3 universities participating, but it was a survey that also involved that also involved universities in other countries as well. So here at Kenyatta University, Kisii University, and Kenya Methodist University, we sampled 3,000 students, and from the 3,000 students, we ensured, of course, a balance across disciplines to see or to understand what their experiences are and their engagement in this process. So the students' learning experiences, we realized that students are learning something about climate change, but they would like to learn more. So they indicated that they have some exposure within the universities through various programs. Others said it is through their class regular curriculum exposure, but also others said it's through activities that they engage in, like community service, but they would like to learn more. But there are those who are learning, but they are not satisfied with the knowledge they're exposed to. And also there are those who are satisfied with the knowledge that they're exposed to. You would notice that because of the different faculties, because of the different disciplines, there are students, of course, who are more in the fields of environmental education, who have more exposure. And there are those students in other faculties who have not had a chance to be exposed to knowledge on climate change. We also were interested in understanding how often the students hear about climate change. There are those who said that it's at least once a semester and on campus. There are those who said once in the academic year, once a month. And so we intended to see how much climate change content is reflected in our curriculum. And to see this, we wanted to see how often these students encounter content and knowledge on climate change. We're also interested in knowing the extent the topics are, that they learn address climate change in the curriculum. There are those, or majority said is to a moderate extent, learning about the role of society education towards fighting climate change, learning about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts. So, but across these knowledge brackets, you realize that it is just to a moderate extent and largely once a semester. We also wanted to understand their activities they're engaged in, either as groups or individuals, the outreach activities, and we discovered that many of them have participated in community activities like social work, garbage or waste management, cleanup exercises that many of our students engage in. That's what we discovered is more engagement practice. Also, implementation of sustainability measures for society. Some of them indicated that they actually participate in some of these efforts at home, and they participate at community level in their communities. And we have developed some of the videos. So we are gathering some videos from them indicating some of the efforts that they are undertaking as students out there in the community. So for the outreach activities related to climate change, of course, we've talked about the community activities, the social work activities, but we also wanted to understand where they actually get this information, where is the source of information for most of our students. The sources of information, I think we are not moving at the same pace. The sources of information is through the media. So the young people indicated that actually get to know this more from the media, from the internet, and from the television and newspapers. but also through family and activities in different universities. So you realize that students, because of their engagements and activities, they do get to understand, or they do get to learn from not just with information that is available within their own institutions, but from friends in other campuses. And through this and from the experiences we gathered from the students, how much they're exposed to matters climate change, and the differences we discovered, because of time I could not highlight all that the students expressed and the disaggregation across faculties, we realized that there is need to have at least some content that is exposed to as many students within campuses as possible. So the three universities working separately, they still came up with a curriculum intervention. Here at Kenyatta University, we reviewed the Growing Leaders curriculum, which is a course that is offered to all final year students to prepare them for leadership after campus. And we thought that understanding matters climate change and taking leadership on that is also part of what they should be prepared in. And we also came up with an intervention working to raise awareness on climate matters within campus, and we hope to spread this out of campus. The hub was launched in May this year, and this was also as an effort to have students take action or take a front space in terms of acting on climate matters. They have been creating some artwork. If you've been able to check the booths, you'd realize a lot of art materials that students themselves have prepared. The videos and documentaries that we are developing, part of the clip that we shared here in the morning, Lincoln, I see him taking photos here, is the one who is behind that. And we have several students, ambassadors, over 200, who have signed up to take the efforts. We do have Green Education Days every end of the month, last Friday of the month, during which students learn and also create awareness on matters climate change. So the next slide, please. I wanted to just show you some of the avenues through which we communicate this. The launch, what you see there as the first picture, is the launch of the Green Education Day. We involved students, even our primary section here. And for KEMU, for instance, the interventions also involve working with university students, school children, to start nurturing that talent from that. So we do also communicate through our television. Kenyatta University, we are privileged to have a television. So we do communicate that. Our researchers are hosted to talk about these events. We have also students who participate in this through publications and other means of communication. We have a Twitter account, and of course, we also have a YouTube channel through which we try to communicate this information. I moved to opportunities because I'm running out of time. So I've talked about the Green Education Days. So the opportunities, which is the next slide, we realize that we do have an opportunity, of course, being universities, we have the opportunity to reach as many students as possible, graduating several thousands in a year. And so reviewing courses to mainstream climate change would help and encourage students, or will encourage future generations to understand and take action on climate change. We see that there is opportunity in creating partnerships and to work together towards this common goal. As it's seen as a crisis, it's now an opportunity to work with partners on these roles. Supportive policies, we have a good policy framework, and some of the policies touch on the need to include this in our education processes. Of course, we have some challenges, including the capacity challenges. The interviews we've done with school deans indicate that some schools would like to review content, but then they say, who is going to teach this content? So some of these inadequate funding and financial challenges also form part of the challenge that we have. So as I said, the project is funded by the UK RI under the Global Challenges Foundation, and these are the partner universities. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Keep the questions if you have some. Next. We're running out of time. We'll give you 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Yes. Oh, 20 minutes for the whole session. Five minutes. Sorry.
5 minutes.
Just
Can I start sharing the screen while the other participant is sharing? Can you please unshare? Stop sharing. Okay. I want to stick to 5. So what I want to report on is our activities in the Central RCE. My name is Dr. Mostolengo. I'm a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University, and I'm also the secretariat for the Central RCE. I hope you can see. Okay. Thank you. So I'll be very brief. What we want to see is the role of RCE in climate action, and we want to see what we have done in the Central Rift. I want to go through this. I want to let you know that through the ACD, we allow every human to acquire knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values necessary to shape sustainable future. We aim to promote competence like critical thinking, imagining the future scenarios, and making decisions in a collaborative way, motivate and empower learners to change their behavior and take action for sustainable development. As the Central Rift and also participation of the university, we have been able to establish botanical gardens. We have been able to do about 10,000 indigenous trees. We have supported value chain activities such as coffee packaging, yogurt making. We have also we have collaborated with the KEFRI, KWS, KFS, and I want to emphasize KEFRI and KFS because this year they have been able to set aside in their budget to help us do a reforestation in Tanyai Forest. We are talking about 100 hectares. If you have been around Tanyai Forest, you know that it was destroyed completely. And with a partnership with KEFRI, they have been able to set aside a budget to help us ensure that we take back the water tower to the East Former State. We are partnered with the KFS, and that's why we have been able to adopt the Tanyai is now part of Dedan Kimathi University ecosystem. We have actively engaged in Muringato Rua in terms of management of that river environment ecosystem. We have also ensured that we establish bamboo tree nurseries. We have operationalized environmental sustainability policy within the university and with the partners that we are working with very closely. During our 6th international conference, we're able to showcase a number of quality work that's being done in terms of environmental sustainability. We have initiated developing a green university, and that's why part of the Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park is under the greening process right now. And our biosystem also, we have initiated the greening system. We have enhanced to a higher level. We have also engaged actively with the Muringato Rua in the environmental conservation efforts and restoration and tree nurseries. Currently, we are having over 20,000 seedlings that we are doing. And also along the Muringato River, we have initiated the bamboo, because we know once we plant the bamboo, we'll be able to conserve the water and the perspiration will not be so high. We have engaged the youth clubs in conservation. Almost every weekend, we are giving out seedlings to various schools, and our students are participating in planting trees across. We have changed from the issue of planting just trees. We are growing those trees. We ensure that wherever they are planted, they are watered. This year, we had the privilege to host the World Environmental Day and NEMA. And the trees that you planted, we want to report that we ensure all of them. We are doing about 78% success rate in growing. So that's part of, in as much as we had the dry season, the university was able to provide labor and provide resources to ensure that we employed people to water them. We have the challenges we have faced. Obviously, like climate change variability, we had a lot of elongated dry spell. And as I've told you, we had to mitigate that by employing people and ensuring that we deployed some resources to ensure those are met. We have obviously some low agricultural production and equatorial tourism opportunities. And these are things that all of us need to address as a community. So the objectives of this is to protect and conserve the natural resources. We are looking at building capacity for local communities, and that's why we're engaging with Muringato Rua. And also around Tanyai, we have reached out to the community to ensure that we are far. It's far from Nyeri, and unless we engage with the local communities, it becomes very difficult for us to have those things grow. We have established a whole network of partnerships to ensure that all the things that we're doing are well supported. These are some of the things that we are trying to see that has led to the problem that we have, for example, in Tanyai. Tanyai was a natural forest, but as today there's nothing, is because of some of these activities that you see that have been undertaken. So in this efforts, we have done a lot of reforestation. This part of what is going on currently. We are looking at ensuring that we have, by the end of this year, we have at least more than 30,000 trees grown. So in terms of conservation management, we are doing a lot of rehabilitation, as you can see in those pictures. And we are looking forward to ensure that we restore the biodiversity that we have around. We are partnering with a number of conservancies around. And as I'm telling you, the lower part where we're seeing those ships, those are the ships destroying the trees we normally plant at Tanyai. So in our effort right now, we are focused to partner with people to ensure that we have a fence around it to minimize this kind of problems. So those are some of the efforts that we are currently engaged in and actively participating in with the communities, trying to capacity build them, talk to them frequently, ensure that they can be able to manage the environment around. And our students are heavily involved in all these things that we are doing. It's a part of the groups that we are engaged in, partnerships that we have established over time. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, my name is Dr. Christine Owinyi from the Kenya Education Management Institute. Kenya Education Management Institute is the capacity building agency of the Ministry of Education in Kenya. So we are delighted to be here and to talk about what we are doing with model schools in Kenya. So the Kenya Education Management Institute has established 147 model centers for education for sustainable development. And I will just, because of the time limit, I will not be able to tell you everything about what we are doing across the country, because these model centers are all over the country. In every county, we have at least 2 model centers, starting from preschool through to university. And we are doing this with the Africa for SDGs. And I will just play this video for you to see the impact of what we are doing in the ESD model schools.
And 18. This is in response. The Kenya Education Management Institute has established 112 ESD model centers across the country since 2018. This is in response to the call to implement the ESD policy in the education sector in all learning institutions in the country. Africa for SDGs in Kenya has put in place initiatives to provide a renewed education agenda that is holistic and inspirational, leaving no youth behind, to enhance the ESD mentorship and coaching program. Following the excellent work going on in the ESD model centers across the country, Kenya Education Management Institute and Africa for SDGs has planned the ESD Awards for 2022 to reward students and schools for outstanding practices in local communities and schools who have challenged themselves to transform the world. The awards is a result of a continuous engagement of students in learning institutions on ESD and SDGs realization in the spirit of leaving no youth behind.
The learners were having low self-esteem, but once we started the program, their self-esteem started rising up. Even the people who are coming to see what we do here, they were very happy to see them doing the work. The learners have been improving day by day. Their parents are appreciating, the community around is appreciating after seeing the work they are doing. Even themselves, the learners, they are seeing their future bright.
The learners have come up with ideas. They have seen a gap or a challenge which is within their school, in their community, and they have taken it up. Through these ESG projects in the school, I've noted a lot of collaboration among the students, unity, the idea of passing on the knowledge which they have to others, and even to the community out there.
In briquette making, we are conserving paper waste because we realized that we produce a lot of paper waste in our school. So we decided to conserve it and make it into fuel, which we use in our school kitchen.
What inspires me is when I draw, I actually feel free. Like when I'm angry, if I draw this picture, I actually get free and happy.
I get very excited when I mentor these young girls and they go to university and they start their own businesses. It gives me a lot of joy.
We use the 2,000 that people pay for the admission to buy the machines that we use. So technically, it's kind of like a capital investment. It also breaks the monotony of like school is just reading and everything. It also brings the school to life. As you can see, we are explained to about the accessories.
We have programs for ESD, that tree planting at least once a term to maybe replace the ones that have been cut down. We also have bicycles riding to school. So most of our students use bicycles to come to school. So
we started enforcing the ban. And for those of you who are from this country, you know we had it generated a lot of interest, a lot of heat. But nevertheless, I think the government was very firm. So the ban was there to stay. And for quite, and that was 2017. We had a lot of fights with our colleagues, that is the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And at the end of the day, the government won. I remember they did go to court, and there was an appeal. After that, after the 2017 ban. I think, but I awareness that is, maybe we move to the next slide because the reasons of the ban are all there. Let's move. Next slide. That is, I've said that. Next. Yes, I want to talk about that appeal. You remember our friend Okia Omtata took that case, but the ban was stayed. And one thing that I wanted to highlight here is that the judges said that the benefits of the ban outweigh the harm. And I want us to underline that even as we live here. And it said that although some ordinary Kenyans could suffer social and economic losses, the plastic ban was for the common good. I want us to underline the word common good and the issue of the ban outweighing the cost. So sometimes as we are doing environmental management, we really have to look at critically at what is good. What is the common good for the people of Kenya? We really have to look at that because sometimes the harm is not as weighty as the common good. After that appeal, our partners now, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, I think I'm saying this knowing that we all belong to them in one way or another. We had to come to a round table. We had to now discuss. And together with the government led by the Ministry of Environment, we had a kind of a round table where each partner had some commitment. Kenya Association of Manufacturers now agreed to have a structured way of engaging on this issue of waste management. They agreed to develop what we call the extended producer responsibility schemes. Because after that, what happened is that after the ban, we had to license or to give permits to people who produce, who import, or who use plastic bags. And whenever we gave that permit, NEMA that is, you had to state what you are going to do with the end of life of that carrier bag. So we had to put in place extended producer responsibility. And that was the responsibility of the person who is either importing or using or manufacturing. So that was now the responsibility of CAM. And they also had to undertake cleanup activities. And that discussion did not only end there, it has, can I say, matured to the development of very key documents that are now guiding the issue of waste management in this country. And one of the key documents that was prepared was the National Solid Waste Management Policy. That policy was launched during UNEA 5.2, and it has several good things that are there. For example, the issue now we have to move to the
circular economy. Everybody now has to look at waste as a resource and not as if we go to the next slide, next, those challenges I think are there next. The role of public, it is clearly stipulated in that bit that right now, as a common person, you have to manage your waste. You have to source waste at source. You have to segregate waste at source. Next. The question is sustainable waste management in this country achievable? And it is yes, because we have to adopt a hierarchy way of managing waste. Next. Yes. We have to ensure that we prevent waste. We have to reduce. We have to recycle. Next. That is the same what I've said. Next. Yes. We have been used to a linear way of managing waste, where we produce, we market, we consume, and discard. Next. But now we have to adopt a way of managing waste such that we do not have any waste or zero waste economy, where we have to design, make sure that we think about what we are producing. We design the product with having in mind that this product must be recycled. Then we have to produce, we have to ensure that where after the waste is consumed or the product is used, it has to go back, either it is repaired or recycled. So that is the way that we are all thinking as a country. And there is a lot that is going on. We are now preparing the implementation of all this in terms of preparing the public. You as a general mwananchi, you have a role. You have to segregate waste at the household level. And now we have what we call material recovery facilities, such that now waste has to be taken to one place where it will be segregated and processed. We also have now under CAM, CAM is the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. The umbrella bodies there have organized themselves into what we call Kenya Kenya Extended Responsibility Organizations, which we have various waste streams organized there. So like a waste stream like e-waste, they have their own way, so that as a NEMA or end person, you are not dealing with a person, but you are dealing with an organized body, or the people who are dealing with organic waste. And I think in a way we have been able to see these people. We try to bring them on board so that you can also interact with them. I think we had e-waste here, because now e-waste in your house, you have to ensure that you separate it and take it to a person who makes e-waste. Or if it is compost, either you make compost, and I think Bwana Dajopen was here to just tell us about the technology, or other materials that have to be recycled or repaired. We are all moving towards the zero economy, and we are asking
Circular
you to
economy.
Oh,
thank you.
Zero waste, zero waste. And that is the circular economy. So kindly let us embrace this in our activities, in our teaching, and even in our engagement with the communities, because we have to speak the same language so that we can be able to sort out the issue of waste management. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you very much. Yeah. Senewa. 5 minutes. KICD, please get ready as Senewa is. Meanwhile, in case we don't have time for questions and answers, write those questions on a piece of paper. We'll forward them to each of these individuals, because they have like lit a fire and they have to help us, you know, blow it out. Senewa, just start talking as your presentation is coming.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Senewa Mesopir from NEMA, and I'm here to make a presentation on ESD model schools adapting to climate change. And I'm going to specifically talk about Kongoni Primary School, which is one of our ESD model schools. I'll start by introducing, by saying that ESD focuses on acquisition of skills, attitudes, and values that are necessary to shape a sustainable future. Most of these presenters have talked about this. And ESD is about balancing the three pillars of sustainability: economy, the environment, and society. How we live our life day to day, that is the social bit; economy, how we progress as a country and as a people; the environment, that is our home. Once we have a balance of the three, then that is what we call sustainability. And then the ESD model schools, we, as NEMA, we worked in collaboration with the RCs and established several model schools, and particularly we worked with RC North Rift, RC South Rift, and Greater Nairobi. In these model schools, the schools or the learners came up with micro projects that are meant to address energy, waste management. The projects also about tree planting, entrepreneurship, adoption of green technologies, climate smart agriculture, beautification of landscapes, and rainwater harvesting. ESD focuses on experiential learning by pupils, whereby pupils learn by doing. They are part of the doing. Nobody does it for them, they do it themselves. So Kongoni Primary School is in South Sea. It's an urban school, it's a public school, and it's a mixed day school. This being an urban school, the project is quite appropriate due to the limited space in the school compound. We are trying to demonstrate that you can still have a sustainability project even in a place where you don't have a lot of land or huge chunks of land. So this school have they established multi-story vegetable gardens, and the students took part in it from scratch. It is also, the projects were also based on knowledge sharing and mutual learning, that what I know and what you don't know, we exchange knowledge around that area. So it's, these projects are heavy on learner involvement. The learners from those pictures, please move to the next slide. From those pictures, you can see we have NEMA staff and the pupils of Kongoni Primary School. We were all doing it from scratch. You can see them wearing gloves. They were getting their hands dirty as they did the project from scratch, from zero. That is a teacher of Kongoni. Next slide. Of Kongoni Primary School. The process is learner-centered, as I've said. It involves demonstrations. There is no just theory. You do theory and learning at the same time. It also involves teamwork. And if you go to the next slide, you will see the gardens. That was exactly after 1 week on the right, on your right. That is how beautiful the gardens were looking 1 week later. Also, the students learned about growing of fruit trees, where they learned how to make use of the available resources to solve their everyday problems. That as they plant trees, it's not just ordinary trees, but they are geared towards planting of fruit trees. Because as I'll mention later, that one, the fruit trees give them fruits, that boosts their nutrition, and as much as with other benefits that come with tree growing. Also, the school was supported with the rainwater harvesting structures, whereby it's meant that they don't depend on the municipal or the county council water, the Nairobi Water Company to supply water, but they can harvest the rainwater and use it in school. Also, there's awareness on waste segregation, which waste goes to which bin, and how to further use the waste.
like if it is paper, because that is a common waste type in school, food remains, and also they learned about composting, among others. So ESD model schools as learning centers, it's about growing your own food, because this reduces carbon footprint, whereby there is less transportation of food to far away places. Also, fruit trees boost nutrition. Rainwater harvesting, children learn to use water sparingly, and they also learn not to depend on the water that they don't know it's coming from. They can make use of the water tanks that was supplied, and they also report any leakage so that there's almost no wastage of water. Collaboration as they come up with the projects facilitates dialogue among the learners, and these model schools are meant to be learning centers where neighboring schools can come in and learn and replicate the same in their schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sanewa. KICD, please come up. Five minutes.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Good morning. I'm Aminga Jeremiah Aminga from KICD. It's good that I've come after NEMA has also presented, because I'm going to highlight on how we are partnering with other stakeholders in education to implement the programs that we have. What is KICD? KICD is Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and our core mandate is to develop curricula and curriculum support materials through research and engagement, and that targets to nurture every learner's potential. And our vision actually is to have a skilled and ethical society. I don't know, I'd send the slides, but if they are not being projected, that's fine. We actually develop curriculum, or the curriculum that is used in schools from pre-primary, primary, and tertiary. All the curricula below the university. So the university that we don't involve ourselves in developing the curricula. So that is our mandate as given. And in fact, we work under our mother ministry, which is the Ministry of Education. Our curriculum designs are being benchmarked in East Africa and the region, and even the whole of Africa. And we have global partnerships or benchmarking that we do. How do our curriculum designs look? How do they engage in terms of climate change action, adaptation and mitigation? In fact, I'll just highlight three ways how we do this. We have the career subjects that normally have strands or have topics that deal directly with matters climate. So for example, in pre-primary, we have environmental activities, that's a learning area. We have the social studies, we have science and technology, we have integrated science. Those are the main career subjects. The second way how we do mainstream environmental education is through the PCIs, the pertinent and contemporary issues, whereby each and every subject, in fact, mainstreams these in their learning. The third way is through the CSL. The CSL is the community service learning, whereby the learner is given an opportunity to experience or to get in touch with the practical knowledge, or the knowledge gained in class goes to the community to actualize whatever is being learned. And the learner gets an opportunity to positively impact the community and to be the change this learner requires or this learner has been taken through. All this has come to our curricula because of the frameworks that have been presented earlier on. We have the Climate Change Action Plan 2027-2022 that even actually apportioned the actionable units to Ministry of Education, and that fell under KICD of coming up with the programs that impact. When we were beginning these today's sessions, in fact, we were being asked if one had remembered coming with a bottle. And I think most of us, I think I saw a few hands that were being raised up. Most of us forgot simply because I think we have not been used to this. But beginning with the young minds, they are coming up with these behaviors or habits that are actually instilled from the youngest age possible. So in these learning opportunities, the learners get to use the local available materials that they upcycle, they recycle, they carry out projects which are relevant to their communities, lifestyle and culture. And overall, they take care of the environment. There was a video that I was to also present on the CSL, but it's a bit around 5 minutes. That's a bit longer. If you get the slides, I think you will have the opportunity to see how this curricula is impacting even the community from the schools. We have learned that through the partnerships with the key stakeholders, we have made to have our programs being actualized in schools and other educational institutions. What we are looking forward to is continuous sensitization of the stakeholders. We continue to develop support materials for teachers and learners as well. And we shall get support from partners. We make frequent follow-up programs. We continue monitoring the programs. And in fact, it's a sweet story that we get from even the semi-arid or arid and the semi-arid areas where these programs are being implemented. You get a grade 5, a grade 4 learner telling you, you know, I've started innovative gardening in my home, and in my home we are enjoying eating vegetables apart from having meat as our kind of a staple meal. And that has actually improved our nutrition uptake in the family. That's a grade 5, a grade 4 learner. You know, this program are across the nation, and we want to actually improve and sustain in various schools. And when we do that, we easily enter to the community. So we continue mainstreaming and promote climate literacy a step at a time with the young minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah. I think there's a seat at the end. We don't have much time. I think those are all the speakers. Some burning issues. We can allow 2 questions. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dennis Onyancha. I'm the youth coordinator RCE North Rift. I want to ask the KICD guy. We've been working with NEMA on the model schools, and we have created a network of schools which are implementing ESD. We have like 32 secondary schools and 18 primary schools. We have not seen the presence of KICD. Maybe we don't know how we can maybe link with you. Do you have like a coordinator who is coordinating in that area of North Rift, so that now we can synergize and implement and work more what we are doing with NEMA and KICD, so that it can add value to these learners? Thank you.
Any other question? Let's have all the questions and then we can have responses or their last minute statements. Any other question? Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Lewa Omar, the Program Education Officer at the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. I'm asking if are there any initiatives in place to spread ESD activities to non-formal education or in what we call lifelong education? Thank you.
Presenters, I hope you have access to the Menti, because the best thing to do is look at the questions that are there, pick one, use it to summarize what you presented. We'll give you a minute to do so as we wind up. You realize that most of the presentations we had a lot of overlap case studies, examples, and that is to show that we are all practicing, but maybe what we need is coordination, partnership, so that we don't do our small things, you know, and then we all come and present them here when we should actually be growing and growing, networking and partnering. So who is ready to pick a question? There's no question? Yeah, please.
Okay, the first question comes for the climate change action activities. Kindly let us add the latest kid on the block. Climate change action strategy for youth to also add into our programs. I think that's just like a comment.
That's a recommendation, comment. Any question per se? If we have no questions, we give each one of them time to, you know, sort of make their last statement. Let's start with you, Christine.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is indeed great that we, as we were told from the first day yesterday, that we have borrowed the earth from our children. That whatever we are doing today, we should be thinking about what we are leaving for our children. So as much as we are promoting education for sustainable development, when the child is not in the picture, then we are not making any difference. So we as adults, we need to think about how are we going to bring the child on board so that they understand that whatever they are doing today will impact them in the future. So as we talk about what we are talking about in this conference, in this sitting, I want to pray that it is not just a social gathering, that after this, each one of us will take their beat and go out there and make a difference at individual level, at institutional level, or even at whatever level, because sustainability, education for sustainable development, matters to do with climate change are just not meant for a few people, but for all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'll pick up from your comment on the youth and also the question that was asked regarding the taking the education to the informal settings. For us as the Green Education Hub, we're actually already working with the youth, and because we recognize that the youth have the energy, they have innovative ideas, And we do want to tap into that. And as much as this was running as a project at this level, we are hoping that we should be able to spread this beyond Kenyatta University and to other education levels. In terms of the informal settings, I'm not sure I understood the question well, but I do believe that the advocacy efforts that we are putting through the youth and working with communities, we should be able to get the message step down to that level through those efforts.
Thank you. Next.
I don't know whether this one is working.
Yeah,
oh.
it should.
Yes, thank you so much. From the experience we've had with the Tanyai community, there's a need for us to have a decisive green education to local communities. And I think, as said, informal sectors, it's important that we educate them that there's other alternatives for greener solution for energy. And therefore, there's a huge potential for capacity building at the lower levels to make the common masses to understand how we can alleviate the catastrophe that's awaiting, especially when we fell all the trees. If you fly over the Tanyai and you compare it with the Aberdare side, the two are so different. And therefore, and this is because of lack of knowledge. So it's important that we capacity build our people in our small way and ensure that you let them know the beauty of planting a tree. One tree can save so many. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
Thank you. I think I have talked about waste management, and I think that all of us have a role. And in this room, we have implementers. We are people who are working on technology. If we looked at the exhibitions yesterday, the challenge we have is that we need to move from the innovations to now having a greater impact. I looked at the waste management hierarchy, which you all know, but now it needs to move from just a concept to reality. Out there, there are people who are doing a lot of things, as we will see tomorrow. There are people who have upscaled their ideas, and I wish to urge all of us to see how we can upscale the ideas, how we can now have a greater impact so that we can now enjoy a clean and healthy environment, and even leave it for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sonia?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to end by saying that we are all here as ESD players. We need to synergize our efforts because we seem to be working in silos, and there's a lot we can do together. And finally, I'll end by saying we cannot talk about the future generation if you are not involving the future generation, who are the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond to my colleague, what's he called, Onyancha? Yeah, yes. The way we are felt in those schools is through the documents that we do produce and the support materials that we give to the learners and teachers as well. That's how largely we are felt nationally. But we are open to engagements, and if you could love maybe to see us physically, physical engagement, participating actively in your programs, we are open to those kinds of engagements that will cascade the programs and promote those programs. To the other educational institutions, especially the informal ones, the non-formal, especially I can talk about the concern for, I think, the adult education. There was a concern. We have an output is a section in KICD under the special programs that's concerned with alternative provisions of basic education and training. Because those institutions are not run purely by government, they're private. Today they're there, tomorrow they're not there. Maybe they're in a rented building. The issue is the programs are available, but the issue is accessibility. Maybe those who start up those education institutions do not have where especially they can access. So it is the issue of maybe increasing awareness for accessibility to maybe the website and coming for the materials, the physical copy at our institute. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give an applause for all of them. Thank you very much. Kirubi, I think we have kept time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So is there tea for us? Do we break for tea?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You're welcome for a cup of tea. And we can now see the videos that were supposed to be shown. Christine, make sure, leave it on as people are having a cup of tea. We are visualizing what you've just told us. Thank you.
You see outside, you can just see
and to understand that climate has changed. They live on it, and then they try the best they can adapt.
We've seen that specific species are disappearing due to increase in temperatures. We've seen this mass extinction of insects. So this is in effect a very
Climate change is a fact in Africa now. We need a profound transformation in all aspects of the society in order to contain the wider impact of climate change. In many parts of Africa, for the people who has 40 years old and above, they really don't need science and then to understand that climate has changed, because they have seen it, they live on it, and then they try the best they can adapt.
We've seen that specific species are disappearing due to increase in temperatures. We've seen this mass extinction of insects. So this is in effect a very dangerous period that we could be entering.
The biggest challenge that Africa has is we've yet to document all that we have and how we should protect it.
Il y a des initiatives déjà qui sont développées au niveau africain, notamment la Grande Muraille Verte, qui donne l'opportunité non seulement de reboisement donc, de cette zone-là, mais permet aussi de créer des pôles de développement.
So this is one of the really classic examples because it covers over 21 countries within the Sahelian region. And we're beginning to see how the land is beginning to respond to this restoration agenda and really addressing the effects.
I think Africa is the place to be in right now because I believe we have a lot of climate solutions. If only we took time to look at the grassroots and find out how people are coping. I'll mention one project where communities have come together to restock their mangrove forests and are benefiting from carbon credits.
We are still developing as a continent, so that gives us an opportunity, I think, to leapfrog, I think, some of the bad investments that we've seen. In my opinion, we've got to be investing a lot in the people because that's the greatest resource that we have.
And that is something that gives me a lot of joy, gives me a lot of hope that we've got young people who are willing to scale up the solutions that are being done at the local level. If we have the political goodwill, if we have the policies that prioritize the effects that arise from climate change, then we as a people are resilient enough to adapt to this.
55% of the world's population live in urban areas. By 2050, it will increase to 70%. The majority of the world's fastest growing cities are in Africa. Climate change is making disasters worse and more frequent. Urban areas in southern Africa are particularly endangered by natural disasters. Remember the Indian Ocean cyclones of 2019. We can still recall entire cities being leveled to the ground. The problem is not new, and it is getting worse. The journey of this project began in 2015. UN Habitat took a participatory planning tool called CityRep to 4 cities of the region. In our 4 cities, people with different roles work together to identify the actions that needs to be taken to build the city's resilience. These actions are the backbone of our project. Plans are becoming a reality. In our cities, we are improving roads and drainage, bringing forests back, building shelters, and alerting residents when floods are expected, reconstructing bridges, and improving solid waste management. To help our countries make the same change happen in other cities, the project trains and guides national governments on urban resilience building. Neighboring countries share many of the same hazards. The project will work in the region and bring countries and experts together so they can learn from each other and exchange ideas. Building urban resilience is a complex challenge that everyone is contributing to, in our cities, countries, and even in the region. About 350,000 people will benefit from the project in our 4 cities. Losses of lives and livelihoods from natural disasters will be reduced.
Human activities, from pollution to overpopulation, are driving up the Earth's temperature and fundamentally changing the world around us. The main cause is a phenomenon known as the greenhouse effect. Gases in the atmosphere, such as water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons, let the sun's light in, but keep some of the heat from escaping, like the glass walls of a greenhouse. The more greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the more heat gets trapped, strengthening the greenhouse effect and increasing the Earth's temperature. Human activities, like the burning of fossil fuels, have increased the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere by more than 1/3 since the Industrial Revolution. The rapid increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has warmed the planet at an alarming rate. While Earth's climate has fluctuated in the past, atmospheric carbon dioxide hasn't reached today's levels in hundreds of thousands of years. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health. Ice sheets, such as Greenland and Antarctica, are melting. The extra water that was once held in glaciers causes sea levels to rise and spills out of the oceans, flooding coastal regions. Warmer temperatures also make weather more extreme. This means not only more intense major storms, floods, and heavy snowfall, but also longer and more frequent droughts. These changes in weather pose challenges. Growing crops becomes more difficult. The areas where plants and animals can live shift, and water supplies are diminished. In addition to creating new agricultural challenges, climate change can directly affect people's physical health. In urban areas, the warmer atmosphere creates an environment that traps and increases the amount of smog. This is because smog contains ozone particles, which increase rapidly at higher temperatures. Exposure to higher levels of smog can cause health problems such as asthma, heart disease, and lung cancer. While the rapid rate of climate change is caused by humans, humans are also the ones who can combat it. If we work to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy sources like solar and wind, which don't produce greenhouse gas emissions, we might still be able to prevent some of the worst effects of climate change.
To think about the impacts of climate change on Africa, the easiest is to categorize them into three areas. The first is environmental impacts. Here we expect to see more flooding, perhaps many more droughts, and certainly sea level rise. All these three are going to affect the agricultural production, which of course is going to affect food security. We're going to see a lot more issues around hydropower generation, because if you have less water, that's really going to affect your output. But also we're going to see a lot of our coastal cities really beginning to suffer from flooding and simply just being inundated, which is going to be a very big problem for a lot of these highly populated cities along the coast. In the second area, we think about social implications of climate change. And as we are seeing today already, a lot more migration, refugees who are being pushed out of their regular areas. This is not only going to be affecting just how the country and the government will have to deal with these refugees all of a sudden who have no safety net, but it's also going to be an issue for the communities themselves who are displaced in terms of how to regain their livelihood. But more importantly for our governments, they are going to be thinking about what this means to them in terms of economic impact. For a lot of the countries, it is expected that, overall Africa is going to have a 1 to 2% decrease in their GDP. For the countries, this is going to translate into something even larger. Why is this important? A lot of these countries are very poor. 1 to 2% decrease in GDP is also going to have a very big impact just on their regular development agenda. So unless there is additional financing for them to be able to adapt and to be able to really respond to what's happening today, it is going to be a significant problem for them. I like to think of this as a chain of events. In the sense, there's a part for everyone that they must fulfill, they must play. For the government, they're setting the stage. They're doing the policy work, they're doing the institutional development. They need to make whatever policy they make and institutional development activities they make climate resilient. That means the way they plan should not be business as usual. They should plan with the real intense recognition that something has to change. Now, you go to the next level. It's the people who are actually working on the front line, the operations. That also must be very cognizant of the fact that climate is changing. The impacts are going to be significant in certain areas or not. And I always like to give the example. Why adapt? Because if you don't adapt, something significantly worse is going to happen to you. But to be able to adapt something, there has to be the basic thing that you're going to adapt to. And that's why we say climate change adaptation is not different from development. The two have to come together. If they don't, essentially you're not going to end up anywhere better than before. And what's the last part of the chain? The people themselves who are being affected by the climate change. They have to not only recognize that the climate is changing, but they have to recognize that they have the power to change some of these actions that they themselves have been using, maybe for the longest time, or maybe because they believe that there was no alternative to do this. So all of these different facets have to come together. And I think if that happens with the addition of money, which we are hoping is going to come out of Copenhagen, we can hopefully begin to see a very different Africa in terms of adaptation. Of course, there's a lot of other things they also have to do in mitigation. And again, it's going to depend on how much money there is and how much access Africa can actually have to these new instruments that are coming up. But we can all remain hopeful in terms of something happening, which is positive. I'll touch on two projects, programs, and perhaps a third one very quickly. The first one concerns the Niger River Basin. What we have discovered is that actually the water flow has changed a lot in the last 50 or more years, and this is really going to significantly affect all of the hydropower projects that are planned for the river basin. However, to understand how to calibrate these structures, we have to first of all understand what has changed in the flow. So what we are doing now with the help of a number of institutions and as well as all of the 9 different countries that are concerned by this particular river, we're looking to see to understand the trends themselves in the change of the river flow, see how that information can be included in the Niger Basin model that they have built, and so at the end of the day, really be able to advise the governments how these hydropower structures should look. So that's one. The second one is we know for sure that not all risk can be mitigated for, and not all risk can be adapted for. So there's always that part which is residual. And what we've been doing, for example, in Ethiopia and in Malawi, is to try to help the governments see how they can perhaps come up with financing schemes which are really targeting insurance for the poor farmers, where they can use that as a fallback in the context where nothing else works. And the third one, which I was going to touch on very quickly, is the integrated approach we are using, for example, in Mozambique, recognizing that the country is suffering from either very significant drought or very significant flooding. And how do you bring the two approaches together so that you have really the slow onset kind of disaster, such as a drought, being able to be planned for with a very high impact disaster such as flooding. So those are the three examples that I would give.
Over the course of the last century, our planet has become warmer, but in particular over the last 50 years. It is now recognized that human activities are largely responsible for this warming. In particular, the burning of fossil fuels has released huge quantities of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, which trap additional heat in the lower atmosphere. The impact of this is being seen worldwide as glaciers melt, sea levels rise, and there are more desert areas. The African continent is particularly exposed and vulnerable to the negative effects of global warming. Therefore, the African Union and the European Union have started to work together in the three key research areas affected by climate change: water, agriculture, and health. The result of this decision was a call for project proposals, the FP7 Africa Call, out of which several collaborative research projects were funded to help people coping with climate change.
The climate change is impacting me as a farmer very hard, because I can't get green grass my cattle, I can't get enough fruits to sell to the market, and we have a lot of problem with the drought. The climate is affecting people because they can't plant anything. So we just sit down and wait for rain to come.
Many of the available studies on climate predictions have not fully addressed the issues most relevant in Africa. Research projects funded by the EU bring together African and European experience and expertise. This collaboration supports the understanding of climate change in both continents, as well as looking at the shared challenges and possible solutions that may lie ahead.
Climate change in Africa is particularly important because for sure climate change is a global issue, and but Africa is among the various parts of the world the most vulnerable one. It's on one side the continent which has the lower emissions, but it is the continent where we can see the highest impacts. And this in turn generates other effects, social effects, and at the end it generates an enormous pressure to migration to Europe in particular, and to other countries, other parts of the world, but generates as well conflicts. And conflicts generate degradation, and degradation generate pressures again to neighboring countries. So you can understand that if there is a part of the world where we have to help people to tackle climate change, this is definitely Africa. We have a partnership with the African Union Commission. And through this partnership, we have started talks, and we have agreements that led some years ago.
Hello, welcome to South Rift RCE. My name is Dr. Jedida Nankaya. I'm the coordinator for South Rift RCE. Together with our partners, we identified one niche area that guides all our activities. And our niche area is environmental management and conservation. But above that, we're so happy and proud to be associated with the 12th Global African RCE Conference, whose theme is the role of RCEs in climate change. So towards this theme, the South Rift has several projects that are geared towards climate action, where we try as much as we can to involve the youth and children towards climate action. So what we do is we try to capacity build them, we try to involve them in projects that are geared towards climate action, and to encourage them to be good environmental stewards in our region. So one of the many ways in which we engage our youth and children, both in high school and primary school, is through the Adopt a Tree initiative, where together with our partners such as our Songiro South Development.
During lunchtime, she wants to carry some original Kenyan tea.
I have.
Yes, but no, please don't transact now. This will go to the exhibition there.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And I can buy some tea.
Yes.
Can I buy some tea, good quality tea?
Don't start now. Yeah, please go. Yeah, right. This lady needs to be said. Madam, you know, okay, let's get started. We are back. Let's get started. Thank you very much. The next session, yes, is for summary presentation. Can you?
Okay, I wish to welcome Professor Moturi to come and guide us on this in the next session. We have rapporteurs who have been listening to or taking notes in the various sessions. We want to give each one of them maybe, I don't know how Prof will guide, maybe 10 minutes or 5, so that they can give us key issues that are emerging from those from the different sessions. So we have Sheila, we have Senewa, so that they can come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm sure we've had very busy sessions in our sub-themes, a lot of information presented and a lot of good things happening. Since we were not all in the same room, it would be good to just get an overview of what is happening and what has been happening yesterday and today morning. And since we don't have a lot of time, I want to call upon the rapporteurs for the different sub-themes, or chairs, whoever was capturing the proceedings as they were occurring. And since we don't have so much time, we'll give 5 minutes to the front. Okay. It's a tall order to summarize all that in 5 minutes. But I want to believe that they are magicians, so they'll be able. Yeah, key issues, because like in my session, there were a lot of interesting, yes. So they come to the podium. We are being guided that they need to come to the podium. That is something to the podium. We have one more. Mhm. Okay, we have one here. So for youth, we have for youth, education. We have for education. Yes, science, education, science, environmental education. Okay, which is one, the other one? Livelihoods. Livelihoods. She's doing youth, yes. We are missing the livelihoods. Education. We are missing the livelihoods. Livelihoods. We are missing livelihoods. Okay, so we can get started with education. Education. Okay, okay, you can start. Starting now.
Good morning.
You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. With all protocols observed, my name is John Paul Enina. We're working on sub-theme 4, which is basically skills-driven education, science, technology, and innovation of climate change. Our chair was Professor Ken, and in our sub-theme we had several deliberations, and in our deliberations there were several presentations. As of yesterday, we had a presentation on where technology was used to enhance climate through the innovation of a cool box that doesn't use electricity. Well, it's the brain behind its innovation is because a lot of food is wasted due to lack of a cooling system, especially in areas that doesn't have electricity. So these cool box came into being, and its use is in the health sector for cooling for cooling vaccines and even cooling the foods without electricity. It's already in the market and very affordable. Another innovation that was also presented yesterday was on a food vending cart. As you know, most of the carts out there, they use charcoal. But this one will use solar and a battery. So meaning the emission from charcoal goes, the levels of emission from charcoal are no longer experienced. Besides curbing the emission from charcoal, it's also a way of ensuring that the street foods are healthy for all of us. And once we're all healthy, even our environment by default also becomes healthy. The third innovation as of yesterday was the herbalist, of which we had a very passionate herbalist with us that would partner with Eldoret University on using the trees, preserving the trees that are medicinal. So meaning these trees, one, will be protected, will be preserved, and hence, besides preserving the environment, is also helping the human beings on their well-being. Thank you. Today's innovations, we had one that is basically energy generation from the effluent waste at Dandora sewerage treatment plant, of which they were looking at converting these methane emissions from the Dandora project and using it as a means of energy provision, most especially in cooking. So meaning they curb the methane emissions, or rather they harness the methane emissions and put it into containers for generating, that is fire. The second presentation was on basically changing from the indigenous methods of gold mining in those areas of Homa Bay, Rongo, to more environmental friendly, and hence, instead of using maybe mercury to separate gold, they will use a method by the name leaching, in which they use sodium cyanide, which is a lesser evil to the greater evil in mercury. Basically, that's our presentation. Thank you.
Let's give them a better clap, please. Really good innovations that can help in alleviating some of the effects. Let's have the education. 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Seneo Lesopia. My audible. Okay. So my name is Seneo Mesopir from NEMA. I was rapporteuring for the first sub-theme, environmental education for sustainability and climate change. Our chair was Dr. Mbaisi, was Dr. Otieno. And then she's the one who took us through the concept of environmental education for sustainability and climate change, which was an extension of the panel discussion that we had earlier on. So in this sub-theme, we had several presenters starting yesterday evening until today, very early in the morning. We tackled issues on climate variability, risk perception on rain-fed agriculture, with a particular emphasis on Embu County. And then this was presented by Dr. Ruth. We also got to listen from Dr. Nancy on the implementation of ESD in host universities, the challenges that these host universities face and the opportunities that they have. And then clearly it came out, we learned that there still need to internalize the ESD concept, even in the host universities where we have the RCEs on ESD. And then we moved on to climate change, a presentation on climate change learning hub here in KU by Jacqueline Nyerere, and in particularly, she told us how the hub is bringing out, or the climate change issues and innovations are being undertaken by the youth that are involved in this. Then we also talked about adapting to climate change, a case study of Kongoni Primary School on how young learners are being involved on climate change issues. Also something on a presentation on the circular economy and mitigating climate change. This was done by Dr. Mbaisi, where she elaborated more on how we are transiting from the linear economy of take, use, and discard to a circular economy where we have zero waste. And she told us that it's possible to have a zero waste country, because what is considered waste by one entity can be a raw material for the next entity. And then we also looked at the role of African RCEs in climate action, what RCEs can do on climate action. And Dr. Otieno clearly elaborated that we are moving from talking about climate change to now talking about climate action. Like, how are we going to put the theory that we have, what we read in books, what the knowledge that we have into action, practical actions that can lead to resilience, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change. I think in a summary, that is what our sub-theme tackled yesterday and today. Thank you very much.
She has done very well and saved us time. So ESD is one of the tools as we tackle issues of sustainable development. Let's have youth make their presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheila. I'm representing the sub-theme 3 on engaging the youth. Generally, what came out from all the presenters was that we should involve the youth in anything that we do. The youth are our future and our present, in that we can empower them and bring out the best in them. For example, there was a presentation by Dr. Benjamin Kinyili of Kenya Forest Service. He brought out what KFS does to engage the youth. They organize sports and tree planting events for the youth so that they can be involved. Then there was the one presentation from Mr. Ibrahim Akubu from Nigeria, where there is an RCE, Mina in Nigeria, where they hired two interns who were given the work of planting trees, especially the cashew trees. What we learned from there, the outcome that they got was that it served as a learning opportunity for the interns. Then it created a synergy for the youth and the RCE Mina and their partners and the community at large. Then it increased the number of trees and reduced the effect of climate change. Then the interns were motivated while they were planting the trees. Then we had our presentation from the RCE Mau complex. They brought out the strategies that they involve the youth in. They say that they have strategies that use to attain objectives like awareness creation, working with communities, forming partnership among the stakeholders, then participation in community activities and mentoring. The students go to school and mentor the young children, like the high school students and the primary students. Then we had a presentation from KWS. Generally, from our presentation, we were told what certain stakeholders do. Like KWS, they promote conservation on education through CBC. They have come up with programs and curriculums for the CBC education. Then they have outreach programs. Then they do park interpretation visits, then special program, like they had a competition for essay writing. They do exhibition, for example, they did one for UNEA and the show. They do beach cleanups, media, fun activities, music festivals, and so forth. And then there was this one for Uganda Road, which was presented by Mr. Jacob. What they do is cleaning up the area around where they live through garbage collection. They say they faced some challenges, which is they don't have proper disposal sites, then they lack transport, then handling materials, and then lack of mutual understanding from the people around their community. We had a presentation from WCK. Generally, he informed us how WCK came into place. It was formed in 1968 by students from the 12 schools around Kagumo. For now, they are at 1,000 clubs. That is a high number because it started with 12. Now they are at 1,000. They include youth in their programs in that they do ecological field trips, then beach cleanup involving the youth. They do tree planting. They have several activities. As you can see from our presentation, they are involving the youth in everything that they're doing, and it's generally tree planting, cleanup, and all that. Okay. Then we had so many. Then there is this presentation from North Rift. There is this University of Eldoret, an environmental club. They do mentorship, capacity building, awareness campaigns, and tree planting, environmental cleanup activities. That's all for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What she didn't say is that the chair of the session was
the chair of our session was Dr. Jedida Nankaya.
And she was challenged to drive the youth.
There was, I had not finished, sorry. We had a discussion and our youth agreed that there is a need to have a synergy between the youth, RCE coordinators, and the other stakeholders that are included. Thank you.
Yeah, at least she needed to mention that one. Thank you. Let's give them a clap. You can see the youth are doing a lot, and we were challenged. Why isn't it that it's the youth who are presenting? So that was a challenge to us. So let's have the last presenter.
Hello, my name is George Mwangi from RCE Central and from Dedan Kimathi University. We were on the MATEC area 2 on the improved livelihoods for communities through climate change, adaptation and mitigation. The chair for the session was Dr. Christopher Saina. Yesterday we had 4 presentations, one by Dr. Dama Edward. It involves educating people on how the community in Uganda is doing, at least to mitigate and help the community adapt to climate change. Their project involved tree planting, and since the forest area in Uganda is diminishing at a very fast rate, and one of the main challenges that he said is, unlike Kenya, there are very few people who are willing to support the cause because it involves some political issues. So now what they are doing at the local level, they are sensitizing the communities on the benefits of having the forest. So to help reclaim the forest that have been depleted through logging and use of fuel, they have come up with a fuel efficient stove that uses very low fuel or very low amount of wood. They have also increased the number of trees that they are planting and giving to the community. And also to help the community get another livelihood, they've started the process of beekeeping such that people can do away with cutting wood so that for sale, so they can use maybe the beekeeping as another source of money or livelihood. The other one was from North Rift by David Gige. It was on the role of community on adapting climate change through waste management for livelihoods. Here, Mr. Gige highlighted the use of organic manure, and he makes that by having the local materials such as the plant leaves, the grass, and also, and then he uses the same to plant trees and also informs the communities of the benefits of the organic manure, its nutrient requirement, what it provides to the plants. And this brings the use of fertilizers, lowers the rate at which the farmers are using the fertilizers. The other one was by a young man, a young group of people, of youth, led by Raphael Asiba. It involved off-grid cold storage and logistics. It's a new innovation by the two ladies and two gentlemen. This was geared to curb post-harvest losses by having solar-powered coolers in market, especially for fish and vegetables. They are providing the solution to the vendors in the marketers. And they have those solar-powered coolers where they charge a fee for storage. And this minimizes the amount of vegetables or the amount of food that is lost through that is after post-harvest. The other one, was by a group from Kamete community, where they were helping reclaim the river Kamete by use of water hydrants. That is to remove people or get people move away from riparian runs. The group had fabricated hydrants and it works. So the hydrant is used to have the water from the river, and it's pumped to where the farmers are farming. So they are able to have the community leave the riparian land. For day 2, we had 4 presentations from the North Rift RCE. One was on wetland by a gentleman called Agan. He was sensitizing the community on how to protect the wetlands. The other one was on electronic waste, where by Eldoret Polytechnic, that is in North Rift RCE, where they are able to collect electronic waste from the surrounding institution and from individuals. So to minimize pollution from the environment. The other one was on herbal medicine by Dr. Kitui from University of Eldoret. They realized there was a gap as far as herbal medicine is concerned and preservation of those herbal plants, because after COVID, they were able to get information from those old people, indicate where they got information that before COVID or when there was an epidemic in the early 1920s, there were plants that were used for herbal medicine. So they have used that opportunity to build capacity in that area and also to sensitize community and also to do research. They are also doing research on those plants, because initially the local community was using the indigenous knowledge. Now they want to incorporate the indigenous knowledge and the scientific knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's give a clap to that group. We may not have been in all the groups, but now we have an overview of what was happening. Aren't we doing very wonderful things? Can we give ourselves a big, big clap? Because this is where the rubber meets the road, the implementation. Very, very impressive. Dr. Kirubi, I've saved a lot of time, so you should give me a big clap. So
no idea what you have done. We give a very special, I think she's Professor Wekista, and this is the advantage of working with professors, because professors, even in school, these are the kids that when they're given 1 hour to do an exam, they do it in 20 minutes. And that's exactly what Professor Wekista here has done. So can you give a special clap? Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Kirubi tells me no reaction. So I'm very obedient. And you have already given me a clap, so I can't say anything. So I welcome Dr. There's something.
There's a transition. Yes, this. Now we are getting to the discussion about the youth. And one thing about the youth is about empowerment. There's interaction with youth. You don't know what you get, because sometimes what you see is not necessarily what you get. I've been told by Akipesi, please, you can be taking the podium, Dr. Akipesi, that she wants to make this as interactive as we can. So please, as we start, correct? Something urgent? 10,000. Oh, we have 10,000 wildlife clubs, right? Yes, not 1,000, 10,000. Yes. No, you need to start at the podium yourself. So can we all stand up? We need some space for this session. We are going to get at 3 minutes. Yes. Every youth in this has talked about why are we not going away with a check in our hard money. So we are going to have Walidi Tamu. Can you be walking to the stand? And Walidi Tamu is a youth who has not waited to get a check from anyone. She's actually making her own money. She has prepared a 3-minute song on Mazingira that she said, if you forget everything else you have learned in this, if you forget everything else you've learned, please go away with this 3 chorus on Mazingira. So may we all stand? May we all stand, please? May we all stand? So can you have the beats, please? Yes.
Naitwa Waridi Tamu. Mimi huhamasisha vijana wenzangu kupitia mtandao wa Facebook na social media kuhusiana na mazingira. Kwa hivyo ni wimbo ambao nimeuandaa. Nimeutoa kwenye YouTube. Nimeweka audio yake sasa hivi tu leo ndani ya masaa 3. Kwa hivyo naomba zile biti nikatumbuize kiasi. Jamani kumekucha, tuamkeni, tuzindukeni, tutunze mazingira. Jamani kumekucha, tuamkeni, tuzindukeni, tutunze mazingira. Mazingira bora ni afya yetu, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Rais wetu anatuomba, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Viongozi wetu wanatuomba, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Rais wetu anatuomba, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Mama kijana, mzee pia, mji wetu ni wajibu wetu. Mama kijana, mzee pia, wajibu wetu. Tutunze nchi yetu, tusitupe takataka ovyo, tunachafua mazingira. 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 Hapo sasa. Asante. Tupandeni miti, tutunze ardhi, tusisahau usafi wa bahari. Tuboreshe hewa ya angani na tuvitunze vyanzo vya maji. Tusiazibe mabomba kwa plastiki, karatasi zisizotumika. Tuepuke kutumika kwa plastiki, wanyama wetu wataathirika. Tusitupe ovyo plastiki, wanyama wetu wataathirika. Let's preserve the city and keep it clean, 'cause cleanliness is next to godliness. Mama kijana, mzee pia, wajibu wetu. Tutunze nchi yetu, tusitupe takataka ovyo, tunachafua mazingira. 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 Mama kijana, mzee pia, mji wetu ni wajibu wetu. Mama kijana, mzee pia, wajibu wetu. Tutunze nchi yetu. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. They got it wrong. You all failed. Stand. And she was doing all this. So she's going to do it just for 1 minute, and all of you are going to dance. Wow! Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Yes, yes, check it out. Check it out.
Yeah. That's reggae music. Yo, T. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What in it? Jamani kumekucha, tuamkeni, tuzindukeni, tutunze mazingira. Jamani kumekucha, tuamkeni, tuzindukeni, tutunze mazingira. Mazingira bora ni afya yetu, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Rais wetu anatuomba, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Viongozi wetu wanatuomba, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Rais wetu anatuomba, tuamkeni, tutunze mazingira. Mama kijana, mzee pia, mji wetu ni wajibu wetu. Mama kijana, mzee pia, wajibu wetu, tutunze nchi yetu. Tusitupe takataka ovyo, tunachafua mazingira. 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 Hapo sasa, mji wetu ni wajibu wetu. Mama kijana, mzee pia, wajibu wetu, tutunze nchi yetu. Tusitupe takataka ovyo, tunachafua mazingira. Tusitupe takataka ovyo, tunachafua mazingira. Tusitupe takataka ovyo, tunachafua mazingira. Tusitupe takataka ovyo. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I only want to have one person left here. I only want to have one person left here. Tustupe taka ovyo. Na kama kuna watu wametuibia huo ni watu wa NEMA. So there cannot be a better person than the chair of NEMA. Why can't you adopt that as your call, as your national anthem in NEMA? And yes, NEMA. So let's hear it. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth. None other than the chairman of NEMA, Mr. Eric Mugai.
Thank you for ambushing me, Daktari. But we never get tired of talking about our environment. Our motto is mazingira yetu, uhai wetu, wajibu wetu. It is our responsibility to take care of our environment. I asked people we went for a beach cleanup, and within 1 hour we collected 1.5 tons of plastic on a volunteer basis. It just goes to show what people can do if they just get together. But I said to people, you know, I don't understand why, when you're in your home, you will not throw trash under your own bed or in your bedroom or in your living room. But a lot of people find it okay when they walk out there to throw trash and somebody else will collect it. I think if we all just did what our parents used to tell us when we were younger, clean up after yourself, clean up after yourself. We'll all live in an environment where we can all be proud and we can kujivunia kuwa wa Kenya. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, thank you very much. So we now segue to London.
Yes, we can do a summary of
okay. We are now coming to you.
They are coming on at 12:45.
Okay. This is a big session starting with the youth, a chorus, and after a few time, we are also moving to London. So let's give it a clap to Akipezi, Dr. Akipezi.
Thank you, Chair. You are excited today. That's good. Yes, he's supposed to be getting tired, but no, he is getting more energy. He doesn't want us to go. Yeah, but it's been a good time. It's been a good time. And I think I want to just start from where he stopped when he just showcased Mr. Eric, I think Eric Mungai, the chairman of NEMA. You know, I've worked with a lot of environmental agencies in Africa.
And I'm really very impressed with NEMA from the top to the down. I mean, you can see that it's a hands-on. Africa is getting it right. And this is the way to go. If we continue like this, then there is hope. Because you know, there's what is said about leaders, that leaders can only reproduce what they have become themselves. You know, and you can see it in Nema. He just mentioned how they went to the beach because it was part of them. You know, they can only become what they have. So we are so privileged to have these great men, you know, the board of NEMA, the staff of NEMA, the officials, and all the leaders of this university here with us. Thank you so much. Yeah, so to what we want to do now is we're going to be brief. At 12:45, we're going to be having the Shoemaker Institute join us because they are part of a network called COMIT. COMIT simply means come and meet. It was a former Ubuntu member that set it up when he retired from Ubuntu. And he just come and meet, join us and let us see what we can do to make the world better. There are members from Kenyatta University there. I think Mary Otieno was invited, you know, to the groups. They prepare toolkits, hands-on kits that can be used to promote community action. So the one they are going to be presenting to us today is on climate change. How can you take action? How can you raise money? What can you do? So it's a helpful toolkit. They are preparing toolkits on different things. So if you want to be part of it, you just go to the website and say, okay, I'm interested in this area. And you'll be invited. So that will come at 12:45. But before then, we want to talk about the previous conferences. So just a few minutes. When COVID hit, we were all taken by surprise. You know, when there's a lockdown, the whole world shut down. Nobody could believe it. Everything was sleeping. And at that time, it was only the strong that lived because everything died. So we are grateful that in Africa, the RCEs did not die because that means that there is something in the African RCEs. When storms come, they're able to weather it. 2020, in that nick of time, RCE MENA rose up and said, we would have a conference. We're going to have a regional meeting. And I think it was one of the most international that has been held, because there was participation from different parts of the world, different parts of Africa, and from most of the international organizations, UNESCO, Habitat, WFP, UNEP, you mention it. It was really very, very rich. The title then was Community-Based Resilience During Pandemic Disruptions, the Role of African RCEs. And I will call on, who was there? Who connected? Okay, and why? You were not there because you don't go to the UNU, the RCE website. You know, that's the tool we have to work. We must all check what is happening. Otherwise, we lose out. And we didn't even need money. We didn't need money to be part of it. So there we have to rise up. Then last year, 2021, it was in South Africa. It was also, I mean, South Africa prepared, they went in much higher again with the organization of a web conference. And they also got, the participation was very good, but weak from the RCEs in Africa. So we have to do something about that. The title at that time is It's Time for Africa, Sustainability Futures. It was co-hosted by RCE KwaZulu-Natal, RCE Makana, and Rural Eastern Cape. So we have these strong RCEs. I would like to quickly call on is it Mr. Akibu? You there? Okay. To come and what was your experience? You are the only person who attended at least both. What were your experiences? What did you learn? What were just for 3 minutes, because I need to stop this session in a few minutes.
Thank you very much. So very quickly, I will start with that of RCE MENA, because I will say the youth were at the center of organizing that particular one, because, you know, the elders don't like this technological disruption, you know. So we were very much involved in the organization. For us, we thought we would be having a physical regional conference at that time. Then COVID happened. So it was almost like we are not going to have a conference that year. But then we stepped in with utilizing the technology so that we can have the virtual conference. I think that was the first virtual regional conference that was held in Africa. So just like Dr. Apezi has said, the theme of that year was community-based resilience during pandemic disruption, the role of African RCE. So we had two streams. The first was the high-level session where some of the people she mentioned participated, the UNEP, UN Habitat, UNESCO, Professor Charles Hopkins, who spoke to us, yes, the chair of UNESCO York University. And also we have the Japan Ministry of Environment, also, they also make a presentation there. UNUIAS, as usual, were also there. We have several vice chancellors and many African RCEs participated. I think in total, if I'm not mistaken, we had about 14 African RCEs in that conference who participated. And then the second stream was the plenary or the presentation, where most African RCEs share some of their projects. And I think just like Dr. Apezi has mentioned, that is where we had the low participation. Most African RCEs could not join to make their presentation. Totally, we only had 4 presentations from across the African RCEs at that time. So we could understand it was COVID period, everybody was trying to survive, but then we had thought it was more easier to connect and then make presentations by the various RCEs. I think, okay, one of the major key points for us for that conference was that we realized that we can be able to achieve more, when we leverage on the technological aspect. Because as much as we had wanted to host the physical conference, we wouldn't have gotten some of the people that participated at the high-level session physically to participate in that conference. But it was more easier, they connected virtually, and then they were able to make their presentation. So in general, we had 60 participants that attended that conference. So for that of South Africa, I participated in the first session. And just like Dr. Apezi said, they really step up. And I think even in terms of the facilities used for that conference was more flexible than our own. I can excuse us because we were also trying to, yes, take thought. But then the presentations were very, very engaging. Just like, I can't recall the person who was at the opening ceremony yesterday, the person that just had 3 minutes, but was trying to raise a lot of issues. That conference really raised, yes, from UNEP. That conference really brought serious discussions that, that are affecting RCs and the opportunities that RC can leverage. Southern Africa is an opportunity to really come together and work as RCs to secure funding for projects, as a group. And I think I'm seeing that with the Eastern Africans coming up. I know there were a lot of challenges, especially those of us that were at the youth session. The challenge was much on the need for the RCs to come together. Of course, for us at West Africa, we are also having that challenge. There is need for RCs to come together so that we can be able to collectively work and partner and secure funding for most of these projects we are executing. So I would like to stop here. There is a lot to say about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you can see him and talk more about it. How many of you have read the reports? Oh, thank you. Stand up and please, let's clap for him. Yeah, how did you read it? You went to the website? Yes, the reports are there. So let's read, let's educate ourselves, let's communicate so that we can build on what we have already done. Now we are going to go to Shoemaker Institute in London for the presentation on the climate change toolkit and how you can use it and how you can assess it and how you can work with COMIT. Mr. Richard.
Hello. Good morning or good afternoon rather, Akpezi.
Thank you. Yes, so over to you. You have the next 15 minutes is yours. And if Katie is there, both of you can take the stage. Right.
Katie is looking after her parents at the moment, so I hope you don't mind. She sends her apologies.
Okay, okay.
can you see the screen?
We can see the screen and we can hear you very well.
Yeah, I don't know if I can actually see. I seem not to be able to see my own screen. Can you see the presentation
We're not seeing
slide?
your full screen. We're not seeing the full screen.
Okay. So I don't quite know what's happening. If I play
It's
this.
full now.
You see that now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm really sorry I can't be with you. I think I would have loved to have taken part to show my dance moves earlier. But I'm here, and I want to make clear that this is Kermit and Schumacher have collaborated in this toolkit, but we've had an international team, including your good self, as participants, contributing ideas and helping us develop this. So the idea has been very much to make this an international toolkit, and we've seen the RCEs as one of the primary channels to get this out, if you like, to communities. And it's written now, but now we're going through a design and illustration phase to make it more accessible, more compelling for people to use. And we're looking at February, hopefully early February, to release it. So this presentation is really just to give you, if you like, some insight into what we're trying to achieve with this. So the aims of the toolkit are very much that it is community-centered. It's not about providing a blueprint saying to a community in Nairobi or in India or anywhere to say, oh, this is the answer. It's very much about communities working out for themselves what the issues are, and then leading on to what solutions that they wish, to use. So it's very much about trying to get a diversity of views. I think often climate change can be, if you like, turned into something that's, some people may be very great advocates for renewable energy, and suddenly then the solutions are very technologically focused. And that can drown out other voices, and we're very keen. A lot of the tools that are in here are about finding a voice for everyone in the community. And also one of the things I'll just pick out from this slide is head, hearts, and hands. So some people lead with the heart, others lead with the head, and we need to accommodate different people, and others lead with the hand. So you'll have some people say, we just need to do something, others will want, within an academic setting here, so there's obviously people with, intellectual responses to climate change, trying to put numbers to things. Others will just want to get stuck in and start doing stuff. So we need to accommodate these different ways of working. And the Schumacher Institute was founded really to build on the principles of systems thinking, because so many of the world's problems get carved up into little silos and people then don't see the connections. So again, we're very much promoting or trying to promote the idea that you can connect different things. So for example, if we look at cars in cities and we think of air quality and health, what is the conversation one deals with? Does one start with the conversation of carbon emissions from cars, or do we start with the health conversation? It may be that actually the air quality and health conversation is one that people immediately understand. They understand the threat to their children, and one starts with that conversation, and maybe you don't even mention climate change at that point. So that's an example of where I think we need to look at these connections and allow communities to work it out for themselves as well. Systems thinking, what is it? It's about, again, not chopping up all the problems into small pieces and then missing the bigger picture. I think this is a big problem we have in many societies around the world, including here in London and UK. So it's allowing time to look at these different connections and having a broad perspective on the issues and solutions. So this is a bit of a slightly complicated slide, but bear with me. So if you look at the red question mark, we start with a question, an issue that people have, like how do we deal with food waste from agriculture? A lot of the time, and this may be a cultural thing, but certainly in the UK, people immediately rush to the answer. They go to the exclamation mark at the end, and they miss out the opportunity to explore a wider diversity of ideas. So this approach is to say, this is just a framework. Let's spend some time exploring issues. No idea is too crazy. It should be the motto in this first stage, stage A. Allow people to explore many, many different issues. And then in stage B, it's then saying, okay, we've discussed all these ideas. Now let's move on to, we need to fix for the next 6 months or a year as a community, we need to then begin to focus on a few issues, or maybe one issue, because we don't have capacity to do everything. And then they decide, oh, okay, maybe it's air quality is going to be the thing that they're going to fix on. And then it's moving into solutions or initiatives. And so again, we move into this looking at no idea is too crazy. So what are the kind of ideas they may think of? Well, they may think about doing a campaign, about walking to school. They may think about using air quality meters to go outside schools and to measure the air quality. They may want to talk to local authorities about public transport, improving public transport. There's hundreds of things that a community could think about doing. And I think this is encouraging people to come up with lots of different ideas and allow that creativity to emerge. And then they may decide, okay, well, we've looked at all these ideas. We think we're now going to move into now focusing on, actually, we're going to do an air quality thing. And then we'll have some public discussion meetings, some town hall type meetings, as they call them, where we can actually discuss the findings and allow people in the community to start discussing it. I think this illustrates, I think, a general principle of what we're trying to follow, which is one of the biggest problems with climate change is getting people to talk about it. And I suppose if we can find non-threatening ways for people to engage, which isn't too technical, but actually addresses issues that really are important to them, then we can engage a wider number of people, and people who feel a little bit frightened of talking about it because they don't think that they have the skills to talk about it. So that's just an illustration, if you like, of the framework. And there will be different kinds of, as I mentioned, heart, head and hands, some very physical. I mean, we saw earlier Akpezi, has shared some wonderful examples of using dance for youth to express their emotions about climate change. This is wonderful. And we saw earlier, I was watching earlier, some great examples of different types of engagement. In South Africa, they talk about the power of the 2-minute video, so which can be shared over WhatsApp, so that groups, if there's some wonderful thing that's happened and you want to celebrate it, then share it. Do the 2-minute video and then share it so that people can be inspired by the actions of others. So the 2-minute video is one of the 25 tools we've got in the toolkit, for example. And here's an example from Kenya. And I got permission from the group that did this to show this to you. But you'll find them. You'll find 3ES, and some of you may know them. But they're using another one of the tools that's in the toolkit, which is called Climate Fresque, which is basically a way of exploring the science without it being too sciencey. So just allowing a kind of discussion, engagement, a process to go from the causes through to the impacts and then to the solutions. So that's another one of the tools. And that's already being used in a number of communities, including in Kenya. So that was a very quick sort of run through. I mean, the key message, I think, is that this is about not providing a blueprint. It's Akpezi came up with a wonderful way of describing the toolkit, which is it's a companion. You know, it's something you will help refer to and say, well, maybe we need to do this, you know, run this workshop, and you know, which will help us move forward as a community. And it's not, as we know, communities are going to be spending years. This is not like some quick fix. So the toolkit is there to be a companion over years, not days, and to be relevant to different approaches and different communities, you know, based on their situation. And on the systems thinking side, I mean, I think that farmers are systems thinkers. They don't put this academic label on it, but they understand the connections between nature and food and water. And so in a sense, they could teach us a lot, you know, about the systems thinking and about the interconnections between things. So we also have to respect that communities have talents, sometimes hidden talents, which need to be give a chance to be expressed. So I think I probably said enough, Akpezi, do you think? Do you want to add any words?
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, you see, he's just introduced the toolkit and what it can do in your RC, how you can work with it in the community level. So do you have any question? Is there anything you would like to ask him before we move from this? Anybody with a question, or you're all fine? Okay, so you'll have it will be ready in, Richard, I think you said the toolkit should be available from when?
From February, we hope, yeah. So yes. It's in the process of going through a design phase with illustrations and so forth. So, yeah.
Yes, I've had a preview of it, and I know that you'll be excited with it. If you're looking for projects, that's the first place to go. That's why I suggested to them that it's like a companion, you know, that you can use to carry out or to start or initiate your climate change ideas or solutions in the communities. So Richard will want to say thank you to you. Yeah, so they will be on the lookout, you know, once it is published. And thank you for the great work that you and Katie and the team have done on the toolkit. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for your time and this.
Yeah, let's give them.
Right, I need to stop sharing now. I don't know how to do it. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay, so nobody can say, I don't know what to do. We have toolkits, particularly when it comes to climate change. If you don't know what to do, you look for that. And there are many other publications that can be of help to you that we saw during the exhibition out there. All right, so before we continue, how many minutes do we have for the financial part? We're going into the financial discussion now. 10 minutes, okay, so we're going to be fast this time, and everybody, it's our discussion. There is something that Confucius said. He said, what the superior man seeks is in himself. You know, the superior man, what he looks for is in himself. And what the small man seeks is in others. So are we superior or small? Because if every time we want to do something, oh, we want to do RCE workshop, we're looking out. We're looking, I want to do this project. Who will give, you know? You first of all look at what you have within you. And that's what RCEs are about. It's about looking out what you have. If you don't have it, look at your neighbor. If you don't, look at the next university. If they don't, look at the next business. See how to pull together to solve the problem. And that has been our challenge in most parts of Africa and in most of our RCs. How do we fund our project? How do we fund this vision? Now, let's hear from you. How do we stop being people who look out to people who look within? Can we do it? Do you think so? This generation of RCEs, can we become people who mobilize from within? Or are we continually going to be people, if penny does not come, we don't do anything? Please, I need contributions. How do we break this jinx of not being able to move until somebody somewhere gives us money? Yes, sir, please. And I need the young people to talk. There was one Lena I talked with. Are you here, Miss Lena? Are you here? Is it Lena Udo or something like that?
Okay.
Get ready to talk.
I am Dr. Mageb Tui from University of Eldoret, the School of Environmental Studies or Environmental Science. Yes, I am from University of Eldoret. I want to answer the question to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you.
First is that it is like when you go outside there, you will hear people saying, Serikali, the government to help us. The government to help us until the government intervenes. But if you ask that person, who is the government? Then he or she will come and realize that we don't have an entity to call government. We are the government. We are the ones who pay tax. That person you think is the government is actually not the government. Now, what am I trying to say? I am trying to say, let's believe in ourselves. Clearly conceptualize what the problem is. After you have done that, how can you solve the problem? However small your effort can achieve, and then begin to implement that. There's somebody who said, even if you conceptualize 1,000 times, until you put those concepts, you operationalize those concepts and put them in action, you will never see the results. But when you do it in a small way, then you believe me, the small success you will get will open another opportunity or another avenue for wider success. They say, as I don't have a lot of time, they say in research that a good researcher and a good research is that which asks an important question and then provides the solution to that question. And as you provide a solution to that question, before you finish the solution, a wider problem will have emerged. And a wider opportunity to solve the problem will have emerged. In so doing, we expand continually. Thank you.
Of that, I hope you were taking notes, because what he said we are the government and we must believe in ourselves. Let's go to the second person. I want some young people, after our dear professor finishes, I want some young people to talk.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Dr. Mosolengo from Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
Thank you.
One of the things that I concur with my good Don is that, first of all, believe in yourself. After believing in yourself and looking into your strengths and weaknesses, then the next step is the magic of numbers, of people of like minds. Once you get the like connections and the right minds to connect with, then there's nothing that is impossible. That's our mantra at Dedan Kimathi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And that's why RCEs go look for like-minded people who also want to solve the problem you are solving. Bring them in. Don't just look for the ones that write papers. Look for the ones that have money in their pocket too. Go to the businesses and bring them in. Look for the policy makers, the ones that will speak, into Ruto's ears. Bring them in. Okay. Okay, yes. Then I think is there somebody else? We'll have two more, but young people, yes. Okay, you, then I'll move on.
Yes, my name is Timothy Nasibi. I'm head of service delivery unit, Vihiga County, and I'm also an innovator at Chandaria Business and Incubation Center here at Kenyatta University.
Great.
So on the question that you had posed, I would say the best solution will be not just undertaking training, but also finding a way that we can merge training and innovation and business together. Because one thing that comes up is the vicious cycle of funding, where every single time you need a new round of funding in order to initiate projects and initiate initiatives. So the very best approach, as you have pointed out, collaboration with stakeholders, policymakers, entrepreneurs specifically, and innovators to come up with novel use cases and novel solutions that can actually create and generate profits. Because with profit, you have sustainability. And with sustainability, you can be able to have true and meaningful impact. We are doing the same in Vihiga County. And if we get an opportunity, we will love to partner with some of you here so that we can be able to make such profit-making ventures that can be able to impact society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Chadalia University of Innovation is in
Yes, I
KU.
would like, Chair,
Chadalia.
you should give them some 5 minutes before this meeting is over to show us some of these things. Yes.
Thank you. I'm William Eoi, a student at the Kenyatta University School of Environment. One challenge we as the youth are facing is we are now facing the issue of brain drain, whereby when one of us invent in something, she's taken abroad. So we have now the young people, we have this mentality whereby everyone wants to go abroad. When you have something, you want to go abroad. So no one wants to come back to the community. So that's now the brain drain we have. Like the issue of Northern Kenya. I'm from Northern Kenya. When somebody makes something out of or an impact to our community, she's taken to stay in Nairobi instead of just leaving her to stay with us. Thank you.
Oh, so they are stealing all your innovation, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's someone there. There are two people. Let's listen. I would like to. Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ruth Ngozire, master's student in climate change and sustainability. As a young person, I want to say it's not about finances. When you're starting up, let us use readily available resources. For example, in our case, we are 3 students who visit high schools. We ask them if they have trees. We plant with them trees and we give them climate change education. So it's not about finances. Let's also use readily available resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for her, because it's not about finances all the time, because none of us went to the website, RCE website, to see what is happening, to see the opportunities. More people would have been sponsored to this conference, but they didn't apply.
How many
We are looking for youth coordinators. The information was on the website, only 4 from Africa. And that was after we extended it, applied. Look at all you young people. You don't want to be a Africa regional youth coordinator to help to push things. You had the opportunity. None of you applied because you wouldn't even, what you can do, go on the website and see what is happening. You didn't do. The opportunity gone. Yes, sir. One more. The last.
There are more on Facebook. The one more.
Yeah, I think Akibu, you wanted to speak as well. Okay.
Hello, my name is Mudhonia. I'm 20 years old climate advocate from Kenya and founder Trees of Life. So I am thinking we can approach this challenge through mobilizing funds from the community. No matter how small it is, even can be 20 shillings. I've done it before. And just like my colleague there said, that we don't need funds, I think that is correct, because when I was starting my idea, Trees of Life, it is about planting trees during burials and memorial services. And it's a divine connectivity between the bereaved and the deceased. So I used to attend burials through free rides, and then they organize themselves. They have land, they have their own trees, I plant, and I also give climate change education through art. I'm an artist, performing artist, so yeah. So through creating, maybe mobilizing funds from the community through membership collection, fee collection, yeah. I guess
wow.
I have a point.
Fantastic, fantastic.
What an idea, man. Planting trees during burial. How about weddings? Barry, okay.
Yeah, I'll talk about it later, maybe, or another platform when I'm given
And you said you're also an actor.
I'm an actor, performing artist. I
So
do any
you can
kind of
also,
performing.
if we created 2 minutes, you can also act for us.
I can do, yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank you.
At the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Mwangi. I'm here on behalf of Autotrack. This is an electric company that it's an automotive company that manufactures electric vehicles. We are based here in Chadaria Center, right in Kenyatta University. And secondly, on behalf of the young people, we have a youth group, a CBO based in at the coast. It's called Ocean Youth Innovators, whereby we mainly deal with the blue economy. And in connection to what was being said, I can say that it is not all about finances. First of all, it is about the drive. It is about the passion. Because as per now, we are doing a project in Mombasa, whereby we are making charcoal barricades using coconut waste. And up to this moment, we have not received any funding, but we are still moving on. So it is more of passion and the inner calling. It is more of a calling than drawing on the externalities. I thank you, everyone, and especially Kenyatta University for hosting such an event.
Thank you so much. Colin, passion. Let's have the last two here. These too many. Okay, 3. Speak for 1 minute, please, so that we can round up. Only these 3 now. 1 over there, then 2 here. And the 2 here. They've been, these 2.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Eileen. I study here in KU, Master's Climate Change and Sustainability. So in one of my classes, my professor asked a very important question of how come young kids know so much about COVID, but they barely know about climate change? That's something to think about, because what are we not doing in sharing knowledge, sharing information, even among young people? Resource sharing and knowledge sharing is not happening as much as it should be happening. And yeah, we need to keep the conversation going, because action first has to come from knowledge, but it's not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Evan Sowia from Masai Mara University under the leadership of Dr. Nankaya, who is here. Now, for us, we seek an opportunity. For example, we identified that Narok County needed tree planting. What we did, we collected seedlings, planted tree seedlings, generated them, and then through our leader there, we made it to be part of performance contract target of the university that we must plant 10,000 trees within and without the university. The next step we made is to talk to the neighboring non-governmental organizations and governmental organizations that they can have tree planting to be part of their performance contract targets. And then we ask them, we will plant trees for you. So we just try to escalate. Currently, we have mimicked almost a tropical forest within the university, and it's worked. So all agencies within Narok County that is semi-arid are coming to try and mimic that. So I'm just saying you can come up with an idea, do it in small scale, and then others can mimic the same. Thank you.
I hope you are taking notes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yuri is taking notes. Yes, so that's you, and then
Thank you very much. Again, I want to give an example with what we have been able to achieve with respect to securing funding and opportunities. One thing for most RCEs is we don't approach some stakeholders in these affairs of environmental sustainability, ESD, and others. When we are hosting the regional conference in 2013 in Nigeria, we approached the Nigerian University Commission. At that time, one of the department they have is an ESD department headed by a director. But at that time, they don't even know
what to do, what is even ESD and all of that, because it was still new to them. So when we approached them with the hosting opportunity to host the regional conference, they grabbed it immediately because they were looking for opportunity to even start up their activities. And that was the beginning of more RCEs in Nigeria. And most universities start to get the understanding of what we do. So I think one of the things is we should leverage on partnerships and then try as much as possible to approach more stakeholders, just like what Greater Nairobi and other RCEs in Kenya are doing with NEMA and others. So we have some of these institutions that are always willing and ready, but they don't know about us. We need to approach them and share some of our programs and activities with them, and they will look at it and see how they can come in so that we can partner and execute the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. The last one now, before
Okay,
we now
thank you.
round up.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that time is money and population is a resource. I want to say that we have many corporates which have resources and they have no time to do climate action activities. That's through the CSR. And we have many young people who have a lot of time and they don't have the resources to implement, to maybe participate or purchase participate in the climate action activities. So there's we need to synergize these corporates and the youths in different institutions. We buy their population, we give them their time, we give them our time and buy their population. We give them money to do activities on our behalf. Then through that, we'll be able to achieve an impact. If we, let's say Safaricom has a population of maybe 10 staff who are in an environmental department. The 10 staff, if they want to participate in a tree planting, they can use a school by funding them, maybe giving them seedlings. They can access like 600 youths within a very short time. Instead of the 10 of them going and struggling with the 1 acre of land, they'll take a lot of time to grow it. But if they go there with a school, they'll be able to do that thing within a very short time. In North Rift, we have like 30 schools, that is primary schools. We work with the green clubs. If we're able to mobilize these corporates and engage them to these schools, we are going to achieve a bigger goal of conserving our environment within a very short time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And young people, I expected you to also educate us on how we can use social media, and all that. Can I round? Yeah, this is Africa. This is the picture of Africa.
Actually, this is yes. One thing about, of course, the youth. If you tell the youth that they are not doing something, then they surprise you. Just look at this count. Look at this count. This is a youth who is doing something about the environment. So please, we applaud you. Please keep it up. And thank you very much. This is evidence that we are getting somewhere. This is the future, right? You can see, Mr. Mugai, this is the future. Yes. So please take a seat.
So, yes. So as we round up this session, we'll take everything everyone has said and we'll go back to our first, the first person who spoke to us, because he actually summarized everything in his contribution. Sir, what's your name again? Yes. Dr. Mark. Yeah. He summarized everything because he now ended it. If you remember his last sentence, he said, we now have to operationalize all these things in small ways, or in big or in medium ways. And if we do that, by the time we are meeting again next year for the regional conference, no matter where it is, there's a regional conference that is going to come up. So you already know. So begin to save for it. Begin to write your proposals for it. Begin to find ways that you would attend and drag somebody. And the professors here, begin to identify students you need to encourage so that you can help to raise funds, write some support for them, or see how you can get support from the university or somewhere so that they can be part of it. Let us grow Africa from within. Nobody's going to do it for us.
Let's grow Africa from within. And just to round up, I just want you to know those questions, all of us, because we need to go forward and we need to work together. Before I go to the questions, let me introduce it with a story, short story. There was this old man. Again, I like old men because they are wise. The wise ones. So, so he was strolling. Then he got to a place, a building site. And there he saw three men busy. But he noticed something. So he asked the first one, "What are you doing?" He said, I am just, thank you. I am just putting one block on top of the other. So he went to the next one. "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm just building a wall." Then he went to the third one. "What are you doing?" The third one was excited. He said, "I am building this fantastic wall that is going to provide a protection, for this castle, so that everybody that will be there, nobody will be hurt, nothing, it's going to be a formidable, beautiful wall." They are doing the same work. One knew where they were going. Why are you in RCE? Do you know? Why? Please just go on. Can you, am I able to operate it from here? No, not that. I want the Sustainable Development Goals. Go on. Yes. No, the goals. Where you have the goals. It's just a short. That's where, no, the goals. Yes. That's where we're going. No poverty in Africa. We don't want to see it. Look at it. No hunger. All these things. We want an Africa that is secure. An Africa where there is justice. And where an Africa with good governance. Where we have leaders who walk the talk, like we have seen here. So that's why I'm here. That's why I'm RCE. That's why I'm doing this tree planting. That is why I'm writing this paper. That is why I'm doing this project. Because I see the big picture. I know if I lay this block well, and I lay it with passion, like our young person said there, and I put all my skills into it, it will take me to the future I want. And that is what you and I are called to do. Can we go back to the first one quickly? So, okay, the next one. Look at these questions. I just want you to, what is the ultimate goal of RCE as you see it? What are we selling? What are you selling as an RCE? Who are we selling it to? Is anybody buying? If nobody is buying, let's go back. People say that if you fail, you can still, if you fail, get up. If you fail, but if you fail 10 times and you keep making the same mistakes, you will still continue to fail. So once you fail and you get up, what should you do? You should do things differently. You should not make the same mistake again. Otherwise, you'll be in that circle. All right. Who are the buyers? What do I want to see? Let's be concrete. Yes, let's go to the next slide. And money will come. Money chases success. Money chases innovation. Can we look at the next slide, please, sir? Sir, can we have the next slide? So what will be our relevance in 10 years' time? In what areas? What are the other key players in our arena? Let's look for them and work with them. The people that are working to build the Africa that we're looking for. Let's work with them. Let's collaborate with them. Let's cooperate with them. Let's cooperate with other RCEs in Africa. Yes, and you look at the question, who are our partners? How will we fund our work? The money will follow. We will find the solution. We'll find it. When you want to do something, you go after it and you get it. Otherwise, the solution will run after you. The money will run after you. Let's continue. The next slide. We must have achieved this in Africa, in our RCEs, in the small steps we're taking in this university. This university is already a picture of what Africa can be, and it can even do better. So what we do now or don't do is our gift to the Africa we want. If we come here and after this, like the VC said, when the VC was receiving us, he said he hopes this will not, we like conferences. Conferences are important because you learn. But if you keep learning and you don't do anything, what's the point? Next year, we must see the result of this great conference. We must see the result. And just, there was something I wanted us to do. 1 minute, my chair. Let's remember as we go back, accountability and action planning. I think two of our contributors said that we need accountability. We need to be accountable to each other, and we need to plan our work well. We must inject science and technology into what we are doing. Every time, even if we are planting, let's ask ourselves, what can we create to plant better or something? You know, let's go up a notch and not keep coming back and saying the same thing. It's good to plant trees. Yes, let's keep planting the trees, but let's also do more. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know what we're going? We are Africa and we have a future, you know, to achieve. Then let's celebrate our success stories, you know. So show me a world where linked hands, you know, linked hands, if all the RCEs in Africa can really work together, where they disperse wealth and knowledge freely, where communing minds, where they communicate, create energy, where choruses of excited voices, like the ones we've heard, sing of equality and equity. Give me sustainability of substance. You know, I want sustainability of substance, and I will give you the future. Okay, and we can do it. All right? So let's get together and take RCEs to the future. Thank you, everyone. Thank everybody. And let's celebrate the communication department. We were stuck at one planning. I don't know what our chair did. Let's celebrate them again. Thank you for your support. Yeah, as you come down, I'm told there's someone online who wants to make ask a question. Can we have him or her on? This is the chance, just 2 questions.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Very much. It's a pity that I'm missing Nairobi and Kenyatta University. I can see my sister looking at me, Professor Kwesi. You know, this, yeah, I'm really impressed with what is happening. And I know whenever they call Nairobi is like a second home. What I've heard from contributors about, what we need to do, especially the youth. Believe in me, I keep mentioning what we are doing here in Mina. But let me tell you, you can't succeed, I'm sorry to use this word, without using the policymakers. They are very critical. They are people that want to achieve something quickly. And RCEs, that is what they call Regional Center of Expertise. Expertise, the idea of this ESD that brought about RCE is to localize this expertise, do what you know best locally. And one thing that I have learned in this RCE movement is the idea of education from 3 perspectives: formal, informal, and non-formal. Believe me, before this movement of RCE and the ESD activities, I knew nothing about informal and non-formal. But looking at why RCEs are special is because we are harnessing all the sources of knowledge, both formal, informal, and non-formal, to make sure we can make a change in our very little ways that we can push Africa forward. There are so many issues that we are doing already. Unfortunately, in Africa, unlike Asia, they are taking advantage of their traditional knowledge in a very, very good way. That is why you go to India, there is a university on traditional knowledge. But what are we doing in Africa? Anything must be modern, must be Western for it to be real. Anything must be difficult or technical for it to be accepted. Why can't we simplify this thing and get it done in a better way? I think we can provide that platform and we can serve as change agent to push forward how to institutionalize the acknowledgement and acceptance of our knowledge that we have in our people. Unfortunately, we're not doing so. Let's use this forum, this gathering, to work with that. I'm happy to see a friend of mine, which I don't know whether you have organized, Professor Kwesi, Mr. Abel Etete. He has done so well. He was a good ambassador of Kenya. When he was with UNU, he did very, very well. In fact, most of the RCs in Africa came to Limelight because of that gentle guy. He is there. I can see him sitting. He is a very wonderful person. Believe in me, he is somebody very close to Mina. In fact, we wanted to bring him back to Mina so that he can become a Nigerite. But don't worry, we'll bring him after this so that we can come and he saw what we did. And he can testify to how policymakers are looking for opportunities when we hosted the African RCE in Abuja, where the University Commission, they have a department on ESG, but they don't have idea. So our coming was a kind of savior. And I think we have so much we can do. And I must give credit to NEMA in Kenya for being so continuously helping us to move forward. Thank you very much, VC Kenyatta University, for being us. And then you're calling us to come back. We'll come back again. Thank you very much. I wish you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Think about that. Indigenous knowledge and the youth are here. Indigenous. How can we commercialize our indigenous knowledge? Oh, just one more person, online person, one more. Someone else who is ready? Someone else who is ready? If you're online, okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. We are coming to the close. We are coming to the close. This is coming to the close. As we come to a close, we've been told about tools. Think about that. Many words have come. Hearts and heads and hearts. Farmers are system thinkers. So we need a way to think. So and now because I'm the chair and I also happen to be a teacher, I'm allowed to give instructions. So this is my first instruction. Please open a blank page of paper. Yeah, I'm a teacher, so I'm allowed to give instructions. And kindly I request, open a blank piece of paper, on a blank, and have a pen. Have a pen. Yes. And on that piece of paper, please, kindly, I beg you follow my instructions just briefly. I want you to write these letters going down like that. The first letter is C, followed by B for boy, followed by T for Tom, followed by W for wildlife. Last one is R for Africa. Yes, yes. Everyone has it? Yes, please, kindly. Oh, thank you very much. Now, this reads as, say after me, CBTWA. Please, CBTWA. CBTWA. Very good. Put your paper down. Put your paper and pen down, please. And then if you are seated like Mr. Mugai on a table, I want you to get your hat like this. If you don't have a table, I want to do it on your lap. It's okay. So follow after me. So if you are table like Mr. Mugai here, you do it with your two hands. You do it like this. So listen to me. I'm a teacher. So follow me. So you say CB. What does CP2 mean? Get back your pen and paper. Now you get the first C. The first C, as we've been told here about the heart and mind. The first C is conceive, and we conceive with our heads. C means conceive. This is where the ideas come from. We conceive things with our head. But it also turns out that human beings, for you to be able to achieve things, you need more than just something in your head. You need something more than your head. You need your heart so that you can believe. You can believe. We are human beings. We need faith, right? We are not monkeys. We need faith. So be as believe with our heart. And then once we have conceived an idea, we have faith in it in our heart, we have believed in it, we need to share with other people. And that's why we are here. We need to talk. We need to talk. So we've been talking a lot. And this is where Dr. Kipesh talked about accountability partners. It's about accountability. If you are a youth, are you part of a network? Are you part of a team that can hold you accountable? If you're doing trees of life, the girl there doing trees of life, how many trees do you plant to this year? What's your target for this year? 1,000 trees. So who knows that apart from yourself? No, outside your organization, who holds you accountable? Eh? Who is community? We don't want those vague ideas, right? Yes, yes. Who is community, right? Yes. I'm also a member of the community, but I don't know that is your goal, right? Yes. So this is accountability. That's why we need to talk. Have your own accountability network, and this is about RCE, right? Yes. This is accountability network. Yes, that's what RCE is all about. Then, once you conceive something, you believed in it, and you've already started sharing with other people. Then it's time to take a walk. It's time to take action. That's walk. Yes, walk. Yes. You need to walk the talk, right? Yes, walk the talk, as they say. Walk the talk. This is now the action part. Because if you just conceive something, you just believe in it and talk. Even the very good book, Paul, make it very clear that faith without action is dead. Yes, yes, yes. And maybe we can consult the Muslims here to tell us if there's a similar verse in the Quran. We'll do that during lunch. Then finally, what's the end game? Where do we want to go? Akipesh talked about the big picture, our SDG. So we want to achieve. That's what A is about. Achieve. We want to achieve something. We want to achieve results. You want to achieve your 1,000, but you know you'll not do it in a day. You'll do it. You need to have a target, right? So finally, CBT1 back to you. CBT1. So great people. That's my philosophy for you. So you can forget everything else you've learned, but remember CBT1. So, okay.
CBTY. At the university, Methodist University, Kenya, they already have indigenous science as an integrated part of every course. They are teaching it already. That's the way to go. So please, professors, there, talk with them and see how we can do the same thing in all our universities. Thank you. Sorry. CBTY.
So it's my very warm pleasure and privilege to bring this to a close. It's been quite good. It's another session. Afternoon, yes. We have recovered. We recovered quite some good time. Thanks to me. Please give me a clap. So in the afternoon, we'll come and do is it a panel session? Where are we? In the afternoon, we'll do the presentation. Yeah, we'll have 2 sessions in the afternoon. We almost actually now just recovering the time. We'll do it on time. We closed yesterday being 3 hours late. Now we are only 30 minutes late. So that's quite some progress. So when we come back, we'll have 2 parallel sessions. One will be for exhibitors. Exhibitors, they'll go upstairs. There's a room here. We'll show you. And then the youth, we are giving a lot of airtime and visibility on the youth. So you'll be here in this main session, and that will be guided by Dr. Akipesi. And please, the youth, if you're in my class, you already know this, that if you cannot express yourself, or even if you get an A in my class, then that's not very good. So, and you can already tell how Dr. Akipesi is good. Dr. Akipesi can get an E in an exam and still raise money. Right? Yes. Nobody will even ask her whether you have a PhD or not, because who cares? And she can. So please, youth, please join Dr. Akipesi's session. If I was the vice chancellor of this university, I would give you a job, but that's another time. So please, it's time for lunch. We'll walk straight back, walk straight away, then to the left. Our lunch is being served there. Let's take 30 minutes for lunch so that we can reconvene. Please, kindly, we can reconvene at 2:30. Then one final one, if I forget, please, beginning now, we start to practice our CBT work. We promised each other yesterday that we are going to plant a tree. And the trees are ready, the holes are ready, the trees are ready, and we'll do that today at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Kindly, I plead with you. The trees are there, the holes are ready. Your job is kindly make the time and effort. So begin planning your schedule now. as we are closing around 5 there, kindly, and it's not very far. It's not very far. It's not a very long walk. So kindly start making the time so that we can begin walking the talk today, right? The trees are ready and the holes are ready. So 5:30, kindly make that time. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch.
Over the course of the last century, our planet has become warmer, but in particular over the last 50 years. It is now recognized that human activities are largely responsible for this warming. In particular, the burning of fossil fuels has released huge quantities of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, which trap additional heat in the lower atmosphere. The impact of this is being seen worldwide as glaciers melt, sea levels rise, and there are more desert areas. The African continent is particularly exposed and vulnerable to the negative effects of global warming. Therefore, the African Union and the European Union have started to work together in the 3 key research areas affected by climate change: water, agriculture, and health. The result of this decision was a call for project proposals, the FP7 Africa Call, out of which several collaborative research projects were funded to help people coping with climate change.
The climate change is impacting me as a farmer very hard, because I can't get green grass my cattle, I can't get enough fruits to sell to the market, and we have a lot of problem with the drought. The climate is affecting people because they can't plant anything. So we just sit down and wait for rain to come.
Many of the available studies on climate predictions have not fully addressed the issues most relevant in Africa. Research projects funded by the EU bring together African and European experience and expertise. This collaboration supports the understanding of climate change in both continents, as well as looking at the shared challenges and possible solutions that may lie ahead.
Climate change in Africa is particularly important because for sure climate change is a global issue, and but Africa is among the various parts of the world the most vulnerable one. It's on one side the continent which has the lower emissions, but it is the continent where we can see the highest impacts. And this in turn generates other effects, social effects, and at the end it generates an enormous pressure to migration to Europe in particular, and to other countries, other parts of the world. but generate as well conflicts. And conflicts generate degradation, and degradation generate pressures again to neighboring countries. So you can understand that if there is a part of the world where we have to help people to tackle climate change, this is definitely Africa. We have a partnership with the African Union Commission. And through this partnership, we have started talks, and we have agreements that led in some years ago to the decision from our side to promote a call on Africa. We intend to continue this activity, of course, in the future, and on focused issues where we see that Africa may benefit more, and definitely adaptation to climate change.
One example of FP7's ability to share knowledge and research is Climb Africa. This project brings together 18 institutions, 9 from Europe, 8 from Africa, and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO.
Our project is aiming to provide climate predictions and models to assess the impacts of climate change on crop yields and water resources. What is really new with the Climb Africa is that we are able to predict climate in a short-term period, so in next 10 years or 20 years. We have a very strong collaboration with the African institutions, and this relation is important because we learn a lot about agricultural problems in Africa, and at the same time they learn how to use models and climate predictions. The possibility to assess the impacts on crop production, water, enable us to create hotspots of vulnerabilities, so to identify those areas in sub-Saharan Africa where the future climate change will affect more the people and the economy. We have a dream about the future, that our project is not just a one-shot experience, because we have created a real new African network of scientists. So we would like that they continue themselves with their own research infrastructure to continue to work with these projects.
The effect of climate change is felt in people's everyday lives in many different ways. Understanding these climatic changes, as well as predicting future patterns, is at the core of the work done by projects like Climb Africa.
Climb Africa and IGAD Climate and Application Center are working together on the ground, especially in collecting information on biophysical aspects, with Kenya as one of the case study sites among many other study sites in Africa. Today, we came to meet with the local community with the main aim of trying to know what they perceive to have been the changes in climate and what has affected and how it has affected them, and then what they have done to cope with those changes. One of the main challenges in Africa's changing climate is the development of appropriate adaptation strategies for the local communities. That is one of the key challenges, because you may develop strategies that are not applicable or that cannot be taken up by local communities. So unless you work with the local communities, you cannot develop suitable adaptation strategies.
I think the benefits for Climb Africa, for local people, is that this project will combine the continental projections using new models and new parameters with the local knowledge that we will gather from the different case studies distributed all around Africa, capturing different agroecosystems, climates and communities.
No kien kana no kiomana upoa mi kalile yani kila tutona kwikala ondo tutona kwikala nondo kondo kone komo kuyua kana tetone kuka usomethwa ni alimu ala mokie meno umani wa kutuonia undu tetona kwika nundu ona twaima tuikwata kindu.
Other projects are working on different levels and in varied ways to explore and share information, research and good practice. African Climate allows learning and experience in Africa to be shared with other professional stakeholders and everyone interested in climate change in Africa over the internet.
It is a web platform, an interactive, dynamic, multilingual, multi-sectorial information and knowledge sharing portal which covers all Africa, 54 countries. It is available in 4 languages and we cover all sectors, all climate-related sectors, such as agriculture, fishery, forestry, food and water supply.
African Climate is helping a lot because already we can document the tools that exist, but at the same time we have a portal in which scientists can share what needs to be done and what is being done already. ICRAF is one of the partners in African Climate. We have documented some of the approaches that we have learned. We have our old theme, or what we are calling now science domain, on climate change adaptation through agroforestry. And therefore we are glad to share what we have learned through African Climate. And when we put our projects in the portal and also learn from what other people are doing, then we find that our work is more integrated than what would have happened if we are just dealing with agroforestry alone.
In the website, we have provided some principles for good practice. About 8 principles for evaluating good practices in Africa. Those are case studies. So good practices is a very good example that can be transferred from one region to the other, that can capacity build, yeah, that are sustainable and therefore can be copied beyond the existing ones for future use and purposes.
It is very important for African and European researchers to work hand in hand. We need to work together to link up, to bring together our expertise and skills to maximize the success of our work and to find the best solutions, how to avoid catastrophic scenarios caused by climate change, and to help African communities adapt to climate change.
Farmers have been noticing the various changes, that they cannot get good yields as before. Rains are not coming at the time that they used to come. Therefore, predicting is a problem for African farmers, and farmers are getting frustrated. They need solutions and tools that they can use to start to adapt, while at the same time mitigation is also important. So we are conducting research in adaptation, working with farmers to look at solutions that can work. We are also conducting research in mitigation, looking at how we can lower the carbon in the atmosphere by getting more carbon into the soil and more carbon that has been sequestered as forests and as woodlands in agricultural lands.
Now this portal is extremely useful in my day-to-day activities because if I want to know, areas where funds are available for climate-related research, I can go to the portal. If I want to know how other people have been doing indigenous knowledge or have been using indigenous knowledge on climate risk management, I go to the portal. If in any case I want to know aspects of policy and where best policies have been practiced, I go to the portal. So the portal provides me with, an amalgamation of information just by a single touch of a button. So this is my hope that at the end of it all, we'll be able to have an encyclopedia where at least any information related to climate and climate risk management can be found.
Collaboration is at the heart of climate change research and development in these projects. Working together and sharing knowledge means developing more wide-reaching adaptation strategies.
Besides the scientific problem of climate impacts and predictions, it's really very important in Africa to build the governance of institutions and to make understanding that their future is very also related to climate change, so that the governments can think to develop adaptation plans.
We have to provide Africa to better internal capabilities of using the climate information for a better short and medium-term predictions, and for better organizing the adaptation to climate change, in particular in the most vulnerable areas. We have to be capable of giving forecasts that are valid also for 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year. We have to give the possibility and to transform this to services to the farmers, to every sector, economic sector, and the population, in order to help them to make good choices, to plant the right seeds in a given season, to harvest in the right moment, to prepare for difficult situations and difficult conditions that may happen.
Climate change is a global phenomenon which needs to be addressed at a global level. However, individual countries differ in both their contribution to the problem and in their vulnerability to its impacts. Therefore, it is urgent to act on those countries where poverty and inadequate infrastructures make more difficult the implementation of mitigation and adaptation measures and magnify the ecological, social, and economic impacts of climate change. It's therefore imperative that researchers and policymakers continue to jointly work at both pan-European and pan-African level to find suitable strategies.
Something, then I come back. I'm not like a YouTube video on replay. Video.
And inspirational living mentorship and coaching program. Following the excellent work going on in the ESD model centers across the country, Kenya Education Management Institute and Africa for SDGs has planned the ESD Awards for 2022 to reward students and schools for outstanding practices in local communities and schools who have challenged themselves to transform the world. The awards is a result of a continuous engagement of students in learning institutions on ESD and SDGs realization in the spirit of leaving no youth behind.
The learners were having low self-esteem, but once we started the program, their self-esteem started raising up. Even the people who were coming to see what we do here, they were very happy to see them doing the work. The learners have been improving day by day. Their parents are appreciating, the community around is appreciating after seeing the work they are doing. Even themselves, the learners, they are seeing their future bright.
The learners have come up with ideas. They have seen a gap or a challenge which is within their school, in their community, and they have taken it up. Through these ESG projects in the school, I've noted a lot of collaboration among the students, unity, the idea of passing on the knowledge which they have to others and even to their community out there.
In briquette making, we are conserving paper waste because we realized that we produce a lot of paper waste in our school. So we decided to conserve it and make it into fuel, which we use in our school kitchen.
What inspires me is when I draw, I actually feel free. Like when I'm angry, if I draw this picture, I actually get free and happy.
I get very excited when I mentor these young girls and they go to university and they start their own businesses. It gives me a lot of joy.
We use the 2,000 that people pay for the admission to buy the machines that we use. So technically, it's kind of like a capital investment. It also breaks the monotony of like school is just reading and everything. It also brings the school to life. As you can see, we are explained to about the accessories.
We have programs for ESD that tree planting at least once a term to maybe replace the ones that have been cut down. We also have bicycles riding to school. So most of our students use bicycles to come to school. So that saves the environment from emissions, from vehicles and all that. Our fish pond, as principal has mentioned, feeds our teachers at least twice a term. We have cycles of maturity of fish. Currently, we have around 170 fish. Tilapia mixed with catfish.
And we started it and produced a lot of fish. First, there were 200. Then, after some times, we had to harvest so that we can feed on it.
All the drums, we cut into two. They become dustbins. So if you walk around, you will see them at strategic places where the boys can easily dispose any waste that will be there. So our compound looks a little bit organized than before ESD came in.
The project has been very good for the students. It helps them to develop several skills which can help them even after school. Many of them have been able to go out and they're able to make the items which we are making here in school. They're able to sell them and even support themselves at the colleges where they have gone to. They're also able to help their parents when they sell some of these items, and some of them are even able to train other students.
Initially, it came just for the skill, but eventually ESD became my family, became my home. I came to learn a lot. It came to build my character actually, and I specialize in making of serviette holders, toothbrush holders. There's also jewelry boxes like this one. Currently, I'm still mentoring the rest, my younger brothers over here. And out there, it's of great economic value.
My parents who have given me also support. I've learned a lot from this work, from this group, about the beadwork, even being creative and making different patterns, and even making different patterns of the jewelry box, and even the toothbrush holder, the serviette holders, and the key holders.
We have done some vegetable farming down there, and that vegetable that we harvest, we
supplement whatever the school has. If it doesn't do well, we are using it to feed the poultry. So we have some chicken down here. The children are actively involved in feeding the chicken and with the commercial feeds, and even pick the vegetables that the kitchen does not want to feed the chicken. We have also done fish farming. Once in a while, we have harvested the fish in the school, and we have made a delicacy for the teachers and, of course, the members of the ESD club. And because of the capacity of the pod, we have not been able to do a lot of stocking of fish in the pod. So we are only able to do some bit for display so that you create an appetite for the children to go and impact the community where they're coming from. We could not imagine that children could be able even to make clothes. We have seen them making scarves to wear during this cold weather. The Muslim women, during their festivities, they do henna decorations on their hands. You will see them at work. ESD has actually impacted our own children, and it has become contagious even among other children because everyone wants to join ESD. Because much as we are doing education, we have the skills that our children want to be imparted with in order to enhance entrepreneurship later in life.
We are taught in ESD that we should have peace even amongst ourselves. In ESD, we are taught that peace is very important. We cannot create the beautiful things that we create with violence.
Our device is made up from locally assembled materials. Unlike other respirators in the market, homemade respirator has diversified uses ranging from medical, agricultural, and industrial uses. Imagine any place, anytime, anywhere. Our device can be used by medical personnel, health workers, social officers, farmers, construction engineers to protect them against polluted and contaminated air. Our device can be used as an aesthetic inhaler, not forgetting that it is simple and portable.
We need to plant more trees because the trees are very useful. They are the ones who attract rains and also prevent soil erosion from occurring in our places. So my fellow pupils, don't like cutting down trees because trees are very important.
There is no planet B. Let's protect our environment.
Climate education is our right. Do not cut trees.
We are students from Ololua Primary School. Our message is, if you cut one tree, plant two. Creation here is our responsibility.
The Kenya Education Management Institute has established 112 ESD model centers across the country since 2018. This is in response to the call to implement the ESD policy in the education sector in all learning institutions in the country. Africa for SDGs and KEMI has put in place initiatives to provide a renewed education agenda that is holistic and inspirational, leaving no youth behind, to enhance the ESD mentorship and coaching program. Following the excellent work going on in the ESD model centers across the country, Kenya Education Management Institute and Africa for SDGs has planned the ESD Awards for 2022 to reward students and schools for outstanding practices in local communities and schools who have challenged themselves to transform the world. The awards is a result of a continuous engagement of students in learning institutions on ESD and SDGs realization in the spirit of leaving no youth behind.
The learners were having low self-esteem. But once we started the program, their survey students started raising up. Even the people who are coming to see what we do here, they were very happy to see them doing the work. The learners have been improving day by day. Their parents are appreciating, the community around is appreciating after seeing the work they are doing. Even themselves, the learners, they are seeing their future bright.
The learners have come up with ideas. They have seen a gap or a challenge which is within their school, in their community, and they have taken it up. Through these ESD projects in the school, I've noted a lot of collaboration among the students, unity, the idea of passing on the knowledge which they have to others, and even to their community out there.
In briquette making, we are conserving paper waste because we realized that we produce a lot of paper waste in our school. So we decided to conserve it and make it into fuel, which we use in our school kitchen.
What inspires me is when I draw, I actually feel free. Like when I'm angry, if I draw this picture, I actually get free and happy.
I get very excited when I mentor these young girls and they go to university and they start their own businesses. It gives me a lot of joy.
We use the 2,000 that people pay for the admission to buy the machines that we use. So technically, it's kind of like a capital investment. It also breaks the monotony of like school is just reading and everything. It also brings the school to life. As you can see, we are explained to about the accessories.
We have programs for ESD that tree planting at least once a term to maybe replace the ones that have been cut down. We also have bicycles riding to school. So most of our students use bicycles to come to school. So that saves the environment from emissions, from vehicles and all that. Our fish pond, as principal has mentioned, feeds our teachers at least twice a term. We have cycles of maturity of fish. Currently we have around 170 fish. Tilapia mixed with catfish.
And we started it and produced a lot of fish. First there were 200. Then after some times we had to harvest so that we can feed on it.
All the drums, we cut into two. They become dustbins. So if you walk around, you will see them at strategic places where the boys can easily dispose any waste that will be there. So our compound looks a little bit organized than before ESD came in.
The project has been very good for the students. It helps them to develop several skills which can help them even after school. Many of them have been able to go out and they're able to make the items which we are making here in school. They're able to sell them and even support themselves at the colleges where they have gone to. They're also able to help their parents when they sell some of these items, and some of them are even able to train other students.
Initially, I came just for the skill, but eventually ESD became my family, became my home. I came to learn a lot. It came to build my character, actually. And I specialize in making of serviette holders, toothbrush holders. There's also jewelry boxes like this one. Currently, I'm still mentoring the rest, my younger brothers over here. And out there, it's of great economic value.
My parents who have given me also support. I've learned a lot from this work, from this group, about the beadwork, even being creative and making different patterns, and even making different patterns of the jewelry box, and even the toothbrush holder, the serviette holders, and the key holders.
We have done some vegetable farming down there, and that vegetable that we harvest, we supplement whatever the school has. If it doesn't do well, we are using it to feed the poultry. So we have some chicken down here. The children are actively involved in feeding the chicken and with the commercial feeds, and even pick the vegetables that the kitchen does not want to feed the chicken. We have also done fish farming. Once in a while, we have harvested the fish in the school, and we have made a delicacy for the teachers and, of course, the members of the ESD club. And because of the capacity of the pod, we have not been able to do a lot of stocking of fish in the pond. So we are only able to do some bit for display so that you create an appetite for the children to go and impact the community where they're coming from. We could not imagine that children could be able even to make clothes. We have seen them making scarves to wear during this cold weather. The Muslim women, during their festivities, they do henna decorations on their hands. You will see them at work. ESD has actually impacted our own children, and it has become contagious even among other children because everyone wants to join ESD. Because much as we are doing education, we have the skills that our children want to be imparted with in order to enhance entrepreneurship later in life.
We are taught in ESD that we should have peace even amongst ourselves. In ESD, we are taught that peace is very important. We cannot create the beautiful things that we create with violence.
Our device is made up from locally assembled materials, and like other respirator in the market, homemade respirator has diversified uses ranging from medical, agricultural, and industrial uses. Imagine any place, anytime, anywhere. Our device can be used by medical personnel, health workers, social officers, farmers, construction engineers to protect them against polluted and contaminated air. Our device can be used as an aesthetic inhaler, not forgetting that it is simple and portable.
We need to plant more trees because the trees are very useful. They are the ones who attract rains and also prevent soil erosion from occurring in our places. So my fellow pupils, don't like cutting down trees because trees are very important.
There is no planet B. Let's protect our environment.
Climate education is our right. Do not cut trees.
We are students from Ololua Primary School. Our message is, if you cut one tree, plant two. Creation here is our responsibility.
I'm David Chawo. I'm a lead scientist for climate change programs at Strathmore University and the International Foundation for Science Representative in Africa. COP27 is here in Egypt at Sharm el-Sheikh. It's a big time season in the African region, but also a very important signature for African leaders. Climate change has really had hard effects in African countries. You're aware of the current shortfalls in terms of rains going on in the Sahel region and the unpredictable rainfall patterns that are going on in East Africa. You're aware of the drought in Somalia. You're aware of drought in Kenya. Every part of Africa today is below threshold in terms of biodiversity resource. I mean, that big call for action is how do we do better I'm David Chawo. I'm a lead scientist for climate change programs at Strathmore University and the International Foundation for Science Representative in Africa. COP27 is here in Egypt at Sharm el-Sheikh. It's a big time season in the African region, but also a very important signature for African leaders. Climate change has really had hard effects in African countries. You're aware of the current shortfalls in terms of rains going on in the Sahel region and the unpredictable rainfall patterns that are going on in East Africa. You're aware of the drought in Somalia. You're aware of drought in Kenya. Every part of Africa today is below threshold in terms of biodiversity resource. I mean, that big call for action is how do we do best research now? Research that addresses local needs. The key areas proposed by International Foundation for Science for engagement with the business schools includes addressing issues at local level, including food security, water scarcity, needs to do with biodiversity loss, needs around climate change and human health, but also need around green energy.
I really believe that business schools, school of business, have to be school for businesses because we are serving corporates. And if we are a school for businesses, we have to help businesses to be businesses for society.
We need to find our own voice. What is that African project, that exemplar project that we are going to coalesce around?
We really believe that things are different for Africa. The way we do business is different. The way we worry about resilience is different. We are looking to see the outtakes of the COP27 discussions and the adaptation related strategies. We're hoping that we can interpret it in meaningful ways to business sectors in the country and in Africa, and especially those in the informal sector and the SMEs.
For us at the business school, we set up a climate leadership program. We are looking at elements to do with the diplomacy. We are looking at elements to do with the climate financing. We are looking at climate budgeting. I think for us, let's move away from looking at business schools as just teaching for executives. But let's transform business schools both for executives and hubs for research. And I think that's why International Foundation for Science is coming in. Based on that trust that the policymakers has on business schools, the executives has on schools, the top business brands have on schools, then we get a stop shop where we can actually change their thinking. But at the same time, we identify projects, I think this has been mentioned repeatedly, which key projects would drive the climate leadership agenda for Africa.
What are the 6 most impactful paths that we need to pursue if we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals? Number 1, of course, being education.
I think we can have a profitable discussion about research. What topics do you think would make sense? How would you individually and collectively put your voices together so that that stuff is heard by other people? And what's an outreach strategy?
So who is it we need to mobilize to create something that is more than just a conversation on business schools, but creates a pressure on society and on business schools to change?
I don't want us to get out of this room today without at least having a specific timeline or a framework of what are the next steps. And that was the specific purpose why we met today.
Africa is a young continent whose average age is 19 and is to be considered the continent of the future. We want to provide green energy. This will create an opportunity for the youth in Africa to work in the so-called 3D revolution that we are experiencing right now and shall experience in the next decades. The 3Ds are decarbonization. We don't want to have any carbon emission to stop global warming. Decentralization. We want to have smaller sizes of energy systems that do not damage nature. And finally, digitalization, where we want to use the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence to have an electric system which is smart,
Center, Waste, Electrical and Electronic Equipment Center, the first organization of its kind in the Kenyan market, creating awareness and the safe disposal of electronic waste. E-waste is creating the world's fastest growing waste stream with the current boom in technology. There was a record 53.6 million metric tons of e-waste generated in 2019, with the number expected to hit 74.7 million metric tons by 2030. Sustainability, the planet, and the people are key elements of who we are as we center. The expansion of the technological domain.
So please, if you have your friend who is a youth and is out there, please tell them to come here. This room.
We send are exciting because it's about.
And the rest of us, well, you can still stay around.
It's about taking care.
But the rest for the exhibitions, presentations on exhibitions. And what we want to see there, the team that was at the exhibitions, we have identified a few of them so that they can also present and give us an opportunity to engage them more deeply. So a few presentations or a few case studies that we saw in the exhibitions, not everybody, but a few of them that we identified. So you are welcome to see those presentations as we welcome the youth here to engage. And I would request they take their space at the front. Yeah. The men and women, the young men who contend at the gate, can you come near the gate? So we just want to start. If we settle down, I'll give the mic to Prof so that we can save on time. You're on top of things, huh?
Safe disposal of electronic waste, close to 10 years now. We started operating purely in Kenya, but we've been expanding to other African countries.
Right now, we are on an expansion trajectory to ensure that our services are brought closer to the customers, as it were. And as you are aware, we have now set up a collection.
Let me ask Prof to now guide us in the session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We are our young people. I'm not going to be facilitating it. So we want one of you to volunteer now to come forward. Who wants to facilitate this youth session? It's your session. Come, good, great. So I'll tell you what we want to say. The first thing, the only thing I'm going to say, I want a question I want all of you to address. How many of you want to work for Africa? To work to make Africa happen? You want to do that? Yes. So write down, you're going to share it. We'll make time to share. So write down only 3 points of what you will do. Okay? Or let me make it 2. 3 is too many. 2. All right. So what's your full name?
Lincoln Mwangi.
Okay, so Lincoln is going to facilitate the session. You're going to be sharing what you do, and how Africa RCEs can work together. So come and give concrete example of what you are doing and say, okay, this is what we have done in my RCE.
This is how we're engaging youth, and this is how my RCE can engage with RCE Mina, RCE Tanzania, RCE Burundi. This is where we want to go. This is how we see Africa. So concrete things that you'll be doing. So please let me introduce
Lincoln.
Yes, Lincoln. Mogi, please, can we put our hands together for him? All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Apezi. It's an honor. Good afternoon. CB. Let's do again. CB. Remember the drill, right? So CBTiwa. So 1, 2, go CBTiwa. 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 All right. So I hope you have had an awesome lunch, and we're not going to take a lot of time because time is money and we do not have it. So without much ado, I would like to take you through the moderations procedure of our afternoon youth service. So I expect a lot of youthfulness. I'll expect a lot of energy. I expect a lot of amazing ideas and experience sharing as well, right? So I don't know, the process is going to be a bit random. I would ask maybe just 2 youths, 1 lady and 1 young man, to just share what is their priority topic this afternoon in this session. And then from there, I'll be able to just give you the way forward. So maybe the microphone in the room. I want 2 youth, one man and 1 lady, to share the priority concerns for them in this afternoon session real quick. Okay? I cannot see any hands. We said we are the youth of today, not tomorrow. So let me see the leaders in the house. We have the youth right next to you. Okay, thank you, Oi.
So the first.
Move a little bit. Mr. Oi, you feel free to just stand up and just share.
Okay, thank you, Lincoln. I'm William Eoi. So my first priority was like the youth and climate finance.
Climate finance, good one. Let's hear a lady in the house. Let's get the lady in the house.
For me, it's positioning ourselves in communication for opportunities.
Positioning. So I feel like we're gonna be talking about capacity building right there. I hope 1 more lady, yes.
My name is Caroline. I am interested in science and technology.
Science and technology. The youth can never lack to mention the word technology. And that is something that you're going to find quite common. So let's hear the gentleman.
I'm interested in edutainment.
Edutainment. Wow. The youth are bringing very interesting vocabulary. Yeah? All right. 1 more.
Innovation, technology, and food security with relation to energy sustainability and climate change.
Okay, innovation with regards to energy sustainability. Okay, I hope my repertoire is helping me out quite well, right? Because I cannot remember them all. Let's go on.
My name is Moses, founder of Green Planet Kenya. My area is youth and activism.
Youth and activism. Good one. We're just going to take another 2 because we don't know how long the session is going to be. And Dr. Kpezi also helped me 10 minutes only. Okay, so we just gather keep going.
Hello, my fellow youths. My name is Emma Atieno. My area of priority is green economy and sustainability, particularly circular economy and solid waste management.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robin Mugo, and my area of concern is climate change as a source of employment to the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. So because of time, we only have 10 minutes. I will just pick several, and the ones I pick will come on the stage. As a moderator, I will just want to listen to you guys and hear what the different stakeholders in the room have to say. And because we are the youth and we want to see how we can, handle issues amongst ourselves and get the solutions from within us. I believe it will be way, way, way better that way. So without much, I will just like to go through the topics that have been mentioned, and then I will choose several moderators to come on stage. So if I call upon you, I request that you honor my invitation. So the first priority is the Youth and Climate Finance by Mr. William from Kenyatta University. So definitely I would like to invite someone who was at COP27 just to share their experience on what the COP27, because that is what we are working with, right? Without much ado, I would like to invite Mr. Duncan Omwami. I know it's on short notice, but due to, this is an experience sharing process. So we want to hear what is there for the youth? What is going on with the Green Climate Fund? So Mr. Duncan, feel free, come on board, come on stage as I invite you. And CBTWA, you know, when I say CBTWA, we are going, you know? So one more time, CBTWA as Mr. Ewoy comes about, sorry, Mr. Omwami. Yes. The second issue, because I feel like edutainment will be covered by the Youth and Climate Financier, because he also has some experience with within his scope. I would like us to focus on science and technology. So I would like to invite our very good friend from Kemu. She talked about technology yesterday. I'm sorry, but I can't remember her name, but she is putting on a very elegant green blouse. So she knows herself in the room. I would like to invite her on short notice. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I would like you to come and talk about technology because you are our able professor and we trust you. This is impromptu and this is how the youth are. We are very, very flexible. So I hope you become one of us today. Karibu sana. And thirdly, I would like to talk about green economy and sustainability. And who else than Dr. Dorcas from the UNESCO Chair Hedges. You know, these are the youth, they want to hear you, Mama. So karibu sana. Yes. And finally, I would like to talk about the employability before we wrap this up. So I don't know, our very good friend from Nigeria. Yes, he's been learning Swahili. So I just want to hear what does he have when it comes to the employability and the green skills and green jobs, you know? This is quite a flexible arena. So feel free, do not feel like there's anything that is going to strain you. The youth are very friendly and they only get angry when there is no money. Money makes the youth very angry. So CBTWA, until he gets on board. Karibu sana. Yes, so on to the second and very interesting high table. As you can see, we have the best of the best, right? So the youth, I want you guys to sharpen your questions. Mr. Lamek, I see you there. Eh? You're sharpening your questions. So feel free, pose as many questions as possible, but very quickly. We also will try to do something on Menti, but very quickly, just to fasten this process, is your opening statements on, you know, youth and climate finance has been the very first priority. So Mr. Omwami, kindly elaborate to the youth, what is climate finance? What are the opportunities? What is the process of getting the so much eyed Green Climate Fund? Thank you, Mr. Omwami. Karibu sana.
Are you able to hear me? Okay, thank you, Lincoln. This was on a short notice, but okay, please. I'm good at taking time, and within 2 minutes, I'll be able to finish. The youths are the people who are at the center of climate change action. The old are getting back to the villages. The youths are energetic, they're ready for the war. When I represented Kenyatta University at COP27, as a youth, I was all over the streets to fight for the 4 pertinent issues that were there. And mostly what we wanted to come up with is pushing for Africa as a continent of special needs and special circumstances. No, I'm sorry, we're not able to reach into that. But the push that we had was able to come through with adaptation finance being doubled from 20 billion US dollars to 40 billion US dollars. And then on loss and damage, these came to a realization that the UNFCCC will be allowed to have a global financing facility that will take care of all the finances that will be given by the different countries on based on the national determined contributions. And therefore, out of these, the youths on the sessions that I was able to take, the youth and the children will be key people who will be passing the message and also will be given the opportunity to apply for the climate finance through the green finance initiatives.
All right. Just linking that topic to climate finance, I will go real quick to the technology bit, but you have realized that a lot of children are gaining the coding skills. I know majority of you in the room have already also engaged with several coding applications, and a lot of funds and facilitators and sponsors always say that we don't want apps. Everybody's creating apps. We want the solutions. So I want to hear on the technology bit, how can we make sure that whatever the youth are coming up in terms of technology is going to be very relevant to climate action?
Okay, here we go. Thank you so much. My name is Mary. I love you very much because of ambushing me, but I have something for the youth. I believe that at this age, we are not struggling with technology. And as I said yesterday, one of the things that I believe in and we can communicate through and reach quite a huge number of people is through technology. Yes, you have said that you don't want to hear about the apps because the apps have been there and maybe much has not been said. But I also accept that the youths with media, that's where we find ourselves very much. And most of the times we'll find ourselves in Instagram, we'll find ourselves in Twitter, we find even ourselves in the Radar app where we can share a lot. I know now these days you are no longer in Facebook. You have left it for the old, and we agree. And therefore, what I'm saying, I want to echo what she said, and maybe even touching through what he has also said about financing of environmental issues. And one of the things is that the money or the finances, financial issues, resources will follow you when there are opportunities and you have done something. A good case is that I have been coordinating peace, transformation pedagogy for peace in Mount Kenya University through UNESCO IKIBA. And what we have been able to see is because one of the areas that we pay attention to is also environmental issues, connecting it that there cannot be peace if people are suffering from the consequences of environmental degradation. And through what we have been able to share, actually it is true, as she said, that when the youths were here in Kenya were able to do so much, then of course the funding came in. And we were not that we did through maybe the media sharing what we are doing, several webinars in sharing information, it could not have been very possible. So what is my takeaway today, the youth? That whatever you are doing, you can see that now here we have been left the youth and then the others have gone to the exhibitions. Supposing all these things, we are able to show them, in where we are active, then what would be the problem? All of us would know what you are doing. And maybe I believe those who are of the same thoughts and mind will come in and support what we are doing. Thank you.
Amazing. Can we have a loud of applause? Thank you so much. Very, very insightful. And it reminded me of Dr. Munang, the Deputy Director of UNEP, when he said that the youth are a very big concentration in the world. And as you all know, we are very rich with skill set. Our mindset is so diverse and our exposure is so unique in its own way, right? I just want to delve into the green skills and the green jobs question. And this is posed to Dr. Dorcas. Kindly elaborate, one of your objectives is green skills and green jobs. How can the youth, because it's something new, every youth is, hey, green skills, green jobs, Hey, Abi, I only heard it on Twitter. But now here we are talking about it from the source. So kindly just elaborate, what are green skills? Just educate a typical youth in the room. They know they have the mindset, but they don't have the skill set. Green jobs and green skills. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to share. Actually, this would require like a whole session to explain, but I'll try and summarize. Now, the main problem, the main issue we are discussing is climate change, and we are looking at it as a problem. We've seen the impacts, the negatives, but climate change has also come with some opportunities, because climate change now requires that we do not do business as usual. We change the way of life. We do things differently so as to conserve the resources, so as to protect our Mother Earth, so as to create wealth in a different way. If we were doing agriculture in dryland areas, you cannot even attempt to do it. You have to do it very differently using different technology. Now, this different technology that can address climate change has been assessed. Actually, green jobs, green skills, this is a global thing. So countries were advised to assess their environments, their climates, and see and identify the gaps and identify the green technologies required, which therefore require green skills through, of course, skilling, through education, through demonstration, and so forth. And before doing that, countries were also advised to develop strategies of how to green their economies. So in Kenya, for example, we have what we call GESIP, Green Economy Implementation Action Plan. If you Google, you'll see what GESIP is. So GESIP has prioritized the most vulnerable components of the environment in Kenya, which require new technologies, different ways of doing things. And some of these priority areas include infrastructure. Infrastructure including, referring to buildings, to agriculture, to water, to waste, and so forth. And so that with agriculture, you're talking about smart agriculture. Waste, you're actually talking about circular economy. I had a student of mine talk about it. These are the new technologies and the new skills of which, when you look at the industries, manufacturing, the agriculture, they need these skills. Who produces the skills? Institutions like Kenyatta University. Are we having new curriculum that is supposed to be providing the youth with these green skills? I did a survey here last year. We found a gap. And that is why I am a UNESCO chair promoting higher development, higher education development on green economy and sustainability to fill that gap. So we are beginning to develop new curriculum for the youth, of course, both at undergraduate, postgraduate, short courses, capacity building for industries, because there are many industries also that are not able to be operational because they need this new technology and they do not have the green skills. They are looking for these green skills and they're hoping that the youth have these green skills. So you youth, you should be looking for these new technologies are required in this complex environment that we are in, where the climate has changed everything. The curricula is available. If you check on ILO, ILO has defined green skills. It would be a long, thing. And my presentation, NEMA, please share that presentation. I think I had done a lot of work on it. So basically is packaging the new technology, some of which may have been looked down upon by the youth. For instance, agriculture is not very popular. But now if we have new technology of smart agriculture packaged, by the youth, combining it with technology is very attractive.
All right.
And it can generate a lot of wealth.
Amazing.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
The directorate office is open.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Daktari. I know she is a well of great knowledge and wisdom. Yeah. So we are gonna share with her and appreciate her much better, please. Yeah. Yes.
My website.
Yes, the website will be shared.
Will be shared, and you can see what I've been doing.
Yes.
And you get a lot of information, and we are looking forward to working with the
Thank
youth.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So definitely just check it out. Yes, last but not least, but we really appreciate it. 2 minutes, and we know when it comes to Ogaland, we are gonna have to give you your respect. So definitely, the question goes, and it's regarding employability. The youth are, a pool of collaborative personalities, and even in their disciplines academically. There has been a concern. They are a vulnerable group, and climate anxiety is having some ripple effects. I know we are talking about money, but how can we get the money if we are not okay here, right? So definitely, I would like some insight. We need to empower even the activists in here. Maybe they feel at times like, where am I in this? Where am I going with this? So kindly talk to the climate anxiety and the issue of, being able to harmonize the whole face of climate anxiety, climate change, climate justice, a whole phenomena. Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's unfortunate we are talking about youth, and when it gets to the youth person, they say 2 minutes. Okay, so I will try my best. Okay, thank you very much. I will just touch on 3 major issues. One, we want to do a lot of things as young people, and we want to achieve a lot as young people. But as much as possible, one thing for me that has kept driving me and keep developing the passion, and then we keep creating things within our network, is the ability to get good mentor. So the mentorship we receive from RCE, especially at RCE MENA, through our coordinators and other supporters, has really helped in shaping our thoughts, in shaping our decisions and how we look at things. So that is the first thing I would want you to know. You must have a mentor. Youth, we have a way of saying we are being used. You are used because you are useful. Aha. So if you are useless, nobody will use you. I'm sorry to use that word. So what you should avoid is exploitation. Avoid being exploited, So, but if you are used in the right way, because you are useful. So that is one, mentorship. Secondly, I also want to say we should leverage on communication. I'm glad we have somebody who talk about the ICT aspect. There are a lot of opportunities online that most of us are shy of, just like what Dr. Apezi has mentioned about the RCE global platform. How many of us have ever visited that platform? The young people. Don't bother about the old, just the young people.
I can only see 3 in the room, yes?
So, there are opportunities there, even for this conference. If you had wanted to present or want to apply for participation, it's there. It was open, it was there for almost a month online, calling for applications and all of that. So let's leverage on the opportunity we have with technology. And then finally, as regards, having the capacity and resources to keep moving in our activism about the environment and the work we do about the environment. I must tell you that you must take advantage of the opportunity of entrepreneurship. As much as possible, you want to do some of these things. If you don't have the money, you will break down. So you must have self-sufficiency for you to keep pushing in this direction. And the easiest way for you is to be able to use your creative ideas and create things that will be able to sustain you. And the entrepreneurship window is a very important window. I'm glad our mother was talking about the green jobs and green opportunities that we have. You are lucky here in Kenya, you have a directorate headed by my mother, Dr. Oteno, who are mentoring young people. We don't have it in our own place, so we will invite you maybe to come and set up one for us. So let's try as much as possible to look at this treating, mentorship, communication, IT, and then finally we look at the issue of entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Amazing. And just to finalize, on our stage, as you can see, we know the money is there. We know the communication is there. We know the research has been done. And we know that we need mentors, and we have the whole package to move us forward. So I would like to get one person from the, from the crew. Yes, we have two names here, and I don't want to disrupt the moderation. So I would just want to know, is everybody contented with what they've heard from our speakers? If that's the case, let me see Bitua, if that's the case. So, okay, there's one person. There's a question, so it's not CBTUA.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okwakawa Bednego. I'm the RCE Youth Coordinator in Nairobi Greater. And mine is not a question, I'll just pose it to the youths who are here. What drives you as a youth? What gives you sleepless nights? If it's the environment, you'll find a way. And I thank you guys for what you have shared, and we'll really look forward to do our part as youth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
It's a youth mentoring program. You can see that here we have an intergenerational panel.
Yes.
We're learning from each other.
Exactly.
It's a learning, RCE is a learning platform. So, so if I'm going to now appreciate them.
Yes.
Thank you, distinguished.
Yeah, let's get the club.
I won't say thank you guys. Oh, I won't say that too.
All right. Yeah.
I would, respect. You understand? Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give them flowers now. This time around, let's do flowers. No flowers. We don't want noise pollution, Yes, we gotta be conscious. That's the youth. You gotta learn fast. Unfortunately, yes. Thank you so much.
Lincoln, that was fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's give him a flower. Yeah. We have some people online that will be speaking to us. But let me I'm going to take a lady here who is just going to speak for 1 minute. And she's going to address, what do you think is the greatest need of the young people in our cities? Yes. And what should they do? 1 minute.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Dagrasa. I come from Yali. So the Young African Initiative Leaders. What youth need, I think we need a real opportunity. When I talk about real opportunity, we're always talking about money, but we're not talking about jobs. And I don't know if you have enough jobs available for us. I think this is the things that we trouble the most here, actually in Africa. I think there is a lot of opportunities, about works, but I don't know if we are allowed even sometimes to be hired by these people. So for me, the beginning is everything is to be able to help yourself. And the beginning of this is have a job. So I think the things that we want the most before everything is just to be able to take care of us through a job. So, yes.
Thank you so much. And she said something very important. That word opportunity. Can you repeat it again? It's very, very important. And do you know the interesting thing about opportunity? It has a lifetime. It only lasts for the life of the opportunity. Like there was an opportunity to apply to be RCE youth coordinator. It was there for months. We were begging people, young people. People didn't apply. The ones that applied did not come. Young people, and there's opportunity. If you applied, can you stand up? Yes, I'm going to be giving you 2 minutes to tell us what you're going to do in Africa and how you're going to make this movement, so that everybody will know that, yes, there's RCE youth in Africa and something is happening. So be thinking you're going to address us. And I will call and see, maybe the others have connected, but we'll see. But not many people applied. But it has a life. That opportunity is gone for those who didn't apply. Okay. Dr. Mary Otieno has a 1-minute message. What kind of leaders are we looking for in the youth? We need an Africa RCE coordinator. What kind? Can you just in 1 minute tell us what we should be looking for?
Hi, youth. Who is youth? Put up your hand if you are youth. Thank you very much. One thing that we are looking for is the youth to pitch very high. When you open your mouth to talk, what do you say? That will make those listening to you to say, oh yes, where is that girl, the sweet girl who was singing here? She's not here. Yeah, whatever you do it with all the vigor. And go there and grab the opportunity. Grab the opportunity. Do not wait. And how do you grab it? With your action and with what you say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Now we're going to go to Minna, Nigeria, Dr. Abdul Husseini. In 2 minutes, can you let us know what kind of leaders, youth leaders, you've had experience in grooming youths, young people to be leaders. What 2 things do you think are most vital as we look towards having a youth coordinator for RCE's Africa?
Thank you very much, my sister, Professor Kwesi, for very good moderation. And the kind of, I think you are also qualified to be a very youthful, because you are very young at heart. You are having more energy than some of the youth. I think you are very good at that. Sincerely speaking, African youth and even the elders, when it comes to RCE, we need to do more. More in the sense that we need to look at the opportunities that are there. Why do we have RCEs in the first place? We shouldn't let down the founders of this idea, especially our former rector, United Nations University, Van Ginkel, who really was passionate about RCE movement. And it was an idea of taking this movement to the local areas to have people that would take their local initiative ideas to a kind of international standard. Act or think locally, globally, but act locally, or whichever way you look at it. So the same thing, UNU came with this idea of encouraging the youth so that we get them involved so as to have where they can breathe and express themselves. Now we have at least seen the benefit in doing that. What do we need in the next youth coordinator? Somebody that will be Pan-African, that will look at not only the problem where he is, but how do we look at Africa as a whole and take advantage? We had that idea previously from RCE Minna. Let's strategize and look at the regional context. Where are we, having the strength? Let's say east, west, south, north, whatever. So that that person should have that idea of bringing everybody together. Let him create that movement that people will be looking forward to have a meeting. Most importantly, please, this idea of competition. There is this trend nowadays. I want to be, have an NGO. I want to be this. I want to be that. I think. Are you hearing me? I think it's something that we need to look at it very well. RCE movement is about collaboration, not competition. What are you doing well that I can work with you so as to improve? It doesn't matter from where you are, as long as it's within your environment. Even if he's not a member of your RCE, if he's within Nairobi and he's doing something wonderfully, you had one that will encourage him. Please, you have a very good space to come and showcase what you are doing, so that the world will know. It's not about bringing it for me to take. It's about you showcasing. So that youth coordinator should be the person that will be able to harvest ideas and talent within the African continent, especially among the youth, and be able to showcase it, not taking only once. No, it has to be a kind of original. I think with that we should be able to achieve that objective. And lastly, what is important here, what we have learned over the years, as either coordinator or even an individual or a group, whenever you have an idea, it's not about money. When you believe in your idea, please work on that your idea and make sure that you make people see reason in it. It's not about saying I'm looking for someone to fund. Ideas is the most important. It's not about the money. Work towards it. Don't say you're waiting for money to come. No, work towards it. Look at what Professor Pez was saying. Application for youth coordinator, open for many. How many apply? What is it? That is a very good opportunity for you to show who you are and what you can do. I hope we'll be able to have the kind of leadership that will complement what the coordinators are doing and what the African Regional Advisor is doing and what UNO is doing, what Ministry of Environment Japan is doing, what the United Nations University is doing, so that at the end of the day, we'll have the best kind of society we're looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul. Thank you. I know that you are a hands-on, builder of leaders. Thank you for the work you have done, not just in Mina, in Nigeria and in Africa. Yeah, thank you. God bless. Yes, so continue.
Yes, as I was saying.
And thank you for allowing me.
You're welcome. So youth have great ideas, but unfortunately, most of our ideas die because we wait for us to be facilitated to do things. And you're not driven by the passion to actualize the dreams that we have, but you're driven by, you want money, to get money out of it. So I'll want a future where as youth, when you have an idea, you can actually start on your own with whatever you have, and you're being driven by the passion. Number two, what I'll do for Africa, African youth, I like relevant information to reach the right people about environmental conservation. For example, most of us are learning right now in campus about what we need to do about the environment. If we go a notch higher and go to high schools, the next generation of youths, and we tell them and we teach them about environmental conservation, the SDGs, and what they need to do in terms of climate action, then we'll have a very good pool of the youths who are coming next, who will be able to, we don't tell them again what to do. They already know what to do, and they champion for the environment. So we'll be speaking about different things in future rather than speaking about what can we do right now. Thank you.
Thank you. But hold on, don't go. Did you make an application? Because I didn't see your name in the portal. Did you go to the portal and did you fill an application for the position?
Yes, I applied, but my application was there late. Deadline was on 18th of November, and I applied on 19th. So unfortunately,
the life, what did I say? The life, an opportunity lasts for the life of the
opportunity.
The opportunity.
Yes.
It means that it doesn't last forever.
Yes.
There's no opportunity that is there forever. It has a life. Oh. Okay. but thank you. Now I think we have. I don't know if you could you help me with the. Do you have the names ready? Okay. Okay. I think I have. Is Mr. Aaron connected? Aaron Cheriot. Are you there? If you are there, say hi. Okay, who has his hands raised?
I think it's Usman.
Okay, we'll call you later. Okay, let's see. Okay, just give me a minute. Usman, you will speak. Is Ayanda there? God's power, Ipalibo. Is he there? Can you help me? Joshua Yamba, Is Mr. Yamba there? Okay, can we have Usman? We're going to have you speak. What kind of leaders? Usman has been the one that has held the fort for the youth in Africa for years. So what kind of leaders do you think the youth need in the RCE Africa to take RCE Africa to the next level? Yes, over to you, Usman.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm very sorry for the background noise. I hope you can hear me clearly. So the RCE movement, I think I've started since in South Korea, then in Aichi, Nagoya and Okayama, back to Yogyakarta and Cebu in Philippines. And over the years, Dr. Philip Atiti, I have started him there, and Dr. Uni have championed the youth movement at the Global RCE Service Center. So I just want to thank them for this opportunity, for giving youth the opportunity to partake and to play their role in global sustainability, especially through the RCEs. What we need now, we have already laid the foundation for them, for any youth coordinator that is coming on board, for him to continue the work that has been done. We have laid the foundations. The foundation is there. It's for him just to take it off and spread the word of encouragement to other youth network, especially at different RCEs. So I think at the global RCE youth network level, we have had enough. We have done some sort of events, even though they are virtual events, but they have multiple impacts to other youth network. I think it was an idea that was brought up that each region should have its own youth coordinator. So RCE Youth Network Africa was converged with the Middle East because of there are very few RCEs, I think, in the Middle East. So only RCE Jordan, and they have not been performing. So there is this idea of the youth will bring a life-changing environment to those RCEs that are not active, that are dead, somehow dead. So the youth will have an opportunity to bring these RCEs back to life. And they have that courage, they have that power, they have that ingenuity in them. And we hope the new youth coordinator will work together with him and give him all the necessary tools and advice that is needed for him to replicate the gesture and put forward the global RCE Youth Network ahead. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Usman, for the work you have done for many years. Please, could you give him a hearty, it has to be an applause so that he can hear. If it is flower, he may not see all of us. Yes, you've done well. You did a great job, a credible job. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, now, I'm going to go line by line, and I want to you, what kind of leader are you looking for? So you tell me. Yes. I'm going to come every row, everybody, will talk. Just one. Because of time, I'm looking, I would have had everybody speak, but yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caroline Karimia. I am from Kenyatta University, student environmental science. I think the biggest quality I will look for in a leader, in a youth leader, is a leader who actually wants to empower the youth, a leader who is able to inspire us and just give us the necessary, how will I call it? Is a leader who will be able to empower us, not a selfish leader. And
okay.
Yeah, I think
empower, no selfishness. I hope you're listening. Okay, tell us. Yes, what kind of youth leader do you think will move, you just mark my words, will move Africa to the next level, RCE Africa to the next level? Come on.
I think as the African, we need like somebody who can delegate duties apart from, taking the patrol of Africa. So if you delegate the duties to these grassroots youth, you have various youth organizations, but if you incorporate the grassroots youth organization, then somebody who has these environmental matters in heart, not everybody. Currently, we have the cartels, we have the tycoons on environment. So we need somebody who has faith in the earth. Thank you.
As an RCE coordinator, youth coordinator, what would you do?
Wow. As an RCE coordinator.
Youth coordinator, what would you do?
Okay, so for personally, like for me, as if I was to become the youth coordinator, wow, if there's one thing that I would do, especially not just here in Kenya, but all over Africa, there's a lot of development, there's a lot of, how can I say, green works that are being done. For example, if you just go outside here and you look at the exhibitions that are being, they're making, these are people who are developing things from plastics. They're making things that can be used by people. You know, there are people, for example, I was looking the other day at a documentary in Uganda. There was a lady who's converting plastic waste into, I think, clothing. They're also in Malawi. I think they were brought for a development.
So what will you do about it?
I would promote this.
How would you promote?
So, okay, so first of all, like now, if there's something, okay, this new green development or green businesses, they're solving issues in our communities.
Yes.
So let me just give an example like the one in Malawi. So in Malawi, they noticed that people, the women go to fetch water from a very far point, come back home when they're tired. So they came up with these electric tuk-tuks to carry, so that when the women go to the water or to the farm, they don't have to carry their children and they carry their tools together in the same car.
Yeah.
They can put their tools and their mitungis in the small tuk-tuk and they carry their children. So as they go, they don't have to get tired. You see, that's solving a problem.
So
what
I was asking, yes, you agree with you. How would you have to promote it? You have to get people to know about it.
Yes, good. So I would like sensitize people, and then I would pick up such, those are things that, they solve community problems.
Yeah.
So those are the things you allocate money for. Those are the things that you promote. You want to put
to another person. How will you get the money? I have somebody here. How would the money to promote those activities? How?
Okay, I don't want to talk about the money. What? Please. Let me talk about whatever I want to say first. Maybe I'll talk about. No.
I'll come back to you. How do we get the money to promote the youth activities? Okay, I will come to you too.
Okay, I will say that let's have what we call youth philanthropy. When I say philanthropy, let us be the one donating, because the moment you donate as a youth, then you'll challenge that entrepreneur, that investor, because we find we have most investors who are not philanthropic. They don't give back to the society, but they will see me as Lennox, somebody does not have sufficient funds or sufficient investment, but I've decided to be philanthropic. So yes.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, we just have like 5 minutes or 4 minutes. And yeah, what would you do as a regional youth leader?
Okay, let me before he finishes, let me just finish. Also, another thing. No, I'm not talking a lot. I will just want to also answer the question on how you get source of funding. It's not just about funding. Here, like they were looking for local. These are local things that you can generate local. The only thing that you need maybe from outside is a battery. So the things like for example, for a tuk-tuk, the mabati, the whole car, you can literally get it, the wheels, you can get them. So the only thing, and they were saying, the youth are available. We are available. We only need us to be taught how to make those cars, and we will make them.
Thank you. 1 second. Thank you. Yes. One thing you will do, just mention one thing.
Okay. One of the things which I'll do, it will be to set up a venture capital fund, a green venture capital fund to fund green initiatives that are profit making. So we are talking about the same way Silicon Valley operates, whereby you have investors who put in money and they get returns on investment. So you make climate change profitable, and immediately you make it profitable, you make it sustainable.
Good. Let me go to somebody else. Thank you. That's a good point. Yes, one thing you will do, one thing.
Okay, one thing as a leader, what I want, if I'll be selected or somebody to be selected, you should be someone who has a listening ear, ready to be corrected, and you will have a purpose in whatever you want to do for Africa.
Who must speak? You are that RCE youth leader. What are you going to do? One thing.
Okay, capacity building. Margaret, we were told yesterday by Dr. Lee, education and lifelong learning are powerful agents of change. So I'd advocate for education, capacity building for the young people. Like, let me give you an example. We are just forgetting about the high school students, and they are very important in this change. So like next year, in the first time, we do have science and engineering fair. In the science and engineering fair, we usually have like 11 categories of different projects that the students usually showcase. So we need to go and get those projects. And if it is possible, we can be able to get solutions for the problems that we're able to ensure that they are taken care of. Thank you.
Great, thank you. As a youth leader, what have you been doing?
Oh God. Well, I would be the character I would be looking for a youth leader, and as most specifically for this youth coordinator, is a youth leader who is there to be heard and not to be seen. And that goes down to character. You don't go there and then you're brainwashed. You know, these leaders, especially, you're taking me, you're rushing me. That's yeah, I do plant trees. Yeah. I wish I had my logo here. I've always been working with it, but unfortunately today I wasn't in a position. So I don't want to give a very long story, but my project was founded when my uncle died. I usually do politics also. I was a youth representative for the first time voters at Youth for Kenya, the first lobby group for Dr. William Samuel Ruto. So as a leader, I have mentors, and one of them was my uncle, who was also a musician. I have done music for politicians. So he was also, oh my God, please. I don't want to do it, please. Yeah. So when my uncle died, to me, being a climate activist, I have not been inspired by anyone for real, because I started doing it before I knew even what it is. So if I tell you it's about Wangari Maathai, I'll be lying to you. So it's a divine dispensation. That's what I feel. To me, it's more divine. So when my uncle died, I was thinking about other people also, what they feel, because that is my first, that was the first person so close to me to die. So this idea came to me, where you plant a tree and you give their soul another chance to live in the tree. I don't know if you get that, and it's like a divine reconnection between the bereaved and the deceased. I don't know if you're getting the content, but it's more spiritual. So that is it. So I plant trees during burials and memorial ceremonies. Then I do poetry to explain my, I hope you getting me? Yeah.
Maybe 2 minutes. I'll leave 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. No, you're a great girl. You're a great leader. Yes, great. Okay. So I'm just going to, I'm sorry because I'm very short, 30 seconds so that I can take more.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, whenever it reaches to me, I'm given limitations on time. I was given 2 minutes there, but allow me just take a minute. Thank you. Probably if we were to be told to discuss about what RCE needs as a youth coordinator, one I could say RCE needs a pragmatic youth leader. It is now moving from theory to actions. Let us not just be discussing issues. Let us act. Probably if someone has followed me, if you can look at whatever I've been able to do in the past maybe 4 months, all media houses can be able to attest of whatever has been able to happen. And I believe that given the opportunity to mobilize the youths are the futures of tomorrow. The environment is changing, and the capacity of the environment to give back to the society is diminishing. And I equally say that before the environment, okay, before there is this say, we say that the environment has started paying back. And it is really paying back. You can see whatever is happening all over the globe. Thank you.
Great, great, thank you.
Okay, so let me just add one thing, that what I would be looking for from a leader is one who is transformative, moving us from where we are to where we are going, and an experiential, somebody who is bringing in action so that we can and bring change in what we are doing. Thank you for a minute.
Thank you very much. Are you that leader?
I believe so. Okay, so thank you. Okay, quick. For me, if I would be the youth leader, one, I will regionalize Africa. And then after regionalizing it, I would make them sign performance contract targets within the regions they come from.
Put your hands together.
Then thank you. Then these regions, every leader will be accountable. When we meet as the leader, I will want deliverables from you. Then I will make creative proposals to overcome challenges in advance before I meet them. I would be the leader that would ensure that every region will be having proposals that we write and then we pull them together. Then we regionalize these funds so that we know. And then we ask you, what did you do with your funds? Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. And what's your name again?
I'm Ivan Sowia from Masai Mara University.
Up Masai Mara University. Okay, I'm going to just take two more and we close. And remember, what's your first name again? Muthoni. Okay, you'll be giving us a poetry at the end. Okay, I have just two people. Oh, sorry. I mean, she did like this. How could I say this?
Thank you very much. My name is Intukamazina Dafroz. I'm sorry for my English. I'll be mixing with the French. I don't know well English, but if I can get this opportunity to be an African leader, I would teach all youths to discover their potentials, because most of youths, they don't know if they have something to do in the community. And then when they have already discovered the potentials, then I will teach them how to sell their personalities, because youths, we don't have things which we sell in the market, but we sell our potentials. I will make sure to create many connections and to choose the good people to work with, who will be able to give funds and to help us reach where we want to be. How is my English?
What my problem is, from what we have heard, you can see that there are great leaders here. Why did you not walk? You remember the CBT? When the opportunity came, you're a leader, you can do all these great things. Just one click. Just two more.
Privileged to be one of the two. Yeah, my name is Agan Leonard from the University of Eldoret. It is both what you're looking forward to do and what you've done. It is better to talk about what I've done. We lead planetary health in Eastern Africa and Alliance. As youths, you better start from somewhere. And what you do, that's what will make opportunities to look for you. I started as a campus ambassador for University of Eldoret. Later on, I was quickly moved to the Eastern Africa as a communication and community outreach. So I do website and newsletters on all the activities that we do in the region, in the Eastern Africa. And right now I have an email to send my application as a next generation fellow who is heading all the other planetary health ambassadors in the whole coverage of Planetary Health Alliance in the world. So start from somewhere and display your potential, what you're able to do. Ensure that you don't just do them and sit back and shout of what you're doing, but let the world know your potential. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Hi again. So for me, a characteristic of a good leader is a word keeper, because most of the time we say things, but we don't put it in action. So basically, if you want to make a move, you start by saying things. And when you say, then do it. So we have to be a word keeper. We talk too much. It's just, yeah, we talk too much, definitely. I mean, I don't know if I can say Africans, but I will say it, by the way. So we always have a good idea, but we never apply. We never want things, but we never go for it. I don't know why. So actually, I have a good example. I'm from Yali, and actually we are not here. So the fact I went there yesterday and I told them, excuse me, you can't say we are the young African leader initiative and we are not here. At least we can come for the cocktail. And then I'm here. And we are 94, and I'm the only person who thought about it to come here. So never ever stop dreaming. And actually, even with your dream, go for it. No, doesn't matter what, you're going to succeed. Yeah.
So now as we round up, thank you so much. You know what you said? It's sadly true because we've had good talks here, good talks. But what I kind of, so why did you not apply? Why? Why? You can do all these things. Why did you not? Now I'm having a problem because I'm supposed to today submit the name of a youth leader, but I can't because there are processes. I can't say, okay, the best talker today is it. No. Without an application, it's not going to happen. So I really don't see, what am I going to do now? Yeah. Now, so if you have more submissions, okay, but those things you were saying are important. We have set up, because there's no time, we've set up the Mentimeter again. Go in there and write all these things because we're going to use them, you know, in later on, because I'm going to meet with the UNU team again and say, see me, what is the next step? Please give Africa, you know, a chance to, I don't know, but I'm going to meet with them. But do give your feedback. Now, this is another opportunity. Let's have your feedback. Put your name, write your name and say, this is what I think we should have as a youth leader for RCE Africa. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I just want you to write 3 things before I call on Muthoni down. It's a summary of what most of the people here have said to you. And don't ever forget them, please. 1, if you don't go after what you want, you'll never have it. Okay? If you don't go after it, you want something, then go after it. Look out for the opportunities and take those steps. Walk that W in the WA. If you don't, we'll lose, please. Number 2, if you don't ask, the answer will always be no. If you don't ask, the answer will always be no. So you ask. You want something, you ask. That was what the lady who led us in the dance did. Dr. What's her name again? Dr. Bind, yes. Saw her for the first time yesterday. And this lady introduced herself and told her what she could do. And she was leading all of us in the dance. The rest is history, they say. What talent did you come here with? Where did you put it? Who did you show it to? Ask. Because if you don't ask, it's a no automatically. But if you ask, it could be a yes, and it could be a big yes. Then number 3, if you don't step forward, you'll always be in the same place. I mean, look at Nelson, right? I mean, if I want an MC or I want, you know, someone who, I mean, you saw how that was impromptu. The question was, who is going to facilitate this session? I want a youth. He said, I will. And he came out here and, I mean, it was fantastic. You know? So if you don't step out, you remain stuck. But we must step out, okay? All right. Now, before Muthoni comes, there is a man, a Kenyan, a man who loves the RCEs, and he has worked for the RCEs. I just want him to come out here and tell us, what should we avoid as we look for this leader? Just tell us in 2 minutes because we don't really have time, please. And the man is Dr. Abel. Can you come and say, you know, he is me, this man, I learned from him. Yes. He is the best. Very good, great people acquired.
Thank you.
They don't.
Thank you, Dr. Kipezi. Intentionally, I wanted to keep a low profile. So my name is Abel Baras Hatiti. The first RCE conference was held in South Africa. And I think I was the first person to. I joined UNU in 2011. So I have to thank you. The RCE movement has really grown. I have to thank the youth. The ideas are very, very great. If we move on like this, the RCE will be very great. So I left UNU 2015, but I continued working for them for 3 years. The last conference was in Lusaka, and we had a similar discussion about the youth. These ideas came up, but of course I've seen a change, especially this RCE. You have very great ideas. One of the challenges, of course, within the Africa network is language. So you realize, somebody said that we can divide the RCE into regions, but one of the challenges is language. For example, the North Africa, Senegal, we have an RCE, but it always becomes very, very challenging. When I was there, also one of the greatest challenges is technology. So if you are RCE coordinator, youth leader, you need to be very, very patient because technology is always a problem. Of course, the stars improved with time, but that will also be very, very much rewarding if you are very patient. Of course, we need, my colleague there said about transformative leadership. Of youth, one of you at the digital era, one of the challenges with you people, you are very impatient. So if you are a leader, a youth leader, try to be very, very patient, try to get ideas because you want to move on from one thing to another. So if somebody is not very good to get your ideas well, will not be able to do that. So I don't want to talk much because I didn't want to talk much, but I've been in the village. My village is in Kakamega. And I've been involved in sustainable agriculture. I was trying to create new ideas, but I said I should come and connect today. And personally, I've been inspired. So I'll come out from my cocoon and perhaps interact with you. I'm affiliated to RCE Kakamega. So I wish you well, but with these ideas, try, I think people from our global RCE center will, hopefully they'll re-advertise the position and try to put in, because that vacancy is also, of course, somebody has been doing well, but of course, we need somebody who can take it forward. One gap we've experienced, especially with the COVID, is new RCs from Africa. I think last year and this year have not had any new RC. Kenya was doing well, but there's some fatigue that came somewhere because almost everybody applied. But we want new RCs, especially in the northern part of Africa, the Islamic-speaking countries. We have one in Cairo, but again, there's that gap. So I wish you well. Keep on working hard. We are in a very complex world. We need complex solutions, but you have them. So more important, we need what you call pedagogy of hope. We need to have hope because the climate is changing, but we have to be hopeful for the better future. Thank you, Akipez.
Thank you so much. That's a great man there. So young people, get his number and take hold, you know. Yes, you have a lot to learn. So Muthoni, please, we are rounding up now. You come and give us a word as we close. And I think Nelson here will teach us. Abraham Lincoln will teach us something. Okay.
I want to entertain you. I don't want to do what you expect. So I don't need this.
Okay, you don't need this. Okay.
What? Kulamawe, as it was popularly known by its poor residents, was inhabitable, skanky, ramshackle of size between a hamlet and a town. You must have known about this place, and it was famous in the media for its frequent drought, insecurity, and low living standards. This is where I was raised. My people, I used to go back bandiwa for 20 minutes. Can you turn 20 minutes into that? Give me the answer. You, and you. Look at you people. That's why you fell stiff for mathematics. I used to work for all these distance to sell my little house. Sometimes they were not bought. It was just painful. And that, look at moments. When you're comfortably stand next to your ex-boyfriend, then the father says, Tell your neighbor it's not yet over. Then you remember what he did to you. This is the only profession that I've been taught by my actual mother, who was my breadwinner, because the whereabouts of my parents. And let me tell you, I'm still looking for them. We will go for this without crisscrossing our data formula in the name of presenting something to our digestive system to catalyze our circulatory system. Ironically, that's it by then. Suddenly, my grandmother succumbed to starvation. What could you do? I did what could be done. Now listen to what I did. I pulled her up behind the dinner place. There was no need of burying her. For one, there was no light. Two, there was no money. Three, and the last, even if there was money and a place to bury her, there was no need because, according to tradition, I just which were approximately enough to take me for some days. I roamed round and round like Kenya this day until I found a good Samaritan who told me about climate crisis and waste management. And I told him about TREES, OFLIFE. What's the spelling? You and you. Look at you people. That's how you can see for grammar question. That trees of life who doesn't kill you, make you stronger. He took me from the tree's place and he promised me to look after his pig. And within a month, I had collected enough coins to take me to Nairobi. Realizing I could see tall buildings and cars which could not be compared to the one that I was in. People could look at me. I wondered why. But then I remembered even baboons and gorillas attract tourists. I intermingled with the other street children and they used to beat me like someone who had 7 feet of that. I want to thank the good Samaritan for taking me through climate education. Who doesn't kill you, make you stronger. Hasta la vista.
Wow, wow. Beautiful, fantastic. Fantastic, fantastic. Wow. Africa is worth fighting for. I mean, look at us there. Look at Africa. Wow. Beautiful, Muthoni. Lincoln, do you now want to do your thing? Okay.
In the African spirit. So we have a saying here in Kenyatta University, yes? We have been saying climate justice now, but nowadays we have decided to, personalize it. With the spirit of the Ubuntu, we are saying Umuntu, Gumuntu, and then you say Gabantu. Okay, so that's how I want us to wrap it up, right? So when I say Umuntu, Gumuntu, Umuntu, Gumuntu, Umuntu, Gumuntu, Umuntu, Gumuntu, Umuntu, Gumuntu. So that is to mean that we are in this together. No man is an island. And in Japan, in Kenya, in Nigeria, in Uganda, in Togo, in Malaysia, in Fiji. Do you know Martinique? Do you know Martinique? Okay. So we are all in this together. The climate action asks us to unite. Umuntu gumuntu. Umuntu gumuntu.
Intergenerational. We'll do it. We'll make it. I'll see Africa. Here we come. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Akipesi, we're done. Fantastic. This time, Akipesi doing it on time. This is fantastic. A big clap to Dr. Akipesi. Yes, yes, yes. Very nice, very nice, very nice. We've also recovered now. We are on time. We're really on time. We have just two rapporteurs for the two sessions. This is mainly the next session. The next session is this is Edward. Believe somebody of who was rapporteuring for? Yes, please take the podium. So, as we do that, that will be followed by Dr. Akipesi for the for the unveiling of the RCE coordinator. And then update on the global network by Julie. Julie, are you ready? Yes. Julie, are you ready? So do we unveil the coordinator or do we get the summary? What do you advise? You're stuck. Okay, okay. No consensus. Okay, fair enough. So let's get the summary from, yes, you have the floor. This is on the exhibitors, yes. Did Modoni give us skip? Oh, you've done it. Oh, okay. Time. Yes, quickly. Okay. Take the podium. We are nearing the close. We have, we'll get the summary from the exhibitors, summary from the youth session, followed by a small presentation from the RCE Mount Kenya. The slide is there. Then after that, we followed by Yuri to summarize. Then we go to the closing ceremony. Then after the closing ceremony, we'll take a cup of tea as we are getting entertained. We want all of us to be happy. Then after that, we'll go to the tree planting. That's the next order of events. So 5 minutes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this has been a very exciting session for the RCEs. But before we start, I think let's first everyone stand up because we have seated for long. Yes, you need to stretch and ensure that any fatigue that you have disappears. Okay. Have we finished? Okay, you can get seated because we have time constraint. Thank you very much. Yes, I think of the RCE's sessions I've attended previously, this has been one of the most lively, and with the new innovations, we are now energized, and we think youth are going to lead us in these new innovations. So this session is supposed to be for presenting the brief summary of exhibition and also presentations. I think we are now ready set. We want to thank the youth who have been very active, involved in this. I think one important word I've learned today is Gabantu, which means that no one is an island. I think that's what the next person should take on as a youth leader for Africa. So based on that, I want to now call the person who's going to give a summary of this exhibition. Because not all of us attended, or some of us could have got a very short time during the exhibition. Now this opportunity to also to learn from that, which you can take as home and go with and start implementing, plus also the presentation that have been very lively. So I want to give the chance to a colleague who is going to take on the summary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Umuntu Gumuntu. All right. In that spirit, the youth have spoken, the youth have shared, and the youth are intentional and want action henceforth. Real quick, the summary on what the youth have been able to share and discuss. Their priorities was the first agenda on the list, where we were able to realize the youth in the building or in the room wanted to know about climate finance and the positioning, or rather the capacity building capabilities set up for them. They also wanted to know a lot about science and technology. They also wanted to learn about edutainment. They also wanted to realize what innovation, food security, and energy, where else sustainability is being done at the African or at the RCE. Something else that was of concern was the youth and activism, as well as green economy and sustainability, with particular interest in circular economy. Finally, employability has come up. As you're aware, the youth are always either looking to be entrepreneurial or get into the employment space. And definitely, when it came to the climate finance, we had one of our greatest facilitators joining us on board, Mr. Duncan Omwami, and he was able to share his experience at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I am sure all in the room, those in the room have been able to understand the figures are set. The Green Climate Fund is available. And interestingly, it is managed by NEMA, which is the organizer and facilitator of this activity. Secondly, the youth have listened regarding science and technology, and they are discussing on how to make communication platforms more accessible, more relatable, and more harmonious, because as you know, majority of the youth have a short span of interest. 2 minutes, they are the TikTok generation. 2 minutes, and if the video has not enticed them, they are off to the next. So how do we capture their interest? And how do we tap into that educational field and also influence their behavior through these aspects of communication? Thirdly, we had green jobs, and Dr. Dorcas has been able to share a very reliable link on JESIP, where we were able to understand the Green Economy Implementation Action Plan, which has been very well brought out. And secondly, she has also emphasized on youths taking up smart agriculture. How are the youths not only gonna be creating the apps, but be on the ground and do the actions that they say they are? So Sibitwa, I need some response. Sibitwa, good one. And lastly, employability was a huge concern, and majorly the aspect of, climate anxiety, where we have been able to understand that mentorship is quite needed, and majority of the young people are interested in the space but lack the right mentors. They lack the capacity building platforms, and that is what RCE is here to do. It is here to create a network, create a center, that expertise where you are able to sit next to Dr. Dorcas and ask her a question on something you don't understand. Or you're able to talk with Dr. Akpesi and she tells you, the youth are not registering on time when they're told to apply. So we need that. So I just want to end that, but there are several opportunities that have been discussed. So the youth themselves have the solution. That is the best and most interesting aspect I have learned while moderating it. We have young philanthropy and we need to harness it. We also need to enforce the education through the capacity building platforms. And also, what do we want in the leaders we choose in? Look next to your neighbor and ask them, what do you remember? What do you remember when you were asked about being a leader? Was it about being pragmatic? Would you say you would like to be more transformative, or rather, would you like to, become a word keeper? Yes. So all these have been brought up. And finally, Dr. Akpesi has summarized in 3 very important points. And one is, if you don't go after what you want, you will never have it. That's message number 1. Message number 2, if you don't ask the answer, if you don't ask, the answer will always be no. Mr. Ian, the answer will always be no if you don't ask. And finally, if you don't step forward, you will always be on the same spot. So the youth, are we moving or are we still seated? Are we moving or are we seated? So umuntu gumuntu, umuntu gumuntu. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nikon, for that exciting summary. I think the youth, you have the opportunity. You have been missing, you have lost opportunity. I think it's going to be presented to you again. So we expect a big number to be applying for that position to take on the mantle of Africa. So I think that's excellent summary of our challenge of today. So you are challenged as a youth and also other RCEs who should lead in this particular courage which we have to take about climate change, and many other opportunities that will come with it are there for you to grab. So I want to thank Nilcon for that opportunity. We need to appraise him for taking the mantle. When they say anyone who comes, he rose up, and that's one important aspect that I've noted with him as a leader of the youth. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we need to get something from the exhibition. I don't know whether there's a group that has just come from there who is supposed to join us to give us a summary of what they observed from the exhibition. Anyone who was there? Yes, you're welcome. Yes, from the exhibition. Okay. I think maybe okay. Yes, yes. Please go ahead, Professor. He's coming. Train us, yes.
Yeah.
You can sit, yes, that's okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. She has come. But as she is coming, we are on the 6 exhibitions, and all of them showed what Africa has. If you look at Africa, it's a giant. Not only sleeping, now it has opened its eyes. Very soon it will start walking. So let her tell us what she saw in that giant.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Chair. We end Nicholas Mwenda as our chair, and we end about 6 presenters who did it. And we also took some questions. The first one was Mr. Mwangi. He presented on the use of plastic waste material, where they are doing some pellets. And out of the pellets, they are able to do some other materials, which he actually showed us some of the materials they are producing out of that. Then after that, we end Heather Mwangi from We Center. He presented on electronic waste materials. He did mention that there are some collection centers where these materials are taken to. He mentioned of some collection centers in Nakuru, here in Nairobi. He also mentioned other places like they are doing a new one in Entoret next week. And he said what is supposed to be done on e-waste is that we need to embrace a circular economy on the same, so that we are going to ensure we recycle all the materials. He also mentioned that there's a need to ensure where you live, if there's a lot of waste materials, electronics especially, we should ensure that we take them to the nearest collection center. He mentioned a number of them, and I'll encourage all of us to see the WE Center, the contact person, Adam Mwangi, so that we get to be assisted, especially with the electronic material, where we all have enough of them. The third presenter was on briquette making. It was done by Madam Alois Wayaki, and she did mention about interacting with communities in our area of work. And she also mentioned that that is the way to go, so that we conserve and protect on our trees, so that we continue conserving our environment. She mentioned some challenges on inadequate training centers, where our institutions do not have facilities to do that. And she mentioned that it is the high time that trainings be mainstreamed in the current training centers in our constituencies. She also mentioned areas of empowerment, and said that it is a kind of a bottom-up kind of a training, whereby the locals have to be trained so that they embrace the technology of briquette making. Of course, she mentioned methods of doing briquette as carbonization and carbonization. There was also boiling, and the other one was decaying the material so that you get what you need. She mentioned that it is a good income generating activity, and especially for the youth, and she encouraged the youth to join the same. The fourth person was Dr. Agan Oscar. I hope I've pronounced it well. And Dr. Agan talked about recycling of, again, plastic waste materials to make building blocks aimed at making housing affordable in our communities. He also mentioned about collection of the waste, so that once he has collected all the materials, then he's able to process them to some blocks which are cheaper and all that. He mentioned that the actualization of the whole process of what he's doing is likely to take place next year by February. Of course, all these presenters were given some questions. We had question and answer sessions, and they were addressed and quickly. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for that summary. I think what we need to take is what can we take home from these exhibitions? What can we be able to amplify or scale up from this particular exhibition within Kenya, within Africa, so that the Africa turns and we are supposed to be the one to take lead in that. So hopefully that most of us have taken the lead, and we are going to go with the take home. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, we just an important announcement. We have just made an alteration on the rules because we need to appoint an African youth coordinator today. For those of you online, we waited for the 4 applicants and they were not here. And we do need to appoint an African leader today. So we are throwing it open for those online, the new people online, and those here. If you're interested, can you fill the form now? Go online, go to the RCE website, fill the form, and by the time, maybe in another hour, we'll be reviewing the forms. You will come and make your pitch. So hang on there online. You will all be making a pitch, and the selection is going to be made thereafter. So
hello.
If you are interested, Just step out and fill the form online, and we'll be coming back again for you to have the pitch. Those online as well, do the same thing. But if you have applied before, you don't need to. We have your forms with us. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the opportunity has been created for you or put again. Hopefully there are very many youth around. Some have talked passionately about this. I want to take the opportunity to appreciate the team that was capturing the exhibition for the wonderful work you have done. It is very appreciated. We need to give them 3 factorial in terms of all these people who have done the repertoire and their chairpersons. We need to give them thank you. 3 factorial by. Okay, let's start again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. So thank you very much for that. Okay, now we are going to go to the next component, that is the update of global RCE network. Okay, I think this is yet going to take place. So we have postponed a bit. Presentation of new African Youth Coordinator. So that process is going to take place. I think we can now go to the next aspect. So I want to thank the team for that. We can now leave for the next session. That is the update of global RCE network, which is going to be given by Yuri Michino. Thank you.
As Julie set up, let me just clarify this because of logistics. You know, I have a huge burden. I have a huge burden on my shoulders, a huge burden. So when I interfere, kindly bear with me. And I'm just a messenger. I have a huge burden. We have 200 halls that are prepared, ready with trees. The worst that can happen is we get too late and all of you walk away and we are left with trees that are drying. I don't have students to plant the trees. They have closed. So kindly bear with me. That burden is on my shoulders. So for the purpose of continuing, we'll have Julie do the presentation. Then as we are doing that, if you are youth and you're interested in becoming a youth coordinator, please open your phone and fill the form. As soon as Julie is through, we'll give each one of you interested 3 minutes. You'll walk here, you'll make your pitch. You'll make your pitch. And then if you have a ticket, do you have a white of paper, piece of paper? Yeah, this is your voting card. This is your voting card. We're talking about action. This is your voting card. So you'll vote after the pitch. After the pitch, all of us are the delegates. We are the voting delegates. You're going to rank 1 out of 10. You're going to assign a mark after the pitching. 1 out of 10. Right? 10, of course, being the highest, because we must get the youth coordinator in this forum. And what I want are two volunteers to be the returning officers. Quickly. Can I get that to be the returning officers quickly? Okay, we have Dr. Mary. Could you stand up, please? Dr. Mary will be one of the returning officers. I need another one. You cannot be a youth. You cannot be a youth. To be a returning officer, you cannot be a youth. We have what's your name? Jacob. So we have Dr. Mary Otieno and Jacob. Those will be our returning officers. So as soon as you are feeling, we'll collect, and then they'll help to tally very quickly. And you'll just tell us the winner, right? We'll make it that quickly. And then if there is some, can they hear me? The people, are they hearing me? So kindly, if you're also online, we are giving you the same opportunity. So please fill out the form. And when the pitching happens, you'll get your 3 minutes and you make your pitch, and the people here will nominate. So kindly, let's do this in a systematic manner. I'm sorry if I'm rushing you, but we talked about action. Make sure you don't leave this place before you plant your tree. But I also don't want you to plant your trees in darkness, right? Yeah, so I'm just being practical. Thank you. Is there something urgent? How do you? The form. How do you?
Some guidance on that?
So for those of you who don't have the form, he does. So if you have a USB, please approach him and he will give you the form or email. So please approach him.
Can you come and
There's no
project it a bit?
There's no URL, it's a document. It's a
Okay.
document. So you'll have to approach him and please get the form through him via email or USB or please
After that, they will send it to
send
the
it
email
to
address?
my email address. So that's
Okay.
michino@unu.edu. I will put that on the screen.
Okay, those who are going to apply should be preparing themselves. The email is displayed, so you can fill the form and send to that email. It will be received.
Are there people who don't have computers with them? Is there anybody who doesn't have a computer and that would like to apply? No? Putting it out there that if you can see the form, you can write it down on a piece of paper too. That's fine as well. For those of you who don't have a computer, just write it down on a piece of paper. Shall I go ahead with mine?
So meanwhile, we can now listen to Yuri in the presentation. Hope everyone has captured the email address. So you have the floor.
All right, so that's one last chance to jot down my email address. All right. Well, hello, my name is Jury. I'm from UNUIAS that serves as a secretariat for the Global RCE Service Center. Can everybody see me? I'm a little bit vertically challenged, but I want to stand here. Is that okay? All right, wonderful. Okay, so I believe I don't have everybody's attention, but it's not too much of a presentation, so I'll just go ahead. I was tasked to give way forwards for the African RCEs in my presentation, but I really believe that that has already been set forth throughout the entire meeting. So what I'm going to do here today is to just give a few updates on the events and things that happened in 2021 and really congratulate all of you for all of your efforts and activities and events that we had.
Excuse me, please. Kindly let us concentrate. You can step out because for me, she's making a very important presentation because we are looking at it like it's the one that is giving us a way forward. How do we relate with them? What do they expect from us? So I would really request that we concentrate. I know we've given you an exciting assignment, but please let's concentrate. Thank you.
Thank you. So the trees are waiting, so I'll keep it short. But I'm giving updates on what happened since the last RCE Africa's regional meeting and congratulate everybody on their successes and their events, and also shared some of the planned activities we have for next year, and also provide some resources so that you can raise your visibility within the Global RCE Service Center. So as for updates, there are 4 main components: new RCEs, publications, RCE awards, and the youth component. And maybe for the ones that are writing the youth stuff, you just want to keep your ears open for the youth part. So the RCE community has exponentially grown since 2005 in its inception, where we had 7 RCEs, and today we have 185 across the globe. So it's an extremely large community, of which 16% resides in the African region. 9 of which is housed in Kenya and 35 across Africa. So in 2021, there were 5 new RCEs. Unfortunately, none of them were from the African region. But this is not to say that numbers is the only representation of strength in community. I attended this meeting for the first time, and I really saw the sense of connection, multi-stakeholder partnership, and how devoted people are in promoting ESD. And I already think that this is a wonderful community, and this isn't a representation of what Africa RCEs are. In terms of publications, we had 2 publications. In 2021, we published Tackling Climate Action at the Local Level. And in 2022, we had Engaging Communities for Biodiversity Conservation, both of which featured African RCEs and African projects. And we also made a video and attended international conferences, both of which African RCEs were featured in. So in terms of the 2021 publication, these were the 3 RCEs that were featured. So congratulations to RCE North Rift, RCE Dar es Salaam, please correct me if I'm pronouncing them wrong, and then RCE Greater Eastern Uganda. So really a big applause for those RCEs. And in the video, we were able to feature RCE North Rift. And in 2022, we had the biodiversity publication, again with 3 RCEs featured, RCE Zaria, RCE South Rift, who I believe is here, and RCE Greater Pwani. So congratulations to the 3 RCEs. Oh, what is happening? And in the video, we featured RCE Zaria. This publication was actually brought to an international conference with speakers as well. Let me use my cheat sheet here to get the names. So I believe Dr. Edward Ananda, who's here today, presented in the SRI Sustainability Research and Innovation Conference, which is a conference that has several international presenters as well as listeners. So thank you very much for those of you who have presented on behalf of the RCE Global Service Center. Moving on to RCE Awards. In 2021, there was 1 outstanding award from African region. So RCE Greater Yenagoa, congratulations. And then 2 acknowledged flagship awards both from RCE Ogun. So congratulations to you as well. Unfortunately, in the 2022 RCE Awards, there were no awardees from the African region. So one of the last updates from the RCE Service Center in terms of one of the last updates is youth. There's 3 components. We have an annual webinar, an annual art challenge, and we also have youth coordinators, which is different from the youth regional coordinators that everyone's trying to apply for now. So starting off with the 2021 youth webinar and art challenge, the theme was climate change. Here we had Ms. Mio Babuumba from RC Lusaka speak at our event on youths and change advocacy in Zambia. And in the RCE Climate Art Challenge, unfortunately, there were no awardees from the African region, which I was surprised because in the exhibitions, there's wonderful artwork in Africa. And for the next challenge, I'm really waiting for everybody to apply. This art challenge, we created a video and was shared to with the general public in COP26. So this is another platform for youth to be able to reach out towards the international community through their artwork. So we're really waiting for your applications next year. In 2022, the theme was biodiversity. And we had a speaker from, sorry, uh-oh, I didn't take notes down. We did have a speaker from an African RCE, and I didn't write their name down. Apologies. Does anybody know who this gentleman is? Mukhtar Ahmed from RCE, thank you. And in the RCE Biodiversity Challenge, we had several applications. The announcements for who the winners are will be very soon to come, so please keep your eyes and ears open. So in terms of youth coordinators, one question that I would like to ask you is, does anybody know what this number means? No. So 11 is the number of email addresses of youth coordinators that we have on our website. Again, how many RCEs are there in Africa? 35. So we're missing about 24. If you would like to apply for RCE Youth Coordinator, here's the website. This is your chance. Are we good? All right. All of these QR codes will be available at the end of my presentation too, so no need to rush. Here's the submission form. This will take you directly to a download, so please be careful if you have any. Yeah. So those were the updates from the RCE Service Center. Just congratulations to all RCEs in Africa again for all of your events and all of your projects and successes. And I think it was all a representation. This regional meeting was a representation of the successes that had happened in the previous year. So another round of applause for everybody. So as for planned activities in 2023, we don't have much planned yet, but the ones that we do have for now, does anybody know the deadline for reporting for RCEs? No, it's the 31st of December every year. So for people who have, for RCEs who haven't submitted their projects on reporting, please do so by 31 December. And like Dr. Lee mentioned in his presentation, if you don't report within 3 years, the RCE Global Service Center does hold the rights to delist RCEs. So for the open call for hosts for the regional meetings and the Global RCE Conference, which is also happening next year, the open call will be for any time between December and January, which is still tentative, but it's very close. So for any RCEs that are taking it into consideration, again, please keep your eyes open on the website or the bulletin. Lastly, RCE applications happen every January as well. So just to keep that on your radar. So then I gave you a bunch of information. There are many ways for RCEs to be visible on a global platform through the RCE Service Center. So I would like to urge everybody to really use our mechanisms and resources to get seen on a more global platform. And the way to do that is to report your projects. And I think every time the Global Service Center makes a presentation, we say this, but reporting is not only a mechanism for uploading projects and looking through projects, but it's really for a variety of things. So the submission for the RCE Awards is also through the reporting of projects. the people who are featured, the RCEs that are featured in publications are also from the submissions of projects. Again, for webinars as well. And then it's also a platform for cross-cutting RCE collaboration. You can look up different projects across different RCEs, see who you want to collaborate with in the future, and then go to their profile page to get their email addresses. And so these resources are all available on our website. So yes, reporting is important. And again, this is the website on reporting for those of you who don't know where the website is. I'll give you maybe, there's going to be a bunch of QR codes from here on now. So if anybody is interested, keep your phone cameras open. That's for the reporting website. If you don't know how to report, this is a video tutorial of how to report, which is very easy to follow and quite, it's quite nice, if I say so myself. Right. And then all of the events, all of the information from the Global RCE Service Center and other RCEs are all available on the monthly RCE bulletin. What the bulletin looks like is, hold on. Oh, here we go. So this is simply for the month of November. This is the amount of information that goes out on our bulletin. It has information about international conferences, regional meetings, updates from the Global Service Center, resources. So it's really every month packed with a lot of useful information. So for those of you who would like to subscribe, here's the QR code. If you're not yet subscribed. And for those of you who would like to submit a piece of writing to our bulletin, you can also do so. You just have to download the form, fill it out, and submit it by the 15th of every month for it to go out that month. So for example, if you want it out by December, submit it by December 15th, and your information will be included in the bulletin. Okay. We also have a Facebook. So for those of you who still use Facebook, here's the QR code for that. There's actually pretty regular updates on Facebook as well about open calls, different meetings and conferences. So it's a pretty useful resource if you use Facebook. That would be the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions, concerns, comments, suggestions, you can of course ask me here, but I know the trees are waiting. So you can also send an email to RCE Service Center at unu.edu anytime for any of your comments and suggestions.
Okay, that's very excellent presentation about the global RCE. I think we are now aware of what's happening. I think the important aspect to note that in 2021, there was no RCE from Africa, no new RCE from Africa. And we risk others disappearing from the radar. So that's what we need to take note of. So thank you very much, Judy, for that presentation. I'm sure there could be some questions, but she is available. Our concern is now the trees, because you shall be accused of making the trees to die instead of making them to grow. So we want to reserve some time for that. We thank you, Judy, for that. I think we need to give her flowers. 3 factorial. Yes, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Judy, for that presentation. So we are going next to Nicholas Moenda, who is going to lead us in this activity. Please, can you come forward? Thank you. 5 minutes has been given, so let's try to hurry so that we save the trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. This is not on.
Just place there.
Eh?
Just press there.
Where?
You have already.
Oh. Share the slides. This is not my.
For route coordinators for the excursions, I can see Eric is here. Very good, you're here. Very good, we are doing well. Okay, where's the fourth one? Why is she?
The ICT people
Dr.
can
Kenyatta.
come and help here.
Are you ready?
You come and help here.
I'm not sure this is even not my.
As they get started, just for the trip small, or just to announce that the trip will start here at KUCC tomorrow at 6:30. Tomorrow at 6:30 we'll start here. So, and I'll shortly, can I use this interroute? Can the route coordinators just stand up just to take the time as they are sorting out there?
Okay, I think we are
Are we
through now.
ready there? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the organizers of this meeting. And I think it's my pleasure to be here to give us more presentation. My name is Moria Mugambi from Kenya Methodist University and Mount Kenya East RCE. And got a short presentation, and because of time, we'll rush through it. I'm part of the Eastern RCE, and KEMU is part of a global study on climate change, IPRG, which is led by London University. And we have Fiji, Mozambique, Brazil, Kenya, and in Kenya, we have 3 universities. A lead university is Kenyatta University. Then we have another university, Kisii University, and Kenya Methodist University. And in all these universities, we are trying to look at how the universities can integrate, can impact climate change. And so all the universities looked at areas in which they can participate in to have an impact in information on climate change to pass. In Kenya Methodist University, I had a small, I don't know whether this will play. And a small link where I showed some effects of climate change. We had an elephant last week that died of hunger in the Mount Kenya, and this shows what is happening within our areas on climate. And but my question was, we are moving elephants into the forest, and especially translocating elephants into Mount Kenya forest that's already degraded and is being rehabilitated. So my question to the Kenya Wildlife and Kenya Forest, what is informing them in moving elephants into this forest? Because normally in the normal migration, the biology of elephants, they use these areas as a bathing or somewhere where they came to give birth over a short time. But right now, what is happening? Yes, what is happening is that these elephants are now they're staying in the forest for a year round. And we all know the biology of elephants usually is they open up forest. So when you're rehabilitating forest, what is happening now? They are using a few species that are not damaged by elephants. So in fact, we are reducing biodiversity in these areas. So I think the whole issue of elephants and rehabilitation of the forest needs to be checked. So in Kenya Methodist University, we looked at the four different areas whereby we looked at changing our policies at the university, and we developed a policy on climate change within the university. But we also looked at bringing in climate issues or teaching in the whole of university, where a common course was crafted. And I must say that through this process, we did quite a bit in terms of the way the program is taught at the university. Because what happens is that once it's a unit that is taught to everybody at the university, a lot of students don't take it seriously. And they just want to take it and take an exam. So we are changing the way the unit is. The unit is given in that we look at more of the activities rather than just doing an exam and getting rid of that. Getting through the exam. Then the other thing we looked at was the greening activity. We looked at greening activities, and in this we are involving the community. In the first sitting, where we had invited guests from all around, from the community and from the county government. We even looked at the policy within the county government, and we're still working with them. And we chose to work with schools, and especially primary schools, where we thought this will make most impact in the community, and also get many more people involved. But also we looked at what kind of greening activities do we do within the Meru County and the Tharaka-Nithi County. So we picked a few, 2 primary schools, which we are working with, but we hope to expand. And in fact, it's very good that at this session, we learned quite a few things, and in some ways of looking for a sustainable way of maybe carrying out these programs. But one of the things that we're doing with this program is that we are using avocado as a greening activity. We're doing a few in the schools that are big. We are using a few indigenous plants, but we are mainly trying to get avocados to the primary schools. And as we know, they are all challenged in terms of feeding programs and also some raising of some money. We are hoping with the avocado program, we can get the primary schools earning some money and also maybe feeding the students within those areas. The other item that we did was look at indigenous knowledge. That's where we were saying indigenous knowledge is very important. And we know Meru has a very key unit called the Njuri Ncheke, for those who have heard of Meru, who are involved in conservation. And they've been involved in conservation from the onset. And we are wishing to bring this back, especially back to the university and to the communities and to the schools, whereby we teach the students on what the Njuri Ncheke is all about, and about the culture. And actually, they are still active. And I had some slides on where we went with the Njuri, where they were doing some activities in the field. And we are hoping to actually bring them back, and we have a session whereby we hope to instill or get back Njuri teachings in some of our schools. I think for the sake of time, I'll stop there and
Rabuta.
I am Jacob Kiremi. For the sake of time, I will just go over the slides because they're there and they're not opening. You remember that in 2020, we had a problem of COVID, then climate change was part of us. Therefore, what happened is this, we thought of the orphans clubs. You remember that in Africa, even before we were colonized, we used to produce our own food and we were not borrowing food. We have moved away from crops like sorghum, and we have today every home uses oil to fry their food. And if you move around the country, there are very few areas which have planted something like sunflower, which we know is a major ingredient in oil production. Therefore, PACJA, through a project known as Tujinue Tena is coming back to our lives. You remember before climate change, people used to have food which they could feed themselves. Therefore, we involved the communities and other stakeholders. The question was, somebody the morning asked us, how do we make these climate actions be fruitful? When you are designing your project, involve all the stakeholders, the farmers, the financiers, and also you. Don't sell the idea to you, even if you are selling it, because you are the one conceived it. You remember that we are in the, you believe it, then once you conceive the idea, from there, involve others. That's why the talking and also the use of the head, the heart, and the hands. All of you, so that it succeeds. We succeeded in bringing back these orphan crops, the sorghum, which we underwent the market for it through the East Africa Melting Company based in the Stereo area. They use it for beer making. You remember also that sorghum is used as food in most African societies. It is used for ugali, for porridge, and also for daily feeding. It's even sweeter than rice, for those who have tasted it. Then the sunflower, we partnered with the BDCO, and they are providing market to the farmers. The demand in the country is so high, and we produce so much tons, and the farmers were very happy. For sustainability purpose, you remember that we are talking about the money brings about sustainability. Once they find that these crops are fetching better price than what they thought, with the time those people continue planting those crops. You remember also those crops are fast growing, they are early maturing, and also need less rainfall. Therefore, you will not be having that problem of drought failure or of crop failure after drought. The little rainfall, so long as the rainfall is there, they germinate, they have reached some heights. Even if it fails from there, the farmer will get something. Now, for the climate actions also to succeed, you remember that in those projects, we decided them in a way that we were involving everybody. Nobody has a monopoly of idea. Even the little knowledge which is indigenous, which is not tapped by us, you can get it as you are continuing, and when you reach your already knowledge. You remember that we have the formal education, most of us, and the informal one is neglected. You find that in most of these environmental discussions, they are held in the boardrooms. In any case, we are talking about planting trees. By good luck, some of us will plant a tree today. There are rains, but I'm sure most of us have not planted even a single tree once the rain started. But when we are advocating here, we are very good. We plant trees to minimize the carbon dioxide in the air. But actually, are we doing it, or we are just talking? Can we now go to the lab? Our labs will be the fields, do what we need. You remember the project we had was quite an eye-opener to the people. They learned that. You remember that when there was COVID, there was no traveling outside your country. Therefore, there was no international trade. Therefore, not unless you have your own solutions, you produce your food, you add value to it, then you use it. That's when you'll be sure of survival. In case there are other calamities, you still live as a country. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. These were innovations in Methodist University on climate change. I think we want to thank them for this. This is what other institutions can borrow, the RCEs can borrow from this RCE where they belong. We want to thank you very much for that. We need to give flowers, 3 factorial, for this team as we wait to invite the Dr. Apenji for the new youth RCE. Thank you very much. 3 factorial.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Thank you very much.
And I must say, I'm very happy that the slides failed you. Because you came out so natural and so powerful.
Okay.
Yes,
I
you
think
did
that
very well.
was
You did a very
good.
good job. I'm
Yes.
happy the slide failed.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they are ready to do
You
whatever.
are very authentic. You are very real. Yes. I've never thought about Joel and Jackie and conservation. You know, we only hear about Joel and Jackie and politics. And politics. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good. That's now it's time for the youth. Time for the youth.
Okay.
But they can.
What do we do under those?
They have to be members.
So for the application, the one thing that you can skip is the signature of your RCE coordinator. That part you can skip and then send us the signed version by the 3rd of December. Apart from that, please fill out all sections and then submit to us.
But we can, those who have completed their forms by now can start.
Yes.
Okay, those
Others can join as they come in.
those who have filled completely, correctly.
Do we know? Are we able to tell who has completed?
Yes.
Only one person.
Okay.
So you can speak.
Can they? You have a question?
Okay, we have 2 who have completed. Who can give the pitch? How long?
So an exemption have been made. That's why it's good to have.
Is any way forward?
Yes. An exam. How many youth are here and you have applied or you have the intention to apply? So let's by show of hand. We have
okay.
1, 2, 3.
It's a good number.
Can you say 1? Abednego, you're number 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Remember 8, 9. Oh, there's one online. So he's 10. Your number? Online is number
The
9.
online.
Okay,
The online
is
people.
number 9. Number 10. Yes. Okay, so he's 11.
So we have a total of 11,
You are 11?
plus those online.
We have 12. So we have 12. We have 13.
13.
You have to be members of. Okay. Are you a member? If you are, because if you're not a member of RCE, then you're disqualified. Who is eligible? You must be a member.
You must be a member of RCE.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because in the end,
even in elections, there are qualifications.
Yes.
You cannot be a Ugandan and you want to vote in Kenya.
Yeah.
Yes.
Must be registered.
You cannot be in Mombasa and you want to be a governor in Nairobi. So every election has rules. Yes.
Okay. The electoral
have to meet the rules. So those who have to apply from here must meet the rules.
Yes.
So they must be recognized members of their RCE.
Yes.
Members of the RCE. Okay.
They must be aware that the RCE coordinator knows them and they're part of that youth. Okay, give us some guidance.
Yeah, the RCE coordinators need to ensure that those who have applied are their members. That is very important. Otherwise, the applications you will receive, and some of them are non-members, and if they win, you will not reverse that. Thank you.
We don't want non-members because we don't have the time. We need to count.
Yes. So let's do it this way. The only thing is, ladies and gentlemen, the only thing we wanted to do, and let me repeat this. Life is about showing up. And one of the objectives of this conference is to come out with a regional youth coordinator. Is that right?
Yes.
And we must deliver. We have been here for 2 days. Attention, please. Attention, please. We have been here for 2 days, and we would have missed a very important milestone if we left this session without regional youth coordinator. So what we'll do is that of the 10, how many are members of RCE and they are interested? We have 1. So can you say 1, 2?
3 is here.
Stand up. Actually, if you are a member of an RCE, please stand up.
Can you get up so that we see you?
Yes.
Those who are eligible.
Yes. So we see you. Okay. And also we have someone online. Okay, so how many now? So the one online is 1. Can we say 1, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The one behind?
7.
8.
8. And then we have 1, 9. So those are 3. So we have 9 eligible. Can we? Which RCE are you from? Greater Nairobi. So who is the coordinator for Greater Nairobi? So confirm. Bansi, is he a member? Abednego is a member, right?
Can you confirm that this is a member?
Yes, he's a member. Yes.
Yes. Greater Nairobi again.
Confirm. Bansi.
And then this one.
Greater Nairobi.
Greater Nairobi.
Yes. Will confirm.
Yes. Also.
Greater Nairobi.
Greater Nairobi.
Bansi, do you have this list? Do you have this list? Greater Nairobi.
Greater Nairobi for.
We'll check. We'll give you a chance to pitch, but if you're not there, you're not there. You're not there. Yes. If you're not there, you're not there. So we need to.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. They comment, yes. Forms, yes. Mates, yes, they comment. So can we start? 3 minutes each.
3 minutes each. So we can start with the one online. I think you are welcome to give your short 3 minutes. They'll first finish, I think, before.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ndalipiane. I'm from South Africa. Been working with the community members, like citizens, for the past 10 years, working in the field of ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. And one of the things that I've been working on is helping people, especially people that never went to school, youth, to capacitate themselves, capacity building, and exposing them in the working space, in terms of starting their own businesses. But we mostly work around water, doing water testing and taking people to do some trainings, like plumbing trainings and other citizen science tools where they can monitor water streams and to do the same thing that the scientists are doing, and just more bridging the gap of people understanding their water resources and also moving further. But I've been involved in the Africa, working with the African Union and in partnership with European Union in terms of supporting youth and mentoring some youth in the environment and climate change projects, where people are working for ecosystem payment for the ecosystem services. And through this journey, I've been able to work in the global reach. We're working with Department of Water and Sanitation in South Africa, where we also work with the Water Research Commission, where we work with the SDG 6 and SDG 6B, where we work with the this work has been recognized by the United Nations and Committee for the work that we're doing, and also doing ministers where we test the river conditions in all over, and we have also managed to publish the work that we've been doing. And one of the amazing things that we've reached is where I was working with the communities and also managing a successful winning project in the engagement in South Africa, where we start setting the small community. This works involve citizens to develop their community-based environmental activism, and also focusing on water and stream monitoring, and it's involved river health, and also capacity building and creating employment opportunities. And one of the examples that has worked is where we've been approached by the government, and in terms of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Fund, where we have employed 10,000 youth members in the catchment, especially in the Umgeni catchment, which is one of the biggest and important catchment in South Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. You are from RCE Mikana, or which one particular, the RCE?
It's South Africa Midlands, but I have a support also from Lesotho, Makanda, and also Eswatini.
Eswatini, okay.
But I'm from in the KZN Midlands, which got Jim Taylor, Dr. Jim Taylor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's the first one. Number one, maybe the electoral commission, can you give us guidelines so that when it comes to voting, we know this number one or number two, we're going to use the names?
Let me make I didn't realize about so instead of using that ballot, can you please pluck up a blank piece of paper from your notebook? Please kindly. Just pluck a blank piece of paper from your notebook. And then write the name. What? Huh?
Those who are not voting.
Huh? He qualified. Let me explain. Eligibility. Eligibility is you must be two conditions. You must be a member of an RCE, and then you must be a youth coordinator for your RCE. Yeah? All of us are eligible. Yes. Eligibility. All of us here. If you are here, you are delegate. Yes.
Okay, those all who are coming from RCEs, they are delegates.
Yes, because we want you are listening, we want your input. But for eligibility to be nominated, you must be a youth coordinator for one of the RCEs.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I think that
Because
may eliminate
you cannot become an African youth coordinator if you've not been a coordinator at your RCE level.
Okay. Now, based on this criteria, can we still get people with
yes.
the hands up? Because I think it may remove many out because.
So we have qualified. So based on that criteria, who else is eligible? We have one.
Yes.
You are an RCE coordinator for which one? Greater Nairobi. You are a coordinator for?
Oh, they are okay.
Greater Nairobi, but different program. But we only have one RCE in Greater Nairobi.
Yes. You've
and that happened, yeah. Yes.
One.
Okay.
Another one. Two.
RCE Mina. RCE North Rift. RCE.
The coordinator. So actually, I wish this was mentioned earlier. Would have solved many problems. Okay. I wish that guideline came earlier to have helped a lot to screen.
Or these can come back. Okay, and then they apply.
Did you do his presentation?
Yeah, he already did his presentation. Yeah.
The rest we can discuss later because the trees are ready.
True. Do we proceed like that?
Okay.
There is a proposal that we go plant trees, then the youth people team comes in. He has presented, so that will be considered.
Or is he also a youth leader?
He's come.
Can we confirm that you also the RCE youth leader?
Are you an RCE youth leader?
Yes, I am.
For which one? RCE?
For RCE Midlands, KZN Midlands, KwaZulu-Natal Midlands in South Africa.
Okay.
RCE. He's not referring. So can okay. So you're fine. We are taking a short. Can we agree that because of trees? Okay. I'm being guided here. So that we make progress. About the the trees are waiting.
Our trees are waiting.
But are the people going to come back after this? That's the problem. When people leave, they don't come. Let's finish this. Yes, yeah? People will not come back.
They will come back.
We only have 3 people. Important. How many people do we have? How many people are eligible? We only say there are 3 and 1 is done. So could you agree kindly, please? We finalize this. Could you agree? We give these people just 3 minutes each. That's 12. So that once we leave this place, we'll not come back. Is that okay? Do you agree? Yeah, okay. Please, and let's make progress. Hey. There are few, yeah. So can we Abed, can you make your pitch, please? Can you make your pitch, please?
All those eligible, can you come in front, please?
Yes, if you are eligible. You are not eligible because you are for which one? You're not eligible. I'm sorry, you're not eligible.
We all have one RCE youth coordinator. So you please have a seat.
But yeah, please have a seat.
Okay.
No, but you're not eligible. You cannot make a pitch if you're not eligible. Yes. No. That's final. Yes.
Okay. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
So can we make 3 minutes? 3 minutes, and let's be very tight. Ladies and gentlemen, please, these are the people voting. Make sure you have a blank paper, kindly, because you're going to, that's your ballot.
Yes, we have 4 candidates. I think we need to give them the 5.
Rank all of them.
Online, okay, we have 5. The one online is already given. We want to start from this side. Everybody, 3 minutes, we are going to mark.
Oh, yeah,
so
okay.
give what you have for
Make it easy, okay. I'm being guided here. I'm being guided here. Can you put, when you go out there, listen, when you, these are the rules. Hey, please, kindly, can we have one meeting? We are spoiling it in the end. She'll get your tea, don't worry. We are spoiling the party. To make it easier, when you go to the podium, you have 3 minutes, and they'll use that podium.
Yes.
Yes, they'll use that. They'll use that
They can
podium.
sit there. They have all there. They can be presenting there.
Oh, you want to pick from there? Okay.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes, and you'll just tell us your name, and you have to say your name loudly so that they get you, your full name. You have to say which RCE you're from, right? Your name and your RCE, and then you'll, of course, 3 minutes where you want to be an African coordinator, right? And then don't go. Hey, don't go. Hey. Okay, please.
He has already finished.
Yes. Okay, come. Okay, and then for those of us here, you'll select one person. You'll select one person. So the person with most votes will become the African Youth Coordinator.
You will be nominated as an RCE Youth Regional Coordinator, then deliberated by the Ubuntu Committee.
Okay.
Yes.
I agree. You'll nominate. Let me correct my language. You'll nominate your favorite candidate whom you think can add value to this process, and then we shall leave the final decision to the global RCE.
Okay.
Are the rules clear? Yes. Are the rules clear? Yes. So please kindly, in the interest of time, so
let's give them time.
It's your time.
Thank you. Please, floor is yours.
Okay, thanks.
3 minutes. You can sit there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dennis Onyancha. I'm the youth coordinator, RCE North Rift. I'll just take less than 3 minutes to share what.
Will it appear? Okay, can I help you? Start there.
Okay, I'll just share briefly of what we've been doing in the North Rift. We have been in operation since 2016, since we are accredited. We do green innovation competitions to promote science-based solutions, approach to solving our local and global challenges. So some of the projects that NEMA presented, we have been working together. We have the model schools activities, the inter-school green clubs mentorship competition. We have been working with schools. We have like 32 secondary schools and 18 primary schools. We basically involve these young people. We work with the other stakeholders, Kenya Forests, Kenya Wildlife Service, University of Eldoret Polytechnic, in implementing all these activities. So my standing here to contest for this position as the Africa Youth Coordinator is because young people, we are vibrant and we have skills and resources that we want to share. By being voted as the Africa Youth Coordinator, I'm going to engage other youths in a vibrant way. We communicate using technology. I know we have other countries which don't speak English, and we'll work with them and ensure that we incorporate them in the activities that we do, and we listen to them how they are doing the activities so that we can promote exchange programs. That's what I'm looking forward to. Exchange programs among the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we go to the next. Take note of those. Yes, the floor is
Okay,
yours.
good evening, everyone. My name is Ibrahim, just Ibrahim from RCE Mina. Well, as for me, I will say the dream about the RCE Youth Network started when we pushed for each and every RCE to have RCE youth coordinators, just like what Usman has said the other time virtually. And that passion is still there. We have made tremendous effort at that period, and we hope to improve on that if I'm given the opportunity. So I'm going to also talk about 3 basic things that I feel we as youth coordinators will be able to do if we are given an opportunity. One is we would like to encourage other youth coordinators to leverage on the opportunity we have with technology so that we can be able to project the activities of our individual RCE globally. I'm sure if you go to global RCE platform and you look for RCE Greater Nairobi, you will see a lot of activities there. When you look up that of RCE Mina, you will see a lot of activity. And most of the activities in RCE Mina are driven by the youth, which I am coordinating. So I have gotten the requisite knowledge and experience over time, and I know how these RCEs are operating. And we have done other activities with other RCE youth network, like the Virtual Youth African RCE Conference, which we have hosted for 3 times, and we will be willing to do more. The second one is we have been clamoring for more opportunity. We would like to see that the RCE youth have a special program, especially for RCE youth. And I'm sure most of the youth here will agree with me that we need to have a program specially designed for the African RCE youth or whatever, or the global RCE, so that we can come together and discuss our own issues as it relates to the general activities of the RCE. And then finally, I want to see that we coordinate our activities in a way that we'll come together and partner so that we can approach organizations for funding opportunity for our RCEs, not for us at youth, for the RCE in line with the activities and projects we have been doing. Because I believe if we come together as African RCE or as maybe Kenyan RCEs, we'll be able to create ideas and projects that will push for possible funding and possible opportunities. I still have 30 seconds. So I have my stop.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for that brief presentation. Take note of that. Go to the next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Evan Sowia from Masai Mara University, RC South Rift. I'm the youth coordinator there. One, I believe, as I said earlier, that RCE should be regionalized. Once I'm given this role, I'll outdo the term I and we'll use the term we. So let's start from there. We will regionalize RCE. Number 2, with the RCE regional coordinators, I will make them have performance contract targets. Then they will cascade the performance contract targets to the various RCE. Once these performance contract targets are set, we will have timelines. These timelines will be observed strictly and they will be met. If they are not met, then we will possibly know the reasons why they are not met. Number 2, I will try to use indigenous knowledge. I will try to make performance contract targets that are based on the resources that are available on the ground. I will use these creative proposals to ensure that everything that we are meeting is within our mandate. Number 2, I am a fundraiser. Currently, I have raised more than 40,000 pounds USD in terms of conservation. And that has helped RCE South Rift in managing the activities. Why should you hire me as the next RCE regional coordinator? Number 1, I already have the experience to fill this role because I have been in the same role in a smaller capacity. I'll only cascade it using the mentors that are already there in the RCE to achieve these objectives. Number 2, I have the necessary skills and qualities that I will attribute and cascade to different members so that RCE succeeds. Number 4, I will embrace positive change because I know in the dynamic world, I must be flexible to change and bring other leaders on board, including my competitors, so that we make RCE stronger and vibrant.
Okay.
And ensure that I mentor the next RCE successor. Once I do the same, once I fit this role, I will identify other RCE youth leaders and then start mentoring them to fill that role in my absence. I look forward to your vote. Kindly vote for me and vote for Vibrant RCE.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Ivan Sowia.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sowia, Okay, we go to the next, the last one. Number 5.
I have to admit that it's very intimidating to speak after him.
Oh, please.
But
You raise your level now.
my name
Yes.
My name is Okwakawa Betnego. I'm the RCE Youth Coordinator for Nairobi Greater. And for me, for the last 7 years, I've been working with youths and youth groups in different institutions, higher learning institutions, and also CBOs. And we have done a lot of work in terms of conservation and also in terms of education for sustainable development. So I believe if you give me an opportunity to continue with this work now on a larger scale, because I've worked with youths across the country. So I believe if you give me an opportunity, I will scale up the initiative that I've been doing with other youths, for example, cleaning the rivers, planting trees, and other activities that are youth-based. And I'll be able to ensure that no one is left behind in terms of youths, because we have the energy as youths, but we don't have that kind of leadership that will be able to propel us to the next level. Number 2, I'll be able to work with the young and upcoming youths, because education for sustainable development, I believe if we could have this kind of knowledge that we have right now when we are 15 years old or even younger, it will be so, right now we'll be far, we'll not be discussing about what should we do. We'll be taking the action, and the issue of climate change will be, like, right now tungekuwa tuna celebrate our progresses. And lastly, I also believe in transformation through renewal of mindset. There are so many people out there who have ideas, the young people, but they have never interacted with other people with similar ideas. I want to connect the youths across Africa so that a Kenyan in Turkana will be able to learn about what different people from South Africa, from Egypt, from Nigeria are doing. So we will be having sessions where we'll be interacting with the youths from different countries in Africa to create a pool of knowledge and expertise within our region. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure you'll agree with me. These are all eloquent presenters who have presented their CV. They're all eligible, but we shall need to get one of them.
So, returning officers, could you please kindly stand up? So please make your vote. Yes. Make your vote.
One more person. That is one more person
vote, yes,
online.
Yes. And the returning officer for online is Carol.
Abdenego, Yamba.
Okay.
Okay, let's give chance to the one who is online. One additional person. So that's the 6th one.
Huh?
One person online? Okay. Can you go ahead? Can we see the face?
Could you walk along down and get the votes?
Doctor, wait, there is one more person.
Okay, there's one person.
Okay.
The first one was Ayadu. So the last one, who is number 6, is Yamba.
Yeah, give him. Where is he?
Okay.
Yaba,
is he a candidate or is he a participant? Is Yamba a participant or is he a candidate?
Yamba, it's your time to make a pitch. Okay.
Maybe a voter.
The question is. The question is.
Okay, please talk.
Tell us, we want to know your name and which RCE you are coordinator for.
Thanks. My name is Yamba Bezen Jose. I'm the youth coordinator for RCE Boya in Cameroon, Central Africa.
Yes. So you have three. You have interest to become the African Youth Coordinator.
Yeah, I actually applied.
Can we give him?
Okay,
2
you have
minutes?
3 minutes. There is an audience here that's listening to you. The others online who have made their pitch, the others who are face to face. So kindly, you have 3 minutes to make your pitch, and that time starts now.
Thanks. Actually, it was marveled when I learned about the difficulties the youth face in Africa, especially when we look at the bulletin that is being presented, and the African youth actually are missing on a lot of opportunities. As the African RCE Youth Coordinator, my first responsibility is to, of course, improve the capacity of the youth such that they can, of course, enjoy the opportunities that exist in Africa. The second thing is also to leverage on the youthfulness of the African youth, because a lot of things needs to be done, but a lot of African youth are basically at the back door because it's either because they don't have the capacity or because basically they are not having the opportunity. But in a situation where the opportunity exists and they are of course very young to do that, they should basically have that capacity to drive that change. As an African youth coordinator, like I said, my first responsibility is basically to give African youth the capacity that they deserve and they need, such that they can, of course, drive change in their different communities. Because we can't actually depend on just the government, but the youth have a lot of energy that they can bring change in the different communities. We are today talking about climate change, which is affecting not just the adults, it's also affecting the children and youth. And so it's our responsibility to accompany our government in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 13. And so as an African Youth Coordinator, I'm basically bringing my own energy on the table to drive the change that the African youth actually need, such that we can, of course, take African RCE to another level. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm very much glad to be on that platform. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yamba, for that.
So delegates, you have listened to 7 candidates. Could you please take a minute and vote? I'll ask the returning officers.
There are 6, not 7.
Oh, there are 6. Oh, there are 4. Okay, there are 6. So are there some who are voting online? So Caro, can you be our returning officer for any votes online? Caro? Just like the name of the one you are choosing, only one. Only one, yes. So returning officers, could you please
Can you collect
the votes? Huh? Oh, they're out. The names of the who? Of the candidates.
We have Ayadu.
Oh, sorry, the name of the candidates.
Okay.
Can we start the name of the candidates again? Can you screen the first one online? Number 1. He was number 1, right?
It's Ayanda.
Ayadu.
Ayadu was number 1.
Ayadu is number 1. Where are you from?
South Africa.
South Africa.
RCE South Africa. Ayadu. Ayada.
Yes.
South Africa.
Then number 2 is Dennis.
Number 2 is?
Dennis is here.
Dennis from?
From North Rift.
Dennis from North Rift. Kenya. Yes. Dennis from North Rift, Kenya is number 2.
Yes.
Number
3 is Ibrahim
from RCE Mina, number 3. Number 3.
Yes. Number 4 is Sowia. Sowia. RCE.
Evans
Owia.
Yes.
Number 4. Evans Owia. You cannot campaign, please. Yes.
Yeah. Number 5.
You can't campaign. Oh, please.
Yes.
Actually, if you are not a CE coordinator, you cannot vote.
Okay.
If you are not a CE coordinator, you cannot vote.
Okay.
So then we have the final one.
Number 5 is Abednego. Number 5.
Abednego.
Yes.
Number 5 is Abednego, RCE Nairobi.
Sofrift.
Then number 6.
Nairobi, okay. Number 6 is Yamba.
Number
right?
6
is Yamba, yes.
Yamba, yeah. Okay, Yamba, okay. So returning officers, please. Yes, returning officers. As you tally your vote, can we have the yeah, they're voting. There's someone doing that.
It's a nomination.
The coordinators, could you please come as they do the tally? I want to introduce you. Eric, group coordinators. Where is Agaruki and is she? Are you one of the coordinators? Which okay, please, as they're doing the tally, please submit. Come. Take your tally as they're doing the counting. Please, as they're doing the counting, please, yes. Attention, please. Attention, please. Attention, please. As they are doing the tallying of the votes, want to give you an update about the excursions tomorrow. Please, Eric, please. Hey. Please, kind. Yeah. We have 4 routes tomorrow. Take your votes quietly.
People finished?
Yeah, please tally you quietly.
Are the voting finished? So that we can start counting the votes. You can come this way.
Count there quickly.
So that it is seen.
Or you can even go outside there and count. You can even go outside or there.
No, you count it from here, please. Count from here, otherwise they will say that you are very rigged.
Go and hide yours. Go and sit there.
No, they need to count from here.
Okay.
Can you? They should count from here. Yes. You can come in front here anyway if you wish.
On the screen.
Okay, Candace, you can leave. Thank you very much for the interest participation. This was very great. You are all eligible. I know you are all capable. Thank you very much. Yes.
In the meantime, as they count, please, please.
I hope the voter agents not to be there.
No.
Yes. Perfect.
Oh, let's wait then. Oh, okay, let's wait then. Don't go, but don't.
This is North Rift. That's your winner.
Then do it. Let's continue. But you don't have to. Yeah, just count. You don't have to announce. Yes. You don't have to announce. You're just counting. Let's continue. Hey, where's Agaruki? Hey, please come. Route coordinator. Let's continue. As they do the counting, let's trust they'll do the counting. Yeah, this is yeah, please. We want to introduce you to the excursions tomorrow, and these are the route coordinators. We have 4 routes. We're talking about routes, yes. We have 4 routes tomorrow. Route one is 1, 2. Yes, route industrial area. This is Eric Detcher. Eric Detcher is your. So please, if you're going to industrial area, mark Eric Detcher. He says.
Thank you. Tomorrow morning, we shall be leaving here at 8 to go to Mr. Green, Vince Plastics, and We Center. The bus will be leaving Nema at 7 in the morning. Just listen to what I'm saying. The bus will be leaving Nema at 7 in the morning. Those who will be coming from town, we can meet there at 7 to come here and pick the other lot that will be coming from here at 8 as we proceed for the trip. Thank you. I have created a WhatsApp group. I'm trying to get all the members of that group into that WhatsApp group. So if you have been received an invitation, please join into that WhatsApp group. If you have any questions, then you can ask on the platform.
Thank you very much on that platform. Thank you. Wonderful.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maureen Kwamboka. I'm the route coordinator for Giraffe Center and Nairobi National Park. Number 2. I have been communicating on the wall. I don't know whether there's anybody who has seen messages from me. Yeah, thank you. So the bus will also be leaving KU at, I think 7, but I'm going to communicate on the wall. Then whoever is not coming from this side, you will be picked from NEMA, then we proceed that way. Personally, I'll be waiting for you at KWS office early in the morning, but I'm going to communicate more on the wall. Thank you.
Okay, this is Route 4. Excursion site is Mashuru Adaptation Village, official assembly point, KUCC. And the other pickup point will be Cabanas bus stop on Mombasa Road. Departure time from KUCC is 7 a.m. It's 3 hours drive to Mashuru, so we better keep time. Dress code, dress comfortably, it's a long journey. Packed lunch will be provided. Kindly carry enough water, enough drinking water. The bus that we'll be using will be Kenyatta University bus. I'm the contact person. I've created a WhatsApp group and all this information is available there. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Benjamin Kinyili from Kenya Forest Service. I'm coordinating Route 3, that is to Ngong Hills. The place is a little bit early, so be ready to do some fitness exercise while climbing, and also we will do some tree planting. The bus will be here at 6. It's the KFS bus, 6 a.m. But maybe by 6:30, we will be boarding. I expect maybe we will be leaving here at 7. We have created the WhatsApp group. Dennis Onyancha is coordinating that on the WhatsApp group. I will also be part of the coordination. So I don't know, maybe those who are in town, maybe we will have a stopover at interchange, Ngong Road. Yeah, we have a WhatsApp group. All the rest, maybe logistics, meals will be communicated. So you dress warmly. The place is windy and also very cold. Be also ready to do some tree planting. Thank you.
Okay, we are about to complete counting.
Let's sort that out.
The first phase is almost over. We are going to the next phase.
Yes, and the next
of the numbers.
Is, as they conclude the numbers, are you almost done? You want 2 minutes?
It's about.
As they conclude the numbers, I want to bring this session to a close. After this closing ceremony, we'll just get the announcement. We'll proceed and take a cup of tea as we get entertained, and proceed and make sure all of us plant a tree. So it's been a really exciting event, and I want to really special. Please, let's pay attention. There's a teacher talking. Let's pay attention. And I would like to bring this session to a close. Thank you for your cooperation. I still have 2 students talking like they always do in class. Let's bring this to a close. Really thank you for your time, for your patience, for your ideas. And using my chair's discretion, I want to nominate Dr. Saina to come and give a vote of thanks. He has been with us from the beginning, so please, can you give a vote of thanks? Then after the vote of thanks.
For the vote of thanks, as the RCE Kenya, we want to thank all of us for availing ourselves We want to thank, especially those I can still remember, Uganda, I saw Malawi, I saw South Africa, I saw Japan, I saw, who else did you see? Nigeria. Nigeria in their attire also, very good. I saw NEMA, I saw the government, and I saw the youth. You saw how the song, that lady who sang here, and also the narratives that they had. We want to thank all those because they made our day, our 3 days here. We are not going to forget. We are going to do the match that we are going to do to ensure that the product of the 3 days that we have been here, you are going to see what we are going to do on the ground. I want to thank the youth coordinator in advance, whoever is going to be or she's going to be. As we are getting the results.
Okay.
On behalf
of
the Africa RCE, we are saying welcome. Whoever is going to be chosen,
the other one
you are going to take us very far.
There's supposed to be 6.
And I think most thanks to the Japanese delegates, because you are the farthest, you are our mentors, and we are saying, just continue carrying us and even carry us even stronger. And you are going to see what we are going to do to reduce climate change. So thank you so much, and thank you all of us. Safe journey masses tomorrow as we go to the field, and let us connect immediately after that before the next Africa RCE conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, after this, just a cup of tea. They'll just announce the results. A cup of tea. Yes.
No, these are the ones.
Okay, you have something you want to say before this or after?
But the RCE, I have them here.
You know the name of the RCE?
Yes.
That's what yes, please. Yes, say something. Yeah.
Okay.
So Dr. Baisi has.
Okay.
Well, I think you'll all agree that the 2 days,
no free.
The ones that we've done have been good days. I want to thank everybody. I want to special thanks to the local organizing committee. I think those guys deserve a clap for their support. I also want to thank our sponsors. I think if you look at the back of the program, you realize that there are quite a number of people who supported this conference. I want to really appreciate them. And without much ado, I also want to thank our guests who came and to support us. And on behalf of the authority, we were sent to give them something small so that when they are going back in the plane, they can cover themselves. So we have a jury. Where is Senewa and Diafunge Yeye? The Masai girl. Tomorrow you will go to some land, and there is a way that they handle their guests. I want to ask Georgina to do what she knows best. Look at the camera. Thank you. Next is Prof. Akipezi. Tufunge tu. Next is Kesuke. Sasa nani? Let me call Eric. Eric, please. Come. Kindly. You do is it the Giriama or the which way? No, we want to do it the African way. Move the side for the camera. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry. The three of you for a photo.
Thank you. That's okay.
Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate. And I also want to appreciate everybody here. Just feel appreciated, and thank you. I think we will continue engaging further. Thank you.
This brings us to the final session. Kindly, the final session. We'll announce the results. After the results, whoever wins will be given 1 minute for acknowledge. Yes.
No, let's start from the top. Yes, thank you very much. I'm the final returning officer. You know, in Kenya, that's very important. I have the powers to declare. Okay, yeah. We are starting now. I think everyone should be very attentive because this is very important for Africa. We are going to get a leader for youth in Africa. So I want us to be very attentive and listen to this. One important thing is that I think the candidates have been nominated. Of course, there will be next level of selection, okay? While our work is to nominate, but we want to get those who have got the highest. And then those we have posted them there. But I want to say that they did wonderful, and no other factors come into play as usual. Politics is politics. So we want to start by yes, there were a total of 6 candidates. There are 2 who did not get vote, not because they are not the best, but because of other factors. That is Ayadu and Yamba. Unfortunately, these were online. I hope this has not disadvantaged them, according to my statistics here.
They got 0. 0 is a number.
Yes, 0 is a number.
0 is a number.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then after that, we have one. Abraham from Mina got 7 votes. Then after that, we have Abnego, who got a total of 10 votes. Then we have Dennis Onyacha, who got 10 votes also. And then last, we have Evan Schwan, who got 55 votes. Okay. So Evans is nominated. That is it.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please
You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute.
advise. Where do we take the votes?
Hey, collect. Keep them. Keep them. Keep
Where?
Them. The evidence.
Where do we keep them?
Give them to Banse. Banse will keep them. Banse will keep them. Banse. We must be asked for ballot counting. So, so keep them to give them to Banse. So he has 1 minute. 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute.
You have been nominated. That is it. Thank you very much. Congratulations. So congratulations to Dennis for this
1
opportunity.
minute.
Thank you.
Before you conclude, online, the team online, the team, you have had the results. You have had the results. The nomination has gone to Evans. He is the one who has been nominated. He's going to be submitted. His name is going to be submitted to the global RCE for deliberation and final conclusion. So we are giving, please, 1 minute. 1 minute so that we know you. So say who you are and then what you're going to do. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Evan Sowia from Masai Mara University, RCE South Rift. First, I want to thank you, everybody, heartily, for giving me an opportunity to be nominated as your RCE Youth Coordinator for Africa. I'm very proud of you, and I will not let you down. Secondly, I'm looking forward to working with everybody, my competitors who are worthy, together with the mentors that are already established in RCE, to make RCE in Africa vibrant. I want to leave a bigger role to the person who will succeed me. I look forward to each and everyone coming together, advising so that we move the wheel forward. However, going forward, I want to ask the youth. For me, I do proposal writing to raise funds for conservation. I have been doing that successfully. So we want to embark on regionally, as I told you earlier, we want to embark on proposal writing and fundraising so that we are self-sufficient, so that every one of us can have something to show. I look forward to working with everyone. Thank you once more. God bless you.
Thank you. Congratulations. This brings to a close. The next step is kindly, let's just, and without further ado, let's take step. We take a cup of tea so that we can fuel to get the energy for planting the tree. And please make sure you don't leave before you plant a tree.